I'm on live. I'm live. I'm already live. Okay, guys, let me just go in here. Let's see. Do we have everything set? That's not done. What is that? Okay, so far, some of you are back. Bridget whispered to me, Barbara Alston, Deborah Van Couverden, Belle Blue, Carol Boyce, Flare Girl, Teresa W, Donna, Easily Distracted, Mimi. Oh, let me take care of, I have to just fix the subscriber thingy. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Amy Celeste, Faithful One, TX Mopar, Mimi, Lisa D. The number is still in Slack if anybody wants to call in. Stacy H, Steph Burns, Primrose, Nancy, Ace Hardware. Hi, Greg L. K. Greg. Jeffrey, that's the other guy I was thinking of. Jeffrey from Scottsdale. Where's he? We haven't seen him in a while. Flower Girl Phillips. Flower Girl Phillips. We used to see all the time. Debbie D. Lisa Bennett. Mystery Seeker. Kathy. Mike. Who else is here? Alyssa Biso. Chris Ree. Hi, Chris Ree. Chris Ree's back after a long time. Snow Remover. Mary Beth. Let's see. Bridget. Deborah Van Couverden. Stacy and Steph. Jerry McCulley, Elise K, Deanna, Projan. Oh, it's not members only, it's subscribers. We always do subscribers. Keeps the trolls out. Hey, Jimmy?
Yes, dear.
Just call Allie for quick and see if she needed me for anything, because I think...
Oh, yeah, she needed a password, but she figured it out.
Oh, okay. Which was it? Was it to Microsoft?
Yes.
Oh, dearest. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, so let's get into this. This is a long affidavit. Okay, I'm going to pull it up on the screen. And you can read along. And when you hear the little tone, you turn the page. Turn the record over when you hear the really... Remember those things? Yeah, to turn the record over. And then you used to have tape, but you can turn the page. All right, let me pull this over. Let's make this large. The people of the state of Colorado, defendant Barry Lee Morphew. Okay, his social security number 1696. No, that's out. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. So his birthday, October 17th, 1967. Old Barry is going to be 54 years old in less than a month. 5'10", 190 pounds, blue eyes, blonde hair? Okay. All right, and there's his address, Chaffee County. To any person authorized by law to execute warrants within the state of Colorado, you are hereby commanded to arrest Barry Lee Morphew and take him without unnecessary delay before the nearest judge of the court of record to be advised of the criminal charges that have been or may be filed, to wit: charges of murder in the first degree, Class 1 felony, tampering with physical evidence, a Class 6 felony, attempt to influence a public servant, Class 4 felony. Okay, bail fixed by the court in the amount of, and this is no bond, okay, May 4th of 2021. So he spent his summer in jail, the entire summer in jail, the rest of the spring, entire summer. Okay. The undersigned, being duly sworn, deposes and swears that this affidavit is made in support of an application for an arrest warrant for Barry Lee Morphew, age 53, date of birth 10/17/67. Your affiant is investigating the disappearance and murder of Suzanne Renee Morphew, date of birth 4/30/1971, who was reported missing on May 10th, 2020, from their residence, 19057 Puma Path, unincorporated Chaffee County, Salida, Colorado, Based upon the interviews, information, and evidence collected to date, Suzanne's husband, Barry, violated Colorado revised statutes, by committing murder in the first degree, tampering with physical evidence, and attempting to influence a public servant, and took affirmative steps to conceal the murder in the months following. Your affiant informs this court that he is the chief investigator for the 11th Judicial District Attorney's Office and has been employed with this office since January of 2007, has investigated missing persons and homicide matters. Your affiant has been assigned to assist in the investigation of the case described herein below. Your affiant has knowledge of this investigation from the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, CCSO, agents, and with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, special agents with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and my personal investigation. Your affiant further states that from investigation to date, all incidents described herein occur in the county of Chaffee within the state of Colorado. Suzanne took clear, articulable steps in January of 2020 in attempts to separate from and divorce her husband, Barry. She told her family and close friends about her intentions, secretly recorded her notes of abuse in her phone because Barry monitored it, confronted Barry in arguments that she secretly recorded with help from a friend, and finally sent him a text 4 days before she disappeared saying that she was done and let's handle this civilly. Barry, however, initially represented to investigators from CBI, FBI, and the CCSO that his marriage with Suzanne was perfect and that she had no intention of leaving him. Hang on, I just want to put the chat on just in case anybody has problems. Okay. No intention of leaving him, right? All right. So Barry's statements about his actions on the days before and after Suzanne's disappearance have been proven to be false and misleading by this investigation. Barry knowingly destroyed evidence that his relationship with Suzanne was deteriorating and that he was involved in her disappearance and homicide. Suzanne's bicycle and helmet were recovered close to the Morphew residence, discarded before Barry left town in the early morning hours of May 10th, 2020. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hold on a minute. Okay. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. So let me get back to this. The investigation to date indicates that these items were not indicative of an accident, an animal attack, Suzanne being a runaway, Suzanne committing suicide, or Suzanne being the victim of a stranger abduction. All records check available to the FBI and local law enforcement indicate as of April 30th, 2021, that Suzanne has not used a credit card, nor her social security number, nor has she been contacted by law enforcement, nor flown in an airplane, nor crossed an international border, nor established utilities or housing nor otherwise continued in her normal pattern of life for over 355 days. Based upon legal supposition, Suzanne Morphew, based on the lack of proof of life, is deceased. Within a month or so of Barry moving Suzanne and their daughter from Indiana to Colorado in April of 2018, Suzanne sent a Facebook message of "Howdy, stranger" to her high school friend, Jeff Libler. Suzanne and Libler, who resides in Michigan, began communicating regularly through 2018 and eventually began meeting each other in 2019. Suzanne traveled to meet him in New Orleans, Indianapolis, Dallas, Michigan, and Florida, where they eventually had consensual sex. By September of 2019, Barry took clear steps to determine if Suzanne was having an affair by stalking her at their own residence in Salida, Colorado, as witnessed by Suzanne's close friend Sheila Oliver. In January of 2019, Barry took Suzanne's phone from her when they were in a resort in Mexico while she was talking to Libler, but he was unable to determine Libler's identity. On May 8, 2020, Suzanne saved in the notes section of her phone that Barry accused her of having a boyfriend on May 6, 2020. On May 9, 2020, Suzanne's last proof of life occurred at 2 p.m. hour when she was messaging Libler with a selfie. When Barry returned to the residence, Suzanne did not respond to Libler's return message at 2:44 p.m. and 2:46 p.m. The same time, Barry admitted to running around their property with a gun and placing his phone in airplane mode at 2:47. The computer activity telematics from Barry's Ford F-350, the activity of his cell phone, and statements he made to law enforcement in multiple interviews confirm that from 2:47 p.m. on May 9, 2020 until 5:37 a.m. on May 10, 2020, he took steps to dispose of evidence of Suzanne's disappearance and death, create a false alibi for himself, and stage a crime scene. In recent months following the presentation of evidence by FBI agents to Barry, he has changed critical details about his activities in the 2 p.m. hour on May 9th in attempts to match the evidence. Since January 2021, Barry has admitted to chasing a chipmunk with a gun around the house while Suzanne was outside sunbathing, shooting a deer with a tranquilizer dart to explain a dart or needle cap in the dryer, disposing of the tranquilizer solution during his trip to Broomfield, following a bull elk down Highway 50 in the 4 a.m. hour of May 10th to explain why his truck would be headed west, where the helmet was discarded, and finally stating to the FBI on April 22nd, 2021, that he looks guilty from the evidence and God allowed these things to happen. Barry's involvement in Suzanne's disappearance and death can be organized into the initial scene and interviews. Section 1, Suzanne's affair and her attempts to leave him. Section 2, Barry's early statements to CBI from May through June 2020. Section 3, the evidence recovered by law enforcement. Section 4, the witness statements. Section 5, and Barry's statements to the FBI in 2021, wherein he tangentially, what is that? Tangentiality. What? Never describes what happened to Suzanne when he has shown evidence in the case. I don't know if that's tangentially. Tangentiality. Why can't I pronounce that word? Tangentiality. Okay, describes what I'm having like a brain block. Billy Boy, to the beat and the rhythm. Thank you, Billy Boy. You feel bad for me because I'm not having a hard time with it. Describes what happened to Suzanne when he has shown evidence in the case. The following case synopsis was prepared for this affidavit by your affiant with the assistance of FBI Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. The affidavit was edited and reviewed by UCSA and its Special Agent Kenneth Harris and CBI agents Cahill and Derek Graham. The affidavit includes footnotes that denote critical, deceptive statements and inconsistencies by Barry that are addressed later in the affidavit. No, Janae, and I'm having a really hard time with it. Oh, well. On May 10th, 2020, at approximately 5:58 p.m., CCSO Deputy Damon Brown was notified by dispatch by contact Scott Ritter, thought it said Rittler, later corrected as Martin Ritter, by the phone regarding a possible missing person who also has cancer. Dispatch further informed that the missing person was named Suzanne Morphew, and that her husband, Barry, was driving back from Denver and did not have cell service when in fact he was at a hotel in Broomfield with cell service. Martin Ritter reported to Deputy Brown that he was contacted earlier by telephone by Suzanne's daughter, and that she's redacted, okay, was attending college at Western State University in Gunnison, Colorado, and did not reside at the Morphew residence. The redacted person explained to Martin that she was concerned because she could not reach Suzanne via telephone or text. Redacted asked Martin to go to the residence and check on Suzanne. Martin's wife, Jean Ritter, proceeded to the residence but could not locate Suzanne, so Martin contacted Barry via telephone. Martin further stated that Barry told him that he could not reach Suzanne either. Martin told Barry that he did not locate Suzanne at the residence, nor could he locate her after searching the immediate area. Okay. Barry instructed Martin to call 911 and advised Martin that he was on his way home from Denver. Okay, so Alley Cattail is saying Chaffee County is pronounced Chaffee, like when something chafes you. Chaffee. Chaffee County, is that correct now, Allie? Chaffee County. Okay. Thank you. Any other corrections before we... Sorry. Okay. I got Salida right this time, right? Salida. You know why I think Salida? Because do you remember Salida tea? What was it? Remember there was a Salida tea? Wasn't there a Salida tea? Like a tea that you drink? Okay, anyway. You say Salida, I say Salida. We all say Salida. Okay. I'm in a weird mood. All right, let's go on. We've only got 126 pages to go. Now, where were we? We better start from the beginning. Do they even make that tea anymore, Jennifer? Martin further stated that Barry told him that he also could not reach Suzanne either. Martin told Barry that he did not locate Suzanne at the residence, nor could he locate her after searching the immediate area. Barry instructed Martin to call 911 and advised Martin that he was on his way home from Denver. Barry estimated to Deputy Brown that Suzanne went missing between 8 and 9 a.m. that same morning. Deputy Brown reporting, Deputy Brown attempted to contact Barry at 6:05 p.m. without success, and then again at 7:10 p.m. when he spoke with Barry. Barry stated that the last time he saw his wife at the residence was 5 a.m. that morning, May 10, 2020, when he got up to leave for Denver for a landscaping job. Suzanne was still sleeping, and Barry did not speak with her. Barry advised Deputy Brown that Suzanne had recently gained an interest in mountain biking and began mountain biking on a regular daily basis. Barry advised that when Suzanne would bike She would wear a turquoise in color bicycle helmet and a windbreaker jacket. No other description was given for the windbreaker jacket. He described that Suzanne also had an iPhone, which she would take with her when biking, and Barry added that Suzanne was going through cancer treatments, and he provided Deputy Brown with her phone number, redacted, when Deputy Brown requested it. Deputy Brown, CCSO Sergeant Lamine Mullinax, drove to the Morphew residence and turned onto County Road 225 from U.S. Highway 50 at about 7:31 p.m. They drove slowly, looking along the steep incline along the shoulder of CR 225 for the bicycle. As Deputy Brown turned the corner, he saw a blue mountain bike down the ravine close to the bottom of the hill with the front tire pointing downwards towards the creek. Sergeant Mullinax, accompanied by Deputy Brown, to investigate the blue Santa Cruz mountain bike. They saw no indications of a crash. Deputy Brown noted the vegetation around the bike was not flattened in the area where a human body would have landed. Listen to that. What is that, frog? There was no blood around the bike, nor was there any apparent damage to the bike. Due to the steepness of the incline, the bike should have been damaged if an accident had occurred. When Deputy Brown moved the bike up the path, he noticed that the front brake pad was seized and the handlebars were turned completely to the left, causing the brake cables to wrap around the bike frame. Deputy Brown and Sergeant Mullinax examined the dirt shoulder of County Road 225 immediately above the area where the bike was recovered and did not observe any braking marks, skid marks from a bicycle. In a separate interview, Martin Ritter told the FBI that Barry said he was at a work site with workers present when he received the final call from Martin. Barry also told CBI agents multiple times that he was at the Via Vara worksite in Broomfield, Colorado when he received that call and had to drive to his hotel to drop his tools off for his workers. The Broomfield Hotel video, however, disproved those assertions by Barry. And this is the photo of the bike you can see here. This almost looks like a spider, a huge spider on the tree. Deputy Brown examined the front rim of the bike tire, and he observed no damage to the rims or spokes, which he expected to see if the brake had locked and the weight from the rider would have been going head first over the edge. Deputy Brown wrote, "After all these observations, I started to question if something criminal had occurred, as it looked like the bike was purposely thrown in this location. Meanwhile, redacted, boyfriend, redacted, redacted, his father, Michael Harvey, and his sister, redacted, arrived at the residence and assisted with searching the immediate area. Finding no signs of forced entry at the entry door or any other points of entry into the residence, Deputy Brown walked through the Morphew residence with redacted present. Deputy Brown observed that the residence was well kept and orderly, with the exception of one guest bedroom later identified as redacted's bedroom. In redacted's bedroom, the bed was stripped of the bedding. Deputy Brown observed in the master bedroom what appeared to be one .22 caliber round of ammunition unfired on the floor next to the bed. He then looked under the bed to inquire whether the said ammunition may have come from, and observed what appeared to be a rifle storage case in the main floor foyer area of a storage closet. Deputy Brown observed what appeared to be a reddish-brown substance that was smeared midway on the side of the closet wall. In the kitchen area, Deputy Brown observed a laptop computer and documents scattered near the laptop computer. In the three-car garage, Deputy Brown discovered two white SUV vehicles, later identified as Suzanne's personal vehicle and redacted's personal vehicle. At the time of Suzanne's disappearance, redacted and redacted were on a road trip traveling out of Colorado in redacted's vehicle. Therefore, redacted's vehicle was parked in the garage. He also observed that there were home surveillance cameras mounted on the exterior of the residence. Deputy Brown described that the placement of the mounted exterior cameras are ideal for viewing any persons or activity coming onto or leaving the Morphew property. The reddish-brown stain was processed by the CBI laboratory and determined not to be blood. Redacted resides in Gunnison, Colorado. At 9:37 p.m., CCSO Commander Avila brought Barry into the house and advised Deputy Brown that they were looking for a piece of clothing from the residence for the search dogs to locate Suzanne. Barry walked to the master bedroom and pointed to the clothing on the floor in the closet. Deputy Brown observed mountain bike gloves and padded shorts in the pile. Commander Avila took a pair of the shorts. Deputy Brown was walking in the driveway when Deputy DeFurio told him that there were barefoot marks inside of the bucket on the bobcat. Deputy Brown went with him to examine and found that the cutting blade on the bucket of the bobcat appeared to be newly replaced along with the nuts and the bolts. Sergeant Molinax reporting. Sergeant Molinax documented that he was present when Deputy Brown was speaking to Barry at approximately 7:10 p.m. over the phone. Barry said that Suzanne rides her bike regularly and usually leaves between 8 and 9 o'clock. Upon inspecting the bike with Deputy Brown, Sergeant Molinax activated his body camera, as did Deputy Brown. Sergeant Molinax noted that the bike appeared out of place. Sergeant Molinax and Deputy Brown walked down to the ravine as they called out for Suzanne. They walked a few hundred yards along the ravine without finding anything of interest. Sergeant Molinax asked Deputy Brown to go down to the Morphew residence while he stayed with the bike, which Deputy Brown moved up to the road. Deputy Brown contacted dispatch as they had no cell service and asked for the local hospital to be checked for Suzanne. Dispatch informed Deputy Brown that Suzanne had not been to the hospital. Sergeant Molinax asked dispatch to ping the number given for Suzanne's cell phone. Dispatch informed Sergeant Molinax that the cell phone appeared to be off and last known activity 4:23 a.m. on the present date, with a general location of about 11.5 miles west of a cell phone tower in Poncha Springs, Colorado. While Sergeant Molinax was by the bike, Redacted approached and identified himself as the boyfriend of Suzanne's daughter, Redacted. Confirmed that the bike belonged to Suzanne. As Sergeant Molinax examined the bike, he found no scratches or damage to it. At about 8:42 p.m., Barry arrived on scene in his truck by himself. He walked up and he touched the bicycle and identified the bike as Suzanne's. Sergeant Hisjulian reporting. Sergeant Claudette Hisjulian contacted Redacted on scene the same day, and he reported that Redacted had told him Suzanne and Barry argue frequently. Redacted added that he was the one who introduced Suzanne to mounted biking about a month ago. He described his mountain biking skills as intermediate level. Now, this, I believe, is Jeff, right? That he's talking to, because Jeff is the one that introduced her to mountain biking. When Redacted asked if he noticed anything out of the but hold on a minute. He contacted the same date he told. Isn't that him? But now this has to be someone else. When Redacted was asked if he noticed anything out of order in the residence, he described that the bedding from Redacted was stripped off the bed. Redacted thought it was strange because Redacted does not live at home. Redacted also thought that it was unusual for Suzanne's bike to not have any damage if she possibly crashed on that mountain bike. Sergeant Hisjulian next contacted Redacted, who stated that she had last talked to Suzanne on the night of May 9th, 2020. She had seen Suzanne at the end of April 2020. Redacted advised that she, okay, here is something, refers to a portion of Suzanne's Instagram and pattern of life statements for Melinda Malmunk, her sister, who Interviews with Barry. Suzanne routinely wrote in the afternoons. There are no electronic records of Suzanne communicating by any means with anyone after 1411 on May 9th, 2020, when she sends her last message by LinkedIn to Jeff Libler. Phone records show the last communication from had sent a text to Suzanne wishing her a happy Mother's Day on May 10th, 2020, but Suzanne had not replied. She also tried calling Suzanne, but the call went directly to voicemail. At that time, she received a call from Barry asking if she contacted Suzanne. Redacted advised him that she attempted to, but was not able to reach her. Barry asked Redacted to let him know if she was later able to reach Suzanne. Redacted stated that Suzanne's mountain bikes regularly during the afternoon hours, often using a wide trail across the highway. Suzanne normally took her cell phone, sunglasses, and a blue backpack hydration bladder on those rides. When Redacted was asked if there were any concerns with her parents' relationship, she denied any concerns or issues. When asked if there was any reason why Suzanne may leave the area, she denied that Suzanne would ever leave for an extended amount of time. She also denied any recent incidents or concerns between Suzanne and anyone else. Sergeant Julian spoke with Redacted, and Redacted reported that she had last seen Suzanne on Tuesday when she and Redacted left on the road trip. She reported last exchanging text messages with Suzanne on May 9th, 2020. Redacted stated that Suzanne works out at the gym regularly and that she recently has taken up mountain biking daily. Redacted added that Barry has mountain biked with Suzanne a couple of times. Only a couple, Barry? Okay, Redacted denied any marital issues between her parents and described their marriage as very loving. May 11th interviews. Sergeant Julian spoke with Redacted on May 11, 2020, and Redacted confirmed that Suzanne wrote religious devotionals in a journal. When asked to describe her Redacted bedding at the Morphew house, Redacted said that her bed is always made. Her sheets and pillowcases are light blue in color, and that her comforter is a brown reddish. Sergeant Julian spoke with Redacted on May 11th, 2020, and Redacted admitted that her parents argued a lot, and she feared that they would separate or divorce. She said that they were not doing well and that it was for the best that they would separate. Redacted reported that they, Barry and Suzanne, were both in an unsafe place emotionally. Redacted stated, him, Redacted, and my dad are different people, and they, Suzanne and Barry, argue, and I mean, they get in fights, and I don't know, they both have just not felt safe at some points. Redacted added that Suzanne and Barry weren't getting along and had discussed divorce. When Redacted was discussing if she had ever seen any text messages on her parents' phone, she advised that she does not ever look at the messages on their phones. When Redacted was asked if there was a possibility that her mom may have left because she did not feel safe, Redacted said her mother would never leave. Redacted later said if Suzanne would have left, she would have contacted her and her sister and let them know she was okay. Redacted explained that she and her sister, Redacted, were heading back on May 10th with their friend, Redacted, but there was no plans for Redacted or Redacted to stay at the Morphew house after the trip. Suzanne, Redacted was Suzanne to Redacted was an iMessage text that Suzanne sent at 13:58 that said stunning in response to some photos Redacted had sent Suzanne. In multiple interviews with the FBI in 2021, including one in 4/22/2021, Barry denied that he and Suzanne discussed divorce. The statement by Redacted contradicts Barry's repeated assertions to CBI that he deleted arguments between him and Suzanne on his phone because his daughters always looked in his phone. Redacted said Suzanne always carried her cell phone with her and had a charging cable on her nightstand next to her bed. Sergeant Julian spoke with Jean Ritter, and she confirmed that Redacted contacted her and Martin Ritter via telephone on May 10th, 2020 at approximately 4 to 4:30 p.m. because she could not reach Suzanne. Redacted asked them to go to the house and check on Suzanne, and Jean went to the house. She did not locate Suzanne at the house, so she called Barry, told him what happened. Barry asked Jean to look for Suzanne's bicycle and call 911 if she didn't locate Suzanne. Jean returned to the house a second time, but once again, she did not locate the bicycle or Suzanne. After Jeannie returned home the second time, Martin called 911 to report that Suzanne was missing. Martin and Jean sent Jean back to the Morphew house once more to leave a few notes posted for Suzanne in case Suzanne returned. Barry interview, May 11th. Only 184 pages to go. We're going to get through this. We should have different readers come on, like in school, and you're in reading group, and then you read to a certain page, and then the person next to you has to take it, and then you always inevitably get one of those kids that's really slow or reads real bumpy, the bumpy ones, and you just want to read it for them. Okay. I used to do that to my kids to be funny, I won't do it now. In the early morning hours of May 11, 2020, CCSO Detective Burgess and your affiant interviewed Barry Morphew. Barry explained that he left his residence at approximately 5 a.m. on May 10, 2020 to travel to Broomfield, Colorado for a construction job. If you want to come up, Amy Celeste, and read, you're more than welcome. Just send me an email. He did not speak to his wife, Suzanne, that morning because she was still asleep when he left. Barry stated that his daughters were to return to their home on May 10th from a camping trip. Barry said that he texted his wife to wish her a happy Mother's Day and did not get a response, possibly due to poor cell service at their residence. Barry said that he tried to text her again later that morning, again with no response. Barry reached his daughters via text message, and they also stated that they could not reach their mother. Barry specifically provided his route of travel to Broomfield. In all subsequent interviews with CBI, Barry never stated that he turned west on Highway 50. Barry explained that his wife's plan for May 10th was to clean the house and get the spare bedrooms ready for their two daughters coming back with a possible friend to visit. Barry said that his wife rides her mountain bike every day. He added that Suzanne was diagnosed with cancer twice in her life, and she beat it. Barry said that he owned firearms, and all of the firearms and ammunition are stored in a locked gun safe in the garage. It should be noted that on May 11th, 2020, while law enforcement searched the Morphew residence, 2 firearms were located at the residence that were not inside a gun safe. A high-powered rifle located in a closet on the ground floor in a closet. The rifle appeared to be spray-painted in a camouflage pattern, and your affiant could not locate a serial number. Then a Benelli 12-gauge shotgun was found lying against the wall in the garage. Also, a loaded .22 long rifle cartridge was located lying on the floor of the master bedroom near the right side of the bed. After your affiant ended the interview with Barry, he was told that law enforcement was going to seize his truck to process it. It should be noted that when the residence was searched, law enforcement did not locate a charging cable on either side of the bed. Barry's phone entered airplane mode at 4:32 a.m., and he altered his numerous prior accounts to law enforcement to match phone and truck evidence when speaking with FBI agents in April of 2021. Barry said he turned left on Highway 50 when leaving his house, in opposite direction of heading to Broomfield, because he saw a bull elk crossing the road. Barry eventually pointed to an area on a Google map that indicated his truck. That indicated he turned his truck around at an exit in Garfield, Colorado, about 5 miles in the opposite direction of his trip. Suzanne's helmet was discovered off the side of the road, off the side of Highway 50, west of the County Road 225 entrance that leads to the Morphew Puma Path residence. This is the same unfired .22 round previously referenced above. May 11, 2020, search of Puma Path residence. On May 11, 2020, pursuant to an authorized search warrant obtained by your affiant while assisting with the search of the exterior of the residence, your affiant located what appeared to be suspect blood on the apron of the garage near the east side of the 3-car garage. Additionally, it was noted by your affiant and other investigators that there was a Bobcat skid steer parked in a parking area driveway west of the Morphew residence. Next to the skid steer south was a flatbed trailer. The trailer was in its tilt position. The trailer bed had some loose gravel and dirt on it. The trailer did not have a jack on it, and the tongue of the trailer was lying on the ground. The skid steer was placed to the left side of the trailer tongue. The items were positioned such that the skid steer bucket appeared to have been used to unhitch the trailer from a vehicle, most likely Barry's truck, and set the trailer on the ground. Your affiant examined the skid steer and noted that the cutting edges on the skid steer bucket had been recently replaced, so there was no wear on it. It was also noted several larger bolts and nuts were lying in the skid steer bucket and on the front end of the trailer bed. Suzanne's helmet. On May 13, 2020, search teams located what they believed to be the bicycle helmet Suzanne would have been wearing. Investigators located a photo of Suzanne prior to this date with Suzanne wearing the helmet. Documenting its color, the item was located at the following GPS coordinates. Approximately 0.84 miles northwest of the site, the bicycle was located approximately 10 meters south of Highway 50 and about 1.52 miles from the Morphew residence. Inside the helmet, law enforcement located a piece of paper in the top portion of the helmet with Suzanne's name, phone number, and address, as well as Barry, redacted, and redacted's phone numbers. This item was collected by law enforcement and placed into evidence. In a news story that aired on Fox 21 on 8/21/2020, Barry stated that he had an inconsistency with one-time line, adding that I was only because when I just didn't know the time and I did a mechanical thing to my Bobcat, I was confused and I just found out my wife was missing. On May 13, 2020, search teams were still searching areas in the proximity of Suzanne's bicycle and helmet, as well as law enforcement driving roads in those areas attempting to locate Suzanne. And during this effort, law enforcement located what they believed to be fresh tire impressions and a piece of cloth with a reddish-brown unknown substance on it. Also located in the area of the piece of cloth, tire impressions were located. These tire impressions were casted on May 14, 2020 by deputies with the CCSO. As of the present date, these items appear to be unrelated to Suzanne's disappearance. Hold on one second. I just want to make sure that no one... Okay. I was just trying to see if somebody emailed me there. CBI crime scene report. FBI Special Agent Grusing provided the following excerpts from the CBI crime scene report, lab case P20-1889, written by the CBI crime scene analyst Tanya Atkinson. Regarding the interior of Barry's F-350 on May 12th of 2020, the interior of the truck was cluttered with several personal items. The interior dash area was dusty and dirty. regarding Suzanne's white Range Rover on May 19, 2020. There were personal items to include Suzanne's driver's license, credit cards throughout the vehicle. Items from the interior were pulled out by sections or areas and photographically documented on butcher paper. Some of the items collected included a woman's jacket and knit cap in the rear, pairs of sunglasses and a key in the glove compartment, a Camelback and sunglasses in the front passenger seat, spa chemicals on the front passenger floorboards, and a Scott bicycle service receipt in the front driver door. Map provided by S.A. Grusing, FBI, using GPS coordinates from CCSO. Incident reports note the position of the helmet west on Highway 50. The interior condition of Barry's truck conflicts with the subsequent statements to CBI and FBI that the purposes of his 5 trash runs in Broomfield were to clean his truck. And Suzanne's Instagram photos, pictures above of her bike riding, have her blue Camelback water pack visible, making it unlikely that she would take a bike ride without it. Regarding the Tranquilizer dart cap on May 19, 2020, a plastic needle cover was located in the dryer drum. This was collected by the CCSO, along with additional items and swabs from different areas. The needle cover was recovered with sheets from redacted bed inside the dryer. Suzanne's attempts to leave Barry and her affair. Suzanne told numerous close friends, her daughters, and Barry that she wanted out of her marriage, and yet Barry refused to listen to her. She suspected Barry of having affairs for years and kept her affair very secretive to protect her daughters and the family of Jeff Libler. A small portion of interviews and evidence of her attempts to leave Barry of the affair and of her affair follow. Sheila Oliver interview. On May 11, 2020, CCSO Detective Burgess conducted a phone interview with Sheila Oliver, Suzanne's best friend who lives in Indiana. Sheila had constant communication with Suzanne via text messages and Snapchat messages until Saturday, May 9th, 2020. Sheila said that Suzanne promptly checks her Snapchat messages, and Sheila was worried that Suzanne did not read 3 Snapchat messages from her on May 9th, 2020 at 6:40 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. Mountain Daytime, MDT. Suzanne had been very excited about the wedding of Sheila's daughter on May 10th. Suzanne was helping Sheila prepare and eager to watch it online. Sheila provided texts with Suzanne with the following: March 25th, 2020. Suzanne, taking care of myself physically in a stressful marriage, redacted, and I had a very tough talk yesterday. She's wary of the tension here. She knows how he is towards me and almost begged me to divorce him. Sheila said, "What does he want? Have you talked any more about splitting?" Suzanne says, "He threatens, but I've never come out and said I wanted it." He threatens, but I've never come out and said I wanted it today. He thinks I'm holding on till after redacted graduates at least. He probably thinks I'm not strong enough to do it given finances. She, redacted, even mentioned a restraining order. I'm sick. I had conversations like that with my 16-year-old. He's nuts, Sheila said. Suzanne says, it's Jekyll and Hyde again. Pretty much told him I can't be healthy and stay in this. Sheila says, what did he say? Suzanne says, he threatens to come home and pack. Ugh. Suzanne says, he won't speak of divorce. Begging for another chance. I'm so torn. But I'm my heart, and I think she means in my heart, I know who he is. During the interview, Sheila also told Detective Burgess that she was so concerned with Barry's behavior that she purchased a spy plan for Suzanne, which she gave to her in January of 2020 when she met up with Suzanne in Florida. This device was designed to record conversations covertly. The downloaded audio files of the spy pen conversations will be summarized in Section 4. Sheila told FBI agents in 2021 that Barry called her in the summer of 2019 when Suzanne was in Michigan, asking why Suzanne was not returning his phone calls. He stalked Suzanne and Sheila at the Puma Path house in 2019 to see what Suzanne was up to, sneaking through the woods, and of earlier accounts in Indiana when Barry suspected Suzanne may have had a boyfriend before they got married. Melinda Baumunk interview. Melinda Baumunk was interviewed by FBI Special Agent Richard Tipton on May 19, 2020 at the FBI office in Knoxville, Tennessee. Melinda is the sister of Suzanne and last talked to her on Friday, May 8th via text message. Melinda sent a text to Suzanne on Mother's Day, May 10, 2020, and received no response. For the previous 6 months, Suzanne had texted Melinda and told her that things were getting tense between her and her husband, Barry. Barry advised that Suzanne told her... One second. I'm missing my...
Hi.
Baumunk advised that Suzanne had told her that she had come to realize what a narcissist her husband Barry was and that she had come to terms with his narcissistic ways. Baumunk described Barry as one who lives a double life, a liar, an adulterer, a bully, one that has to love, control, cunning, fools people a lot, loves money, and treats his wife and daughters as trophies. Baumunk advised that her sister Suzanne was a codependent person who was very dependent on her husband Barry. They lived a phony life, and they would often put up a front as if they were happy together. Baumunk thought that it was unusual for Redacted and Redacted to take a road trip on Mother's Day weekend, especially with the pandemic. Baumunk advised that she received a phone call from her father, who lives in Michigan, on Monday, May 11th, to tell Baumunk that Suzanne was missing. On November 20th, 2020, Special Agent Grusing spoke with Baumunk about the message Suzanne sent to her on Friday, May 8th, 2020. On April 22nd, 2021, FBI agents informed Barry of this message. On March 25th, 2020, that Suzanne discussed divorce with him. Barry stated he did not recall that discussion. It's hard dealing with the harsh abrasiveness and having to show respect. He's been abusive, emotionally and physically. There's so much. I went through a period of acceptance, and I feel more angry now. Anger at what I've allowed. Baumunk told Special Agent Grusing that she did not have context for why Suzanne texted on May 8th that Barry was physically and emotionally abusive. She had not discussed those things with Suzanne and was surprised to see her text that. When Baumunk found out on May 11th that Suzanne was missing, she said, "Damn it, damn it, damn it," to herself, because she was certain that Barry killed her. Baumunk described years of Suzanne being a submissive housewife to Barry in Indiana, allowing him to control their finances, and Suzanne's long-time suspicions about Barry having affairs. Baumunk said Suzanne loved Barry and wanted to be a good wife and mother to her 2 girls. Baumunk thought the primary reason for the move to Colorado was Barry's long-term desire to move there for hunting. She thought Suzanne threw caution to the wind and moved in an attempt to save their marriage and start over. Baumunk provided documentations that Suzanne inherited approximately $208,000 from their mother, Adrienne, passing away in 2013, and approximately $217,000 when her grandmother-in-law, Helen Burnett, passed away in 2016. Notes from Suzanne's phone. On July 7, 2020, FBI computer scientist Brian Turner recovered a file from the return of search warrant of Apple for the redacted. The file appeared to contain notes that Suzanne wrote to herself in her Apple account before Friday, May 8th, 2020. The attachment shows that the notes were backed up to the cloud on May 8th, 2020 at around 7:01 to 7:03 a.m. C.S. Turner retrieved the notes that contained 60 lines of apparent issues Suzanne had with Barry Excerpts from these lines includes monkey app, physical abuse, mental abuse while drinking, New Year's Eve, name calling, and I only need for money. Women on Facebook, good for business. Lies about deer, Lies about deer, pants unzipped. Trip to Colorado, pen on hand. Wear bear claw. FaceTime in Arizona, angry. This is like what I said. Sometimes I leave notes and they have no apparent rhyme or reason. It's kind of what it's reminding me of. Stalking Sheila and me in-house without telling. Lied and said you needed phone to call Casey. Chased me around resort and threatened. Took phone. Not safe alone with you. Can't be trusted. Oppressive. Slam on brakes when angry. Suzanne's grievance list included multiple references to Barry controlling the finances. See recording pen section. Monkey app is an application on a phone that can function as a dating website. Threatened to jump out of car. Gun. Shame and guilt daily for not meeting expectations. Nothing to do with infidelity. Everything to do with your character and who you are at core. Your lack of control over me. Insecurities. A sick relationship. Situation where, with redacted, when I'm in / accuse me of going behind your back. Got up and left redacted. Redacted and me at the table. Left plate. No comment. Just to watch TV. Act like I'm intruding in the garage. Verbal abuse. Writing checks for cash out of the business account. Writing money from INV account without asking. Wiring money from INV account without asking or discussing. Money in your name only. Pull blank in hurting her. Left 2 times on treatment weeks. Bedroom profession about marrying. Having babies and sleeping together. Don't care about pregnancy possibilities. Hot tub, talking to self. Accused me of boyfriend and 5-6. Wrote in Al-Anon book. Knew I was looking at phone in bonus. May 6, 2020. Messages to Barry. Pursuant to an authorized search warrant, Barry's Verizon phone was seized by the FBI examiner Jim Stevens, who found an image that Barry likely swiped the message off of his screen, and swiped image was inadvertently saved. This message was not recovered separately in Suzanne's phone or Barry's phone. The image appears to have been a message from Suzanne to Barry. The date of this message, May 6, 2020 at 10:13 a.m. See image below. I'm done. I could care less. What you're up to, and have been for years. We just need to figure this out civilly. Suzanne's affair, Jeff Libler. The BF stands for boyfriend. The blank for the cancer medication Suzanne was taking, and 5-6 for May 6, 2020, as confirmed by Barry to FBI agents in interviews in March and April 2021. Suzanne dropped redacted off at Gunnison at Redacted's apartment on the afternoon of May 5th, leaving her alone with Barry from that evening through Mother's Day. Suzanne said that we just need to figure this out civilly. Text the next morning, May 6th. Upon the recovery of Suzanne's spy pen, Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Kenneth Harris began prioritizing anyone named Jeff in Suzanne's social media, phone records, or other accounts. On the pen, Suzanne spoke to an unknown male named Jeff while she was in Florida as if he was her lover, but no last name on phone number was provided, or phone number. After months of investigation and working through a list of about 20 or more Jeffs possibly associated with Suzanne. Jeff Libler, a former high school friend of Suzanne, was identified and interviewed. Libler provided the following information. On November 4th, 2020, Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris spoke with Libler on his phone and recognized his voice as being the voice of Suzanne's pen recording. After discussing his relationship with Suzanne and Libler talking about their secret recordings, he asked to continue the interview in person. He said after he learned Suzanne went missing, he figured that there's no way she's alive. He said he is not proud about not coming forward, giving reasons to agents that he has 6 kids and a wife and will lose his job. Libler said when this happened, he thought Suzanne was abducted, so he kept quiet. He stated time went on and he did not want his girls to find out. He does not think Barry knew about him and Suzanne or what set him off other than the fact that this guy could have easily been set off by anything, you know. I'm sure you guys know that. Libler said he did not feel like he had anything to add and did not want to hurt anybody. On November 13th, 2020, Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris interviewed Libler in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Libler said after Suzanne's first message of "Howdy, stranger" to him in 2018, they began talking on the phone. Libler said he was nervous to talk to agents, and what he did was disgraceful. In the summer after Libler's first year of college in Indiana, he attended a party with some friends at Suzanne's house. Barry and Suzanne were a couple, but Barry was not at the party. Libler said he and Suzanne kind of hooked up, not really, at the party. Libler played golf almost daily. At the time, Barry worked at on the golf course. Barry found out about Libler and Suzanne hooking up at that party. Upon seeing Libler on the golf course, Barry jumped off the tractor and he was ready to beat me down. Libler told Barry, "You're going to lose your job. You're going to lose everything." Libler talked him out of it, and that was the last interaction Libler had with Barry. Libler said he did not talk to Suzanne until 2018. Following that night in Indiana, he explained, "I tell her I carried a torch for her all that time." Libler and Suzanne used FaceTime to communicate in 2018, though Libler's daughter saw one of their conversations in late 2018, and Libler told Suzanne that had to stop. They did not speak until around Christmas 2018 because Libler deleted Facebook, Instagram, and all messaging between him and Suzanne. Around Christmas 2018, Suzanne found Libler's LinkedIn account and sent a message with the words to the effect, "I'm worried sick about you. Are you okay?" Libler responded to the message and they began talking again, first in a platonic way, and then their relationship progressed again. Libler said they communicated through FaceTime but did not physically see each other until 2018. Suzanne and Libler communicated regularly from late 2018 through May 9th, 2020, and she provided him with numerous reasons why she wanted to leave Barry. Okay. Between February 2019 and February 2020, Libler and Suzanne met each other in New Orleans, Florida, Indianapolis, Michigan, Dallas, and again in Florida. During the last 5 trips, they stayed in hotels, they talked, they shared meals, and they had consensual sex. Libler has not traveled to Colorado to see Suzanne, partly because Suzanne says Barry has surveillance cameras all around the house. Libler stated, "Here's what she told me about the relationship with Barry. Not good. Lots of fights. Very argumentative. Felt like it was horrible for her health mentally." Libler asked Suzanne if she felt afraid if Barry would hurt her, and she answered, "He would never cross that line." He's learned Libler took that to mean something happened physically one time to Suzanne, whether Barry shoved her or hit her. Agents asked Libler when Suzanne first said she loved him, and he replied she told him that in 2018. They discussed that they were soulmates meant for each other. They eventually exchanged words of love to each other. Libler explained they were soulmates because of their approaches to the world and to people. Libler said that Suzanne treated people well and not simply for social stair climbing or status benefits. Libler was striving to be that type of person. He stated he was not a good person, though he was horrible for having this relationship with Suzanne. When agents asked Libler how Suzanne took steps to be careful about Barry knowing her travel activities, he said when Barry called, Libler left the room. That happened once in Suzanne's hotel room in New Orleans. Okay, hold on a second. When agents asked Libler how Suzanne took steps to be careful about Barry knowing her travel, he said when Barry called, Libler left the room. Okay. Agents asked Libler what other steps they took to conceal the relationship from Barry, and he responded, "We talked all the time about protect. For the kids, for family, all that stuff." Suzanne knew when Libler was going to be working in his car, and he never initiated conversation with a phone call or a text. They communicated through his LinkedIn around in 2019 to determine when they could FaceTime. Agents asked Libler if Suzanne ever spoke about leaving Barry. He said Suzanne's plan was to get out of the house and to college before Suzanne. Wait. Agents asked Libler if Suzanne ever spoke about leaving Barry. He said Suzanne's plan was to get out of the house and to college before Suzanne would probably go on her own. Libler and Suzanne talked about one day being together. She told Libler this was not about him, it's about her getting away. He said Suzanne was not happy. Mentally, she could not take it. It was wearing her out. Libler had a corporate LinkedIn account, and he created a second account to use to communicate with Suzanne. They stopped talking on the phone in December of 2019. Libler deleted his second LinkedIn account of blank after Suzanne disappeared when he thought she was abducted. Libler said, "I didn't want her legacy to be that she had an affair with this guy." How selfless of him. Libler and Suzanne stopped talking over the phone in December of 2019 because she told him, "We can't use the phone anymore." She said, Barry, watches everything I do, and I'm afraid he's gonna find out. Suzanne mentioned the incident when she was on a beach in Mexico listening to music on her phone, and Barry was suspicious of her. Libler said she started handing her phone over to him and told him, "Do whatever you want. Go through it." Libler and Suzanne used WhatsApp because they could talk and leave messages, but there was no phone record of it. Libler did not think there would be call records of them talking past December of 2019. In October of 2019, Libler had a sales meeting in Dallas, and Suzanne was traveling to Phoenix. She left a day early and went through Dallas, staying in the same hotel Libler stayed in, the Galleria in northern Dallas, with the ice rink inside. They spent 2 nights at the hotel together. Suzanne was going to Phoenix conference to become a certified fitness instructor with the mindset of, what am I going to do if I leave him? She talked to Libler about Barry's moods and anger, saying, as long as he gets what he wants, everything's fine. Libler said he and Suzanne had a mutual understanding not to dive too much into the problems they had with their spouses. Libler knew Suzanne had discussions with Redacted in March or April of 2020 about separating from Barry and getting a divorce. Suzanne told Barry, I just want peace, explaining that she wanted it to be peaceful for the girls. Libler thought that in February 2020, Suzanne was wanted to break out on her own, but still wanted to wait until Redacted graduated. Libler said Suzanne felt some shame that she had so much materially, and she spoke to Libler about her life transformation. Barry held the huge houses and the Range Rover over Suzanne's head. Barry told her things like, I provide these things for you. You have the greatest life. You have everything. $1 million home. You have Range Rovers. You have Range Rovers. Libler said they never made concrete plans, but she told him several times when she does leave Barry, she would go without contacting Libler for a while. Suzanne said she was not doing this for Libler, but for herself. Suzanne's talk of leaving Barry was like a wave, with higher frequencies of waves. Libler said Suzanne had faith God would provide for her and that she would figure it out. Libler did not know she had an inheritance until he read about it in the media. In March through May of 2020, Libler and Suzanne talked a lot about mountain biking. Libler looked at the trails online in Colorado, and they sometimes talked before Suzanne went for a ride. Suzanne put her bike in her car on her way to the trailheads and did not often ride in her own neighborhood. She normally rode in the evening for about a half an hour or 40 minutes. In the first week of May 2020, Suzanne told Libler the girls were going on a camping trip that weekend. Libler said anytime she was alone with Barry, she dreaded it, didn't want to be alone with him. Barry refused to go to counseling, though Suzanne offered. Barry told her, you just need to be who you were to me, and everything will be fine. Libler said he thought two things could have happened to Suzanne. He, Barry, either learned about us and snapped, or maybe she told him she was going to leave him. Agents asked Libler what Barry's reaction was when Suzanne mentioned she wanted to separate from him. Libler responded he was very much against it. She would say, because he wants everything to look perfect on the outside. Libler said he does not believe Suzanne reached out to him with the intention of having a boyfriend. He described Suzanne as beautiful, kind, someone who treated people well, and a good listener, traits that attracted him to her. Libler said Suzanne is naive in some ways because she assumed the best of people and did not see what lies beneath. While Suzanne lived in Indiana with Barry, he acted suspiciously, like he was having an affair, Libler added. And then, I can tell you too, over the last year, she's like, I'd love for him to find a new girlfriend and just get out. Libler said that so long as Suzanne gratified Barry sexually, it was fine. He added, I don't think she was deriving a lot of pleasure out of things. When agents asked Libler if he thought or knew it, he said, I know. She said it's not pleasurable. Suzanne told Libler that she would not completely starve Barry of sex. Agents confirmed with Libler that he no longer had a phone he used to speak with Suzanne. He explained that in June of 2020, he dropped his phone on some stone steps. Isn't that convenient? And the faceplates shattered. Oh, tell me it didn't. Libler sent the phone into his company, and they sent him a new one. The phone the company sent Libler had all the same corporate apps on it as his previous phone, but none of the personal apps. Oh, imagine that. Isn't that special? Libler provided consent forms for his DNA, phone records, and logins for his social media accounts. Urafian served such warrants for LinkedIn and WhatsApp and received records for Suzanne's LinkedIn account. With photos and text shared between her and Libler, Urafian also served warrants on the Verizon account for Libler. The following data was collected. From LinkedIn, Libler and Suzanne sent 59 communications to each other on Saturday, May 9th, with the last outgoing from Suzanne at 2:11 p.m. when she mentioned, I'm on wa. Libler sent response messages at 2:39 p.m., 2:46 p.m., and 2:47 p.m., and Suzanne did not answer. He also sent messages on May 10th and May 11th that were not answered. Verizon records contained 738 calls between Libler and Suzanne's redacted number, Between October 2018 and December 2019, Suzanne called Libler 74 times under international calls from the Cayman Islands between January 14th to the 18th of 2019. On December 18, 2020, agents contacted Libler by phone and showed him some of the results of the LinkedIn messaging and the photos between him and Suzanne on May 9, 2020. On May 9, 2020, Suzanne sent a message to Libler at 11:42 a.m. that stated, "Guess who's alone again?" Libler told agents that message meant that they were free to talk, and Suzanne was not surprised that Barry left her alone at home. Libler confirmed that Suzanne's message at 2:11 p.m. "I'm on WA" referred to her starting WhatsApp so they could share video with each other. From referencing the LinkedIn messages before and after, Libler does not believe they used WhatsApp that time or later that day. Suzanne sent the photo to Libler on LinkedIn at 2:03 p.m. Libler's message to Suzanne at 2:46 p.m. "Hey, your weather looks great," may have been a reference to the picture she sent earlier or to Libler checking conditions in Colorado through the internet. Suzanne never answered that message or subsequent messages by Libler wishing her a happy Mother's Day on May 10th. From the return of the search warrant on Libler's Verizon phone, Libler used the same Michigan switch for all 23 communications from May 7th through the 11th of 2020 as he did on the day of November 13th, 2020 interview with agents at the office of the FBI in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Following the interview, Libler sent agents a screenshot of his credit card charges for his Costco wholesale credit card, redacted under the name Jeffrey S. Libler for May 2020. Noted our charges in FBI agent showed this May 9, 2020, 244 picture of Suzanne to Barry multiple times in March and April of 2021, since it may be the last proof of life of her independent of Barry. Wixom, Michigan for $292.40 at Menards. On May 7, 2020, a charge of $26.58 in Howell, Michigan. And on May 9, 2020, and Howell, Michigan on May 11, 2020. The charges are consistent with home improvement stores and the dock project Libler told agents he was working on in the days leading up to and through Mother's Day weekend at his Michigan residence. Libler also messaged Suzanne on 5/7/2020 saying that he went to Menards, and Suzanne asked him on 5/9/2020 whether he had finished his dock. Section 3, Barry's initial statements, May 2020 to July 2020. Your applicant selected statements from some of the interviews of Barry with CBI, CCSO, and the FBI from May 2020 through July 2020. Barry's assertions in these interviews are referenced throughout the remainder of this affidavit to include substantial changes that Barry makes in an attempt to fit any evidence presented to him by CBI agents. The following statements were summarized for the purpose of the affidavit. Barry interview, May 13th. On May 13th, 2020, CBI agent Joseph Cahill and CCSO Detective Robin Burgess interviewed Barry. Barry provided a background of his marriage to Suzanne, his daughters redacted, and their living arrangements. Barry explained they resided in Arcadia, Indiana until approximately 2018. At that time, he sold his landscaping business BLM Landscaping, and other real properties, and moved to the residence 19057 Puma Path, Salida, Chaffee County. Barry, an avid hunter and outdoorsman, explained that they moved to Salida to be closer to redacted, who attended Western State University in Gunnison, Colorado. Barry stated that he, Suzanne, and redacted reside at the 19057 Puma Path. There are no other persons who lived at that address. Barry stated that he has a family Verizon cellular phone account for his redacteds and Suzanne redacted, along with redacted and redacted phones. Barry has an iPhone 5S. He did not know the model of Suzanne's Apple cell phone, but he knew that it was pink in color. Barry's a real techie. Barry stated he is the owner of Sunset Farms LL7, a landscaping company in Salida. Additionally, he works as a subcontractor for Deslin Structures, DSI, a general contracting company in Salida. Barry stated he has several contracted employees. His primary contractor is Morgan Gentile. Barry stated that Morgan previously worked with him at DSI until she was fired about 1 year ago. When she was terminated, he hired her on as a contractor. Barry stated he is also a volunteer firefighter with the Chaffee County Fire District. He is assigned to Maysville Station 5. Barry stated Suzanne is technically unemployed. However, she would complete the invoicing for Sunset Farms. Barry stated he and Suzanne have all joint banking accounts. Bank of the West, Collegiate Peaks Bank, and 501 nonprofit Suzanne R. Morphew Hope Foundation. Barry stated that they have other holdings with Morgan Stanley, and he uses E-Trade. He also trades in silver and gold. Barry stated he owns a black 2013 Ford F350, one gray 2015 Ford F250, Blank's vehicle, one white 2015 Range Rover Suzanne's vehicle, and one white 2007 Range Rover Blank's vehicle. Barry said that Suzanne frequently uses Snapchat to communicate with friends and daughters. Barry stated Suzanne also uses Instagram and Facebook. Barry's 2 email accounts are blank and blank. Barry stated that Suzanne typically wakes up and has coffee. She reads her Bible and emails. She then rides her mountain bike around their neighborhood, and then she does other things around the house. On occasion, Suzanne rode the Methodist Trails area. Barry further explained that on Sundays, she virtually attends their church, Salida Grace. The service is broadcast on YouTube and generally lasts about 1 hour. Barry stated that he typically works until around 5 or 6 p.m. and he returns home. They have dinner and he usually goes to bed around 9 p.m. Barry stated that they typically sleep in the same bed. However, if he is snoring, he will sleep in the bonus room or on the couch. In the bonus room on the couch, sorry. Barry stated that Suzanne communicates daily via Snapchat with her best friend, Sheila Oliver. Barry stated that they also communicate via text message. Barry stated Suzanne also communicates daily with blank, and is typically home at the house, especially with the current school cancellation due to the pandemic. Barry stated that blank and blank, best friend of blank, departed on May 5th on... Hold on one second. Wait. On May 6th or 7th on a road trip to Utah and Idaho. They were due back May 10th, 2020. Barry explained that in 2019, his company had been contracted to build a retaining wall at a site in Broomfield, Colorado. 2 of his contractors, Cassidy Cordova and Cody Cox, were tasked with the work. Barry said that the wall was not completed correctly and he lost $30,000 because of it. Barry could not recall the name of the general contractor, GC, for the job. Barry stated that on Saturday, May 9, 2020, he worked with Morgan Gentile on a job site in Salida. The task was to complete a rock beach on the property. After this job, Barry communicated with Suzanne by text message. They talked about hiking, and she later requested him to purchase hot tub chemicals. Barry stated his last message from Suzanne was between 11 a.m. and noon. Barry stated at around 2:26 p.m. he texted Suzanne that he was done and he headed home. Barry stated that sometime on Saturday, Suzanne asked him to take her mountain bike and helmet out of her vehicle, which he did. Barry stated that he cooked steaks on the grill, and they never even looked at the clock that night. He added, "It's actually one of the best nights we've had in a while, actually, because there were no chemicals in Suzanne. He said they put their phones aside. Barry explained that on Saturday evening they had dinner together, had sexual intercourse, and went to bed. Barry could not specify a time, but believed it was around 8 p.m. Barry stated neither he nor Suzanne left that residence again. Barry stated that he was scheduled to travel to Broomfield on May 10, 2020 to get eyes on the site and fully determine what was needed. Barry stated Morgan was supposed to travel to Broomfield that evening and Cassidy was due to arrive Monday morning. Barry stated that he preloaded his truck on Saturday night. Barry explained he set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. on Sunday, May 10th, 2020. Barry changed his statement to the CBI in 2020 and the FBI in 2021 multiple times about the alarm to match evidence. Barry stated he awoke to his alarm at 4:30 a.m. Barry explained that when he awoke, Suzanne was still asleep in the master bed. Barry stated he heard her snoring. Barry said he showered and left the house at 5 a.m. Barry stated that he last saw Suzanne wearing short white shorts and a white string-type shirt. Barry stated that he traveled on the Highway 50 to Highway 285. He traveled 285 to 470 north to I-76 and then on to US 36. Barry stated that he went directly to the Holiday Inn and he checked in. Barry said he went into the room for a short period of time and rested after the drive. Barry was tired. Barry explained he then went over to the work site, and after looking at the site, Barry called Morgan and requested her to bring another person. Barry stated that he was at the job site at 10 o'clock-ish. He added that it was just hotel and job, back and forth. Barry stated he drove to a McDonald's near the job site and he cleaned his windshield. He then went back to his hotel room. He stated that he stayed in the room for about 1 hour and possibly watched television. Barry then returned to the job site. Barry stated in response to the question if he ate that day, I kind of looked for something to eat, he said, and that he always keeps granola bars in his truck. He said, I saw a McDonald's. I pulled in there. I don't like crap food, so I thought, I'm not going to eat here, he added. So I just ended up eating granola bars. While on the job site, Barry explained that his neighbor, Jeannie Ritter, called him and explained she could not reach Suzanne. Jean, who has access codes for his house, asked to go check the house. Jean discovered Suzanne's car was there, however, her mountain bike was not. Barry stated he had texted Suzanne Happy Mother's Day earlier, as did their daughters. Barry stated that his daughters had not received any replies from Suzanne. Also, Barry stated that there is no cellular phone service at the house unless the phone is on HughesNet Wi-Fi internet service. Barry stated, I was at the job site when Jean called me, adding that Jean called him around 5 p.m. Barry left the job site and drove to the hotel where he dropped off tools off in the lobby. He then drove back to Salida. Barry initially said there were no issues with their marriage. Later in the interview, when asked, Barry disclosed they did fight. Barry explained that Suzanne has battled through stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma several times in her life. The most recent battle started late last year in 2019. Suzanne was receiving maintenance treatments at the Cancer Center in Salida. Barry stated that Suzanne started using blank and alcohol. Barry stated that this drug and alcohol use would sometimes lead to arguments during which Suzanne would accuse him of being controlling. Barry described Suzanne's demeanor as hateful. Barry stated that the last argument they had was Friday morning. He denied any physical abuse or altercations between Suzanne and him. Barry stated that their daughters did not know about Suzanne's substance abuse and demanded that information not be disclosed to them. In fact, when asked, Barry admitted he deleted text messages from his cell phone because he didn't want their daughters to access the phone and read those messages. Barry changed his last sighting of Suzanne throughout 2020 and 2021 numerous times. All of the statements in this paragraph are later proven false. On April 22, 2021, FBI agents showed Barry surveillance photos of him being in a hotel room, not the job site, when Jean Ritter called at 5 p.m. Throughout his interviews, Barry moved from referring to a perfect marriage and a perfect Friday night to admitting he fought with Suzanne often. Other statements by Barry on May 13, 2020 interview include Barry stated, I just know that there's nothing in my truck. There's nothing in my house. I know that for a fact, unless somebody came there Sunday morning after I left. That's all. I'm just being honest with you. They can be there for 10 weeks. They'll never find a single thing. But Barry interjected Cody Cox as a suspect. that Cox allegedly threatened to kill Barry. Barry consistently, throughout the interview, questioned why he had not been cleared in the investigation. Barry initially identified the Cushman's cleaning lady's daughter and boyfriend as possible suspicious persons. Barry stated, because if somebody went in and did something that took her and then ditched her bike to make it look like something that I want you guys to find that evidence. However, he states multiple times, there's nothing in the house and nothing in my truck. Barry stated, and she would get so angry sometimes and even hateful, which is not her. Barry stated during those arguments, Suzanne had stated, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to divorce you. And she doesn't mean it. I know she doesn't mean it, but in that state of mind. When asked about working on Sunday, he stated, it's Mother's Day. It's not like it's husband's day. He stated that he stayed at the workplace with the, quote, I think I was there till probably 6 o'clock. In regards to the call to Jean Ritter, he stated, she calls me and says, hey, car is here. And I said, well, is her bike there? She goes, where did she keep that bike? And I said, well, I pulled out her car. It should be right near the car. She goes, there's no bike here. Unintelligible. Look here in the back. And I said, well, she riding her bike, but I'm a little concerned because I think she was going to take a morning ride. In regards to inspecting the clothing, Barry stated, yeah, she doesn't ride without a helmet, and she has a light blue helmet. Her favorite biking outfit is blue. I haven't been to the house to see if it's there or not, but if you guys didn't find it, then that's probably what she was wearing. Was the blue one missing? Light blue helmet, light blue outfit? She's a matcher. Light blue shirt, but was that in her closet, or did you guys find it? Regarding the bedding, Barry stated he observed sheets in the dryer. He stated, was her whole bed redacted's? Cause I wasn't in redacted's room. Was the whole bedding off? Barry was asked to voluntarily submit to a polygraph examination, which he declined and said he would think about it. Said he didn't want to do anything that wasn't 100% accurate. He also said that they weren't admissible in court. Agent Cahill observed scratches on Barry's left arm. Barry said, yeah, that's like from a tree when we were hiking in the mountains. These injuries appeared to be healing, several-day-old scratches. Barry interview May 21st. On May 21st, 2020, CBI Agent Cahill and Agent Derek Graham interviewed Barry for the purpose of reviewing the victimology packets of Suzanne that were prepared by the behavioral analysis units of the FBI. The interview was audio recorded. The following quotes were selected by Special Agent Grusing for this affidavit. Barry stated, I just wish that you knew how amazing she was, referring to Suzanne in past tense. Per Barry, Suzanne began to abuse antidepressants and alcohol to get away from the stress and anxiety of dealing with chemo and cancer. He said, it's the only thing we argued about, and he cited arguments. He added, when she was in that mind, it wasn't her. Barry said that it was Suzanne, not him, who wanted to move from Indiana. He stated, we, men, need sex. That's all we need and we'll be good. Barry discussed the pills Suzanne took and how he begged her to stop taking them. He added that she got mean and angry. Barry stated that Suzanne had friends she kept from him, evidenced by her attempting to text someone and her saying it was none of his business and that it was private. Barry said that Suzanne gave her passcodes to him and he could access her phone, but it was very suspicious. Why did she not tell him about some of her communications? Barry said that he gave Suzanne $300 to $400 per week for spending. He said she never went to an ATM. I'm Barry, was the ATM. Regarding Barry leaving Suzanne alone on Mother's Day, when she disappeared, he replied that his girls were supposed to come home, and I didn't feel bad because I thought they were going to be there around lunchtime. Barry stated that Suzanne's alcohol consumption increased after May 6th when the girls left town, and she did not have to hide alcohol from blank. Barry said on Friday, I think we jumped in her car and went to Moonlight Pizza, got a pizza and a salad. He said that they ate the pizza in the car and they brought it home to eat. Maybe ate some of the pizza on the way home and ate the salads. Barry stated that Saturday, May 9th morning, he got up early, probably had to put a few tools in my truck. Suzanne thanked him for the breakfast and was perfectly normal, giving him a kiss goodbye, and everything was great. He told her that he would be home soon and they could go bike riding or hiking or something. Barry added that it was a perfectly normal day and she was in a perfectly good mood. When asked if anything... Hold on one second. What? Okay. All right. Let's see here. So it was a perfectly normal day, and she was in a perfectly good mood. When asked if anything was out of the ordinary, if anything out of the ordinary happened, Barry said, no, it was a perfect day. Saturday, when agents asked Barry if Suzanne had been drinking, he said that he did not pay much attention because he wanted to have a good night with her. Barry said that they grilled steaks and did not leave the house after he got home that day. He said that he and Suzanne laid out on the patio in the sun. Barry said that she made soup for lunch. He left his phone alone because he wanted a nice evening with my wife. Suzanne talked to Barry that evening about purchasing a house in town for $800,000. He said that Suzanne was not on her phone that night that he knew of. When agents asked Barry if he and Suzanne went to bed together, he replied, I'm pretty sure we do. And later, I'm pretty sure we want to sleep together that night. Suzanne did not leave the house after they had sex and went to sleep. When the agent specifically asked if Barry used his phone to set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. on Sunday, he stated that he just woke up on his own without an alarm. Thank you, Billy Boy Blue. Did Barry enjoy his whiskey? I don't know. CBI agents asked Barry why he answered sex as the number one reason why someone might be motivated to cause Suzanne to disappear on the BAU questionnaire. He answered, because my wife is beautiful. He added, and that's my nightmare right now, like if somebody's got her and sexually abusing her right now as we speak. Agents told Barry that workers who came to his hotel room following his May 10th departure commented that the room smelled like chlorine. He replied he had no idea why, and that maybe the hotel staff used it to clean because of the pandemic. Agents also told Barry that documents were left in the room and asked him if he took any documents into the room, and he replied, not to my knowledge. There was somebody in the room after me. It could have been them. It could have been his. When agents asked Barry why he did not pick up Morgan Gentile as agreed on Sunday for the ride to Broomfield, he stated, I didn't want her to ride with me because she smokes. And I told her I wanted her to drive her car and she was just going to follow me. Barry interview May 28th. On May 28th, CBI agent Cahill and agent Derek Graham interviewed Barry and audio recorded the interview. Barry was asked about the tranquilizer darts in his house. He stated that those darts' purpose was to tranquilize bucks to sell them. He said the bucks could then be placed in a trailer that has cubicles. The tranquilizer is a sedative, a narcotic, and he only did this tranking and selling of bucks back in Indiana. Barry said that he has not used the tranquilizer or darts in Colorado. Barry interviewed June 2nd. On June 2nd, 2020, Special Agent Grusing met with Barry at a house near his residence to conduct an interview regarding the victimology or pattern of life of Suzanne. The interview was audio recorded. Barry said Suzanne might leave him, but would never leave her daughters. Barry also agreed that an animal attack was unlikely and that an accident was unlikely based upon the positioning of the bicycle and the helmet. Barry talked about Suzanne. Hold on a minute. Did we get? In April 2021, Barry told a different story about the documents to FBI agents. This statement contradicts Barry's admissions to the FBI in 2021 of using tranquilizer darts and disposing of evidence. Barry talked about Suzanne abusing alcohol and drugs, saying that the last time Suzanne was doing well was the first summer we were here, specifying that was the summer of 2018. Barry told Special Agent Grusing, we only have 968 pages to go. Barry told Special Agent Grusing that he thought Suzanne was abducted by someone. Special Agent Grusing explained that the last similar violent act that occurred in Salida area happened in 1980. Barry was informed of that time of day. Suzanne was riding the low traffic area, her minimal exposure to the community, and other low risk factors and stabilizers in her life. Special Agent Grusing told Barry this looked like an intimate partner homicide, and Barry did not object. Special Agent Grusing noted Barry listed sex as the top motivation someone might have had for Suzanne's disappearance. Barry said he listed that because of how attractive Suzanne was. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry why he only wrote convict for his response on what should happen, convict for his response of what should happen to the person responsible for Suzanne's disappearance. And he replied, it should be convicted and held responsible. I mean, that's not what I wanted to write. I mean, inside me, I feel like I would like them. I would like to physically harm them if they did that to my wife. But Billy Boy Blue says it's my day off. I'm gonna send mad super chats because she's the best. Thank you, Billy Boy Blue. Okay, so let's see. I feel like I would like to physically harm them if she did this to my wife. But when Barry was asked of his last image of Suzanne, he initially replied that he did not see her on the morning of May 10th or remember a last image. Special Agent Grusing walked Barry through his prior statements of seeing Suzanne and describing her clothing. Barry was asked multiple times what his last image of her was, and he did not answer the question. Finally, to elicit some response, Special Agent Grusing asked if he even remembered seeing a lump of covers in the bed before he left for Broomfield. Barry replied that he saw probably just the lump there. Detail is remember her breathing. Regarding Friday, May 8th, Barry stated, but in the afternoon, the text fight was like, it never happened. She texted me back and it was just like, hey, what time are you coming home? Hey, this or that. Just pick this up or pick that up. Regarding the afternoon of Saturday, May 9th, Barry said when he arrived home, Suzanne had vegetable soup waiting for them, and they just kind of sat out in the sun. They sat out in the sun. They talked. They had a good day. They decided they were going to grill steaks out that evening. And he said she was perfectly fine because there was no alcohol in her. Regarding Suzanne's activities on Saturday night, Barry stated she took blank sheets off and washed them Saturday evening. Barry was asked if other people had passwords to get into the phones and laptops of Suzanne. He replied that Suzanne told him what her last password was. Barry interviewed June 3rd. On June 3rd, 2020, CBI agents Cahill and Graham interviewed Barry at his residence. The interview was audio recorded. The following quotes are selected for this affidavit. Regarding Friday morning, May 8th, 2020, Barry stated that we had our text argument. I don't even remember what it was about. She was in one of her moods. Suzanne's affair with Libler started in the late spring, early summer of 2018. Barry would later tell Special Agent Grusing that Suzanne was drunk when he was shown her last proof of life photo she sent to her lover at 2:03 p.m. on Saturday. When questioned about their activities Friday evening, Barry responded that they probably watch TV, and Suzanne is always on her computer, and she's typically on the computer, maybe doing a class online. She always looks for clothes online. He added that she did not apologize about the text that morning, like nothing ever happened. Regarding Saturday, May 9th, morning, Barry stated that he did not set an alarm or recall what time he got up. He made himself and Suzanne breakfast. He sat next to her in bed. He said, "I think I made bacon and eggs and toast." Regarding Saturday, Barry stated that he got home and Suzanne had a bowl of soup ready for him. They talked about hiking and biking. They spent the day together and sat outside in the sun and talked for an hour. Regarding Saturday, Barry stated, "I honestly don't recall what we did after that soup, but I think we hiked here in the subdivision." Yes, we did hike. We hiked to Foose's that night, then twice. I'm pretty sure that's the night we hiked Foose's. Barry stated, "I know we sat down at the lake for a while. I'd say we were gone for an hour and a half, maybe." He added it was actually a good day. She didn't drink at all. It was a normal, nice afternoon. Barry stated that he got back to the house probably around 3 or 4, talked about the dinner, and she said she was going to make some potatoes. He said he would marinate the steaks. I'm probably in the garage. I usually tinker around there killing time. He added that Suzanne was probably doing sheets, adding that Blank's bed was a free-for-all while he was in the garage tinkering. Barry said, "Just had a wonderful evening, and she was perfectly fine because there was no alcohol in her." He again said he asked her not to drink that night. Barry stated that after dinner, Suzanne did the dishes and he went back into the garage, fixing the pin on the Bobcat. Barry stated, "I think I recall seeing 4:15-ish when I got up and knowing that, hey, if I leave at 5, I'll get there at 8. He added, I probably got up, took a shower, got my clothes on. Barry added that Suzanne was naked the last time he saw her, so he did not know what she was last wearing. Barry stated that he went into the dryer looking for socks and saw blank sheets, and he dug through some of Suzanne's clothes in the dryer. A pair of her shorts were in there. Regarding Sunday morning, Barry stated, "I think I was getting hungry. I think I went to McDonald's. That was closed. I think that's meaning. And I think when I was there, I think I decided, oh, that was close. Okay. That was close. And I think when I was there, I decided against McDonald's. But I never eat there. And because of the pandemic, so I think I went around the corner to the gas station. I got a granola bar." Barry eats healthy. He's a clean eater. Barry's interviewed June 17th. On June 17th, 2020, CBI agents Cahill and Derek Graham interviewed Barry. The interview was audio recorded. Thank you, Billy Boy Blue. Get it in. When questioned of anything recently that might have been a first for Suzanne, Barry responded that she started taking THC, CBD, edibles, and oils about a month before she left. Barry reported that she was getting it from a guy in Westcliff named Tim, and that Barry could provide Tim's contact. Near the end of the interview, Barry provided Tim's phone number. Barry separately said Suzanne was buying drugs off the street and cited that the person from whom she was buying the drugs with is a viable suspect for her disappearance. See the interview summary of Timothy Agnew in Section 5. Barry purchased CBD oil from Agnew in 2019. On June 25th, Barry's interview, June 25th. On June 25th, 2020, CBI agents Cahill and Derek Graham interviewed Barry. The interview was audio recorded. Barry said that Suzanne's family, the Mormons, were involved in marijuana, and maybe they were responsible for her disappearance. He referred to her sister, Melinda, as being wicked, and her brother David as being smart enough to do something like this. He's brilliant. After suggesting that maybe Suzanne's siblings should be considered as alternate suspects, Barry stated, sometimes when people are guilty, then they point the finger because of their guilt. Barry thought that Suzanne and Kurt Sigler might have been having an affair. Barry stated that he never looked at Suzanne's phone because he did not want to lose his trust. But then she looked at Barry's phone all the time. Barry stated that Suzanne had the body of a 30-year-old and that they, women, give us sex. That's all we ever want or need. Barry said, I guarantee you that my tech from my truck and my phone will exact match my interviews because I know for a fact what I've done. And Barry provided the phone number for Tim from Westcliff, who might be involved in Suzanne's disappearance. Barry's interview July 8th. On July 8th, 2020, CBI agents Cahill and Graham interviewed Barry at his residence. The interview was audio recorded. Regarding the worst text Barry deleted, he said, if I remember right, it was Friday morning. I was working and she was in one of her moods. Barry stated regarding Sunday, I went in, got the hotel room, relaxed for a little bit, went to the job site and seen it. Then added, pulled several blocks off and left it. Barry stated, and that's McDonald's, the only places I remember going. He adds, I did nothing else besides went to the job site and went to the hotel. Regarding Saturday, Barry stated, we sat out in the sun. She was sunning and wanted me to sit out with her. I knew we went to Fousey's. And I can't remember exactly if it was Saturday, but I'm thinking it was Saturday. We took a walk up around Fousey's and we came back and she read. I tinkered around outside and did things outside until supper and grilled steaks. Barry stated, if I went to DSI, it wasn't in the afternoon and I could have run back to the crib and had him put the blade in. Barry said, I know I made steaks on the grill. That's one thing I know I did. Barry stated, we had a lot of good time together that week. Regarding the argument Friday morning, Barry stated, to be honest with you, I can't even remember what it was about. Barry made a similar statement, again in an interview with CBI agents Cahill and Graham on July 1st, 2020. Barry said that Melinda and David appeared to be pointing the finger at him and stated, so I don't understand why they're doing this unless they're guilty, but sometimes people that are guilty say, hey, you know, he did it. He did it. When Barry had suggested alternate suspects like Melinda or David, he seems not to recognize that he seems to be doing the very thing he's explaining that is supposed to indicate a person is guilty. That I have to laugh about because they do that on YouTube too when they talk about what other people are doing and they're doing the exact same thing. That's hysterical. That's really good. It's a good example. The alcohol got worse and worse and worse and lasted 3 months, and she was drinking every single day. Barry stated, I just can't remember any specifics when informed by the CBI about the long phone call on May 8th, adding, to be honest, I just can't remember us talking on the phone. Barry stated, that weekend, nothing out of the ordinary happened. It seemed normal and perfect. Barry stated, with the girls gone, Suzanne's phone would be on all night Saturday. Let's see. Barry stated, I think that there was some trash in my truck, adding wrappers, bottles, and junk that accumulated over the work week. He said that he threw the trash in a garbage can and went to the gas station and got a granola bar. Thanks for being you. Thank you, Deb. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And he got a granola bar, right? He went to the gas station, he got a granola bar. Barry stated, I'm pretty sure that's when Jean called and I was right there at the wall, adding that he loaded up his tools. He took them directly to the hotel. He told the lady working in the hotel lobby that he had an emergency and asked if he could leave the tools in the lobby. When asked if he threw anything away at the hotel, Barry replied, "Not that I recall. I mean, I could have, but not that I recall." When asked to be specific, he replied, "Not that I recall." Barry was asked twice if he took anything into the hotel room besides his backpack, and he replied that he did not. Barry stated, "I don't know," when asked by the CBI when the last time Suzanne talked about leaving him. When asked if it was recent, he replied, "No, I don't ever recall her saying she's going to leave me." Agents asked Barry if Suzanne ever told him that she was done. And Barry stated, "She's never said that. She loves her family too much." Barry stated, "We grilled a steak. We split it." Sport there. Barry stated, "We had 2 different plates that night." And this statement was refuted by Agent Graham, who explained that it appeared only 1 plate was recovered from among the items in the dishwasher. Barry replied then he must have hand washed his own plate. Barry stated, "Because she started drinking." In response to the statement by CBI that he and Suzanne's behavior got worse the minute the girls left on the trip, and she was drinking the whole time. Barry stated that after multiple assertions that he did not recall what junk he threw away, that he might have thrown away an old pair of boots that had been in the back of his truck. After CBI told him multiple times that he threw away more than boots, he stated, "If there's clothes in my truck, then they're probably old clothes I threw away." Barry was told by CBI that he showered at the house before leaving and showered at the hotel when he arrived. He replied, "Showers relax me." What does that say? "Please send for Suzanne and all of us who wear boots on the ground. All for Suzanne. No thanks. Please, just join. Please send for Suzanne." What do you mean, "please send for Suzanne"? I'm not sure what you mean, Deb. Thank you, though. Barry was told by CBI that his showers relax me. Barry stated, "I change shirts all the time," when told by the CBI that he changed shirts twice after getting the hotel. When asked why, he stated, "I don't even recall changing shirts that day." When confronted by CBI agents that the video footage from the hotel contradicted Barry's statements that he was at the wall on the job site when Jean Ritter called, Barry did not refute the evidence. The property, 19057 Puma Path, not including the house, was searched following this interview, pursuant to the issuance of a search warrant for the remains of Suzanne. Results were negative. Tips to CBI. As of April 26, 2021, CBI has received 1,485 tips for Suzanne Morphew's disappearance. These tips are reviewed and investigated as they are received. Numerous people have been identified, interviewed, or investigated due to criminal reasons related to them being in the area or associated in some way with the family. Investigation into a small number of these tips is ongoing, though none of them have provided any evidence to substantiate anyone as a legitimate alternate suspect or to counter the evidence against Barry highlighted in this affidavit. Section 4, Evidence. Only 101 pages to go. I'm just going to grab another cup of coffee. If you have to use the restroom or get a snack, this is a good time to go, or stretch your legs. I'll be right there.
Yeah, honey, I'll do it.
You'll do what?
Make that coffee.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That didn't sound good, did it?
It's been doing it. It always does that. I think I'll give Rocky some. I had to get some dessert, son.
Oh, did you ever see if you could have kiwi?
Kiwi? No, I didn't check that.
Huh?
I didn't check the kiwi.
You should have. There's one kiwi left, and you have a little bit of everything. Who does this? This should never be in there. You're gonna get trapped in there. Those are so delicate, those glasses.
I'm gonna do Rocky some of this right here. I
We
like that
can't,
cinnamon.
no, we can't have
Cinnamon.
it. We can't have it. It's sweet. You're giving, see if you can have kiwi.
Okay.
Is he allowed?
Kiwi? Let me see. Yeah, it says they can have kiwi.
Alright, here's a little kiwi for him. Here, put it in that dish right there. Huh? You what?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the sink.
Yeah, it's right there. There's a string beans too.
Birdseed, yeah. I've been getting a string bean every day. Birdseed. That's cheese, leaf. No cereal. Vegetable. Yeah, see right here. Growth is soon harvest. Variety of food include fruit and almond, pears, grapes, apples, kiwi, avocado, peach.
Say avocado, he likes it.
I've been getting. Oh, that's squirrel. I mean, flying.
Oh yeah, look for flying squirrel.
Yeah, that's not flying.
Huh?
That's the wrong thing. I didn't put the wrong thing. It showed me wrong. Yeah, honeydew melon, grapefruit, grape.
Did you ever give him grapefruit?
Wait, it went back to I don't know. It went right back to the regular food.
Okay, so coffee break. Yeah, it's coffee break, Petito. This is crazy. I don't think we've had an arrest affidavit this long. This is crazy. This is like reading a short book. Okay, maybe there'll be a lot of pictures at some point. But I don't want to skip ahead to the end and ruin it. Okay, where were we? Section 4, Evidence. Tire impressions. On May 14, 2020, search teams located tire impressions in the area where Suzanne's helmet was located. The GPS coordinates, blah, 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 blah. On the same date, the tire impressions were cast by agents with the Colorado Bureau of Investigations for late possible comparisons. Detective Julian advised Special Agent Grusing on August 26 of 2020 that only one tire impression was suitable for testing. Ford F-350 telematics. On March 14, 2020, your affiant prepared a search warrant for the telematic data from Barry's Ford 350 truck. On the same date, your affiant submitted the search warrant affidavit and service request form to the Rocky Mountain Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory. The results of this data will be discussed in conjunction with the search of Barry's phone. Search of residence, May 20th, 2020. On May 20th, 2020, search efforts were still ongoing at the Morphew residence, searching for evidence related to Suzanne's disappearance. And on this date, Detective Julian located a writing pen that appears to be the spy pen Sheila Oliver referenced. So they found that on May 20th. The pen was located in a cloth bin amongst women's bras. The cloth bin and pen were inside the walk-in closet in the master bedroom located on the ground level of the residence. Detective Julian located with the pen the controller and headphones for playback and a USB cable. Spy pen recordings. On May 23, 2020, Detective Julian transported the seized Memos audio recording pen to the Colorado Springs Police Department Digital Forensics Unit. CSPD Detective Brian Rogers conducted the search and data recovery of the Memos pen's content. Some of the audio files on the pen were deleted. However, 2 of those deleted audio files were retrieved during the search and analyzed by Detective Rogers. On May 24, 2020, Detective Julian started reviewing the audio on the recording pen. The recordings appear to run from February 2020 to March 2020 based upon the context. Detective Julian gathered the following information. Suzanne communicated with 2 different male voices. One, now see that's funny because you could read that 2 different ways. Knowing YouTube, that could be a voice changer. Suzanne communicated with 2 different male voices, meaning she changed her voice into 2 different male voices. But no, she communicated with 2 different male voices. One self-identified as Barry, and the other one was identified by Suzanne as Jeff. One of 2 conversations between Suzanne and Jeff sounded to be of an intimate nature. The conversations between Suzanne and Barry is confrontational, and their voices are raised. Under the file number 322-2020, Suzanne appears to place her recording pen in the truck of Barry as he took a trip to Pueblo. The pen recorded him listening to multiple episodes of forensic files to include the killings of Mary Lee Wilson and Donna Payan by Lemuel Smith, the murder of Vicki Lynn Hoskinson, who went missing after riding her bike. Oh, interesting, huh? The murder of Vicki Lynn Hoskinson, who went missing after riding her bike. Hoskinson's sister finds the bike in disgust. It was found in the middle of the road. The case began as a missing child. Her family pleaded on TV for her return. Discussion also included the location of Hoskinson's body in Tucson being a remote location, how animals had scavenged her bones, and investigators trying to determine when she was killed. Okay. So now, Barry further listened to the forensic files of Walter Scott, a man that went missing but was later determined to be a homicide victim of James Williams. While, let me see here. While Scott was married to Joanne, he had an affair with a woman named Suzanne. Meanwhile, Joanne was cheating with a man named James Williams. Williams killed his first wife, staged a car accident, and married Joanne after killing Scott. Walter was reported to be acting not himself in the days prior to his disappearance. A phone call is recorded between Barry and Suzanne, in which Suzanne calls Barry Shirley, his mother's name, after he tells her how to cook. Barry asks Suzanne why she has to be so mean to him. Much of the conversation is unintelligible because of the truck noise. Barry listened to other Forensic Files episodes of homicide investigations during the 5-hour recording session. Sergeant His Julian and FBI agents Stephanie Benitez and Kenneth Harris listened to the recordings on the spy pen and collaborated with RCFI to attempt to mitigate the background noises that interfere with the audio. The following relevant portions were recovered. In March of 2020, Suzanne told Barry the following: "This is all I hear every day. This is all I hear every day. What I'm not, what I should think, undecipherable. And I'm not listening to that anymore. Listen to me, Barry. Listen to me." Barry interrupting. Listen to me. I have lived for years being told how I should feel, how I should act, how I should look, what I should drink, what I shouldn't drink, what I should put in my body, what I shouldn't put in my body, undecipherable. I fell into this. This is not undecipherable. Controlling, more talking. It's not okay. Front and back. Later in the conversation, Suzanne and Barry were arguing. Suzanne: "You want me to just..." Barry: "No, I'm just asking you to." Suzanne: "Blindly go into this?" Barry: "You don't have to go blindly do anything. I'll make plenty of money this year to pay you back." Suzanne: "I don't want to talk about it since you yelled at me the other day." Barry: "Okay, I will make plenty of money this year, this summer, to pay you back, probably within a month. This is something that I told you that was important, and you decided to go against my wishes." Suzanne later stated, "It's all about money." Then she added, 80% of our arguments are because of money." She added, "It's money. It's about money." At 1 hour, 17 minutes, Barry stated, "If you want your money, I'm going to pay you back. I'm going to make plenty of money. And I told you it was important. You decided to go against my will and my wishes." Suzanne responded with words to the effect of, "Not against it. You brought it up and we talked about it." Suzanne's conversations with Jeff. Jeff is driving north. Oh, hold on a minute. Special Agent Harris provided the following synopsis on Suzanne's recording with Jeff that occurred during her February 2020 trip to Florida. Hard to hear in some places. Jeff is driving north on 75 during their conversation. Jeff talks about a potential job and says he can't take it. Suzanne asks why and mentions the weather in Michigan in February. Interstate 75 does travel north and south through Michigan. Jeff and Suzanne appear to be talking possibly about trying to meet up around Valentine's Day. Suzanne seems to reference being sure that Barry would be at home at the time and would not show up. There is a reference in the Suzanne and Jeff conversation to Tuesday the 11th and Valentine's Day as if they are still coming up and possibly talking about or making plans for those dates. February 11th, 2020 was a Tuesday. At 21:08, Suzanne takes a call on speakerphone. She stated, "Hi, sweetie, I'm good. How about you?" Suzanne and the male, presumably Jeff, discuss her trip to Florida. She later stated that Barry was flying to Florida and she thought, "It's just weird stuff. The whole Valentine's Day thing," inaudible. "But I was kind of happy to hear that because maybe we are in the clear." Jeff replied, "Well, like I said, I don't want it to be a stressful thing. I just don't." Suzanne stated, "Jeff, come on. I'm the one who started the whole ball rolling." She added, "I mean, there's a lot that went on last week that I haven't told you about, and not good stuff. So I really think he feels bad about that too. You're not a homewrecker. You're my lover and my sweet friend and the man I love dearly, okay?" Jeff stated, "I won't. I just want you to be happy, that's all." Suzanne replied, "I'm looking at the man who makes me happy." Tranquilizer. On May 19th, 2020, CCSO Deputy Scott Himshoot was present during the search at 19057 Puma Path in the laundry room and was asked to collect a Pinu dart box, empty, one plastic hypodermic cover, one Pinu dart book from safe in the garage, one dart from the box under the bench in the garage, among other items. The plastic cover was located by evidence search teams in the dryer, inside of the sheets belonging to the bed. These items were sent to the CBI laboratory for testing. Okay. CR 105 search. On May 22nd, 2020, at approximately 9:05 a.m., pursuant to the issuance of a search warrant, search teams, along with canines and canine handlers, bloodhound man trackers, necrosearch, searched the property at 6962 County Road CR 105, a site where Barry had been conducting earthwork since April 2020. A local resident had reported heavy machinery being used late at night on Saturday, May 9, 2020. During the search, 3 canines were ran blindly and individually across the property. NecroSearch and the FBI Evidence Response Team, ERT, worked with CCSO and CBI to remove portions of the poured concrete slab and search through the new construction. On May 23, 2020, a second excavation was conducted at the property in attempts to find the remains of Suzanne. Results were negative. Facebook friends request. Subsequent to the issuance of a search warrant, your affiant received the Facebook business record for the account of Suzanne Morphew. FBI Special Agent Grusing and FBI Staff Operations Specialist SOS Robert Voss reviewed the results. 20 males, 3 of them with the first name Jeff, through Jeff Libler, was not on the list, and 3 females were new friends added to Suzanne's Facebook account between Friday, May 8th at 9:04 p.m. through Saturday, May 9th at 6:01 p.m. From a cursory review of Suzanne's account dating back to January 1st of 2020, these friend requests were out of the norm for Suzanne. Though Suzanne received over 20 friend requests from others in 2020, her Facebook account profile initiated no friend requests until May 8th. Of the 23 people who received Suzanne's request, none were able to confirm with Suzanne that it was actually her who sent the request. FBI and CCSO interviewed over 10 of these recipients, most of whom live in Indiana. Derek Thurston, who received a friend request from Suzanne's account on May 10th, 2020 at 10:12 a.m., said he knew Suzanne from junior high through high school in Alexandria, but was not a close friend of hers. Thurston thought it was odd that Suzanne decided to send the friend request after not talking to him in over 25 years. He added that she did not seem like the type who was desperate to friend people whom she did not know well. Thank you, L. Anders. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bobby Huff, who became Facebook friends with Suzanne on May 9th, 2020 at 9:33 a.m., graduated with Barry from Alexandria Monroe High School, AMHS, in Alexandria, Indiana. Huff has not talked to Barry or Suzanne since 1985. Huff stated that Suzanne would never see me and friend me on Facebook. Huff explained that her sending of the invitation felt weird to him and not something Suzanne would do after such a long period of not speaking, especially the day before she disappeared. Huff added that many rumors were flying around Alexandria that Suzanne and Barry were not happy in their marriage, that Barry was in financial trouble, and that he was involved in shady business dealings. Shane Phipps became Facebook friends with Suzanne on May 8th, 2020 at 9:08 p.m. Phipps said he did not know Suzanne because she was younger than him, but he and Barry knew each other from AMHS since Phipps was 1 year older than Barry. Wade Pulliam called the Suzanne Morphew tip line. Pulliam wanted to report receiving a Facebook request from Suzanne on Friday, May 8th, 2020 at 10:05 a.m., which he found strange because he has not spoken with her in 30-plus years. Ricky King became Facebook friends with Suzanne on May 9th, 2020 at 9:31 a.m. King had his phone with him when he received the friend request on that Saturday, May 9th, and he accepted that request though he had no real contact with Suzanne or Barry since high school. King described the friend request as strange, considering the timing and the fact that he did not know Suzanne or Barry well. Range Rover seized. Okay, so the Range Rover got seized. Let's see. On May 16, 2020, CCSO seized the 2 Range Rovers located in the garage at the Morphew residence. The vehicles were towed and taken to the CCSO secure impound facility to secure them for further evidence processing. On May 20th, 2020, Raffian spoke with FBI Special Agent Dave Donati regarding the 2007 Range Rover and the 2015 Range Rover telematics essay. Donati explained the 2007 Range Rover would not contain telematic information, but the 2015 may contain this data. On April 29, 2021, S.A. Grusing advised that the results of the examination by the FBI Technology Division for the 2015 Range Rover have not been completed. Okay, before we go to Barry's Verizon records, it's time to check in with our good friend over there on the lawn next to the Laundrie house. So we're going to check in with our good friend over there, Brian Enton, I'm sorry. Let's just check in and see if he has anything going on for us over there. Oh, he does have some news. You know what? I must be telepathic or something. He just put an update 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. No Laundrie attorney press conference tomorrow. The lawyer canceled it. Wow. Saying, as per my conversation with the FBI this evening, there will be no press conference tomorrow. That's interesting, isn't it? As per my conversation with the FBI this evening, there will be no press conference tomorrow. Interesting. Outside the Laundrie house. Let's see what he has to say. What do you have to say for us, Brian? Anything?
I'm gonna wait for some more people to join.
No, it's okay. We've got enough here. You can go ahead. Just tell us. You look nervous tonight. Getting tough out there.
All right. So, This is actually the light from my laptop. It's super dark out here.
It's okay.
But just wanted to give you guys an update since last time I talked to you.
Thanks.
Not a ton of activity.
I didn't think
We
so.
still have the road closed out here. It's like very, very quiet. Still, Northport police are still out here kind of blocking off the streets, and they still got the house surrounded by caution tape. We're just waiting. We're going to be going on Ashley Banfield's show on News Nation in about 15 minutes on, Banfield.
Yeah.
They're going to go into this case really deeply, so you guys should check it out.
Well, we're
We'll
going to
have
be
all the
doing
new,
this affidavit right now. So,
Newest
yeah.
details.
Maybe
Sorry, I'm like a little distracted.
I know you are.
But let me walk over and show you guys kind of the latest at the house.
We don't really like you pushing other channels on here, but that's okay.
Let me grab the hotspot.
All right, get a hotspot.
So this is some people were asking me earlier. So this is kind of like where we're hanging out.
Yeah, it looks cool. Not really.
You know, the neighbors letting us chill here.
You
So
told us that. Yeah. Not much going on there, huh?
really quiet out here tonight. We know that the Laundries are still inside the house because we've been here and they haven't left. We definitely have seen it. The only time they came out today was the FBI put them in the black van, which was right there earlier today, for not very long, and then they went back into the house and they haven't left since.
All right.
So someone's asking me, how do we watch that? So Banfield, you guys probably have heard of Ashley Banfield, really, really
Yeah, okay. I
famous,
said we're not
well-known,
really
great
sitting here.
journalist. She
Yeah,
has a
it's
show
wonderful.
on my station
Okay.
that
That's
I work
great.
for.
All right, I'm going to have
Nation.
to. Okay, come on now. Let's go. Enough with the plugging. Okay, now
You guys are ridiculous with this new nickname for me, by the way.
No,
Like,
we're not
I still
ridiculous.
don't fully understand it, but I guess I can just embrace it. I don't
yeah,
know.
just embrace it.
Sort of makes me feel old.
You are kind of old. But
I'm
it's okay.
36.
Well, you look older than 36, but I wouldn't have guessed that. Wow, you're only 36? Okay,
Yeah, it is really, really dark.
it is. All right. Not a lot to say tonight, huh, Brian?
Someone's asking how they're getting food if they've been in there. It's a good question.
Who really cares?
There was even like a photographer in the trees back there that we saw. I don't know what outlet he was from.
Probably YouTube.
Yeah, it's not impossible. Someone's saying, "Be careful, Brian can come back." We definitely thought about that too.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You're fine. You got a camera crew there.
Murder in Wyoming. So the cool thing about News Nation is our company owns Murder in
Okay,
Wyoming.
this
So the
guy's
cool
just,
thing about
he
News
doesn't
Nation
really have much to say tonight except to plug different channels. So thanks, Brian, but thanks for telling us. No Laundrie attorney press conference tomorrow. The lawyer canceled it, saying, as per my conversation with the FBI this evening, there will be no press conference tomorrow. Okay. So not a hell of a lot happening there. All right, let's go back to the Morphew stuff now. Back to the Morphew stuff. All right. Barry's Verizon Records is where we're at. Hey, we've got now we're less than 100 pages. Unbelievable. On May 12, 2020, your affiant spoke with Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. S.A. Hoyland requested that cellular records be obtained for 1 month prior to law enforcement being notified on May 10, 2020, when Suzanne went missing. Special Agent Hoyland explained that records will be useful to establish a pattern of life for Suzanne. With her call detail records, search warrants were served to Verizon Wireless for detailed record information to include all geolocation information on the following people: Suzanne Morphew, redacted, Barry Morphew, redacted, Morphew, redacted, Morphew, and redacted. To date, no evidence has been obtained to include ongoing phone calls, outgoing SMS, text messages, vehicle movements, sightings, or video cameras or sightings by an independent witness other than Barry that Suzanne left the Morphew house after May 8, 2020, 7:06 p.m. FBI Special Agent Grusing, computer scientist Brian Turner, and CAST Agent Hoyland, along with the personnel from RMRCFL, have examined Barry's cell phone. Special Agent Grusing wrote the following regarding Barry's cell phone content as it relates to Suzanne's disappearance. Yeah, Elizabeth G. looks older, right? I think he's prematurely gray. I have a nephew that did that really young. Yeah. Okay. From 5:41 p.m. on Friday, May 8th, 2020 through Sunday, May 10th, 2020, all 11 calls between Barry and Suzanne are outgoing from Barry to Suzanne. Out of 58 voicemails on Barry's phone, none are from Suzanne. Barry deleted numerous calls between himself and Suzanne from 4/5/2020. When asked by FBI agents in April 2021 why he deleted those calls, he said he did not recall doing so and he must have been freeing up space on his phone. I'm sure he was, right? He was freeing up a little space on that phone. On January 7th of 2020, Barry's phone searched. Oh boy. Wow. On January 7th, 2020, this is getting into Mark Seaver territory. On January 7th, 2020, Barry's phone searched how to make a girl orgasm YouTube. Recovered from deleted web searches on Barry's phone. Barry's phone searched older man, younger woman relationships, YouTube. Recovered from deleted web searches on Barry's phone. Barry could be watching us right now. He's out on bail. Barry. On January 8th, 2020, Barry's phone searched the Facebook help page. I can't reset my Facebook password because I can't access the email or mobile phone number on my account. Help Center recovered from deleted web searches on Barry's phone. On January 24th, 2020, Barry's phone searched third base, my first hand job, Dear Teen Diary, 9th grade, entry 14, YouTube. What? That's disgusting, Barry. Recovered from deleted web searches on Barry's phone. Yuck. 37. Reference the password reset. Suzanne's iPhone on the night of May 8th, 2020. Reference Barry's phone section for May 8th. On January 25th, 2020, Barry's phone accessed local snapsext.com. Find a cute girl near Salida and come get dirty. Along with other such sites that were recovered from deleted web searches on Barry's phone. On March 19th, 2020 at 6:44 a.m., a video on Barry's phone was taken of a prescription drug bottle for Suzanne Morphew. On April 24th, 2020, Suzanne sent Barry the following message that was recovered from deleted images by RMRFCL. Oh, I'm sure your mistress has you all happy now, so you can say you love me, but bully me when you're with me. Yeah, that's love. Da, 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 da. Okay. RMRCFL examiner Jim Stevens found the above image as one that Barry likely swiped the message off his screen and then swiped image was saved. The message was not recovered separately in Suzanne's iCloud storage or Barry's phone. On May 4th of 2020 at 4:04 p.m., Barry made an outgoing call to Suzanne that lasted 3 seconds. This was the first logged call in Barry's phone to or from Suzanne since February 7th of 2020. The first logged call in Barry's phone to or from Suzanne since February 7th, 2020. An additional 6 calls, incoming and outgoing, between Suzanne and Barry were made that day until 6:07 p.m. May 5th through 10th, Barry's phone and other GPS sources. For the context of examining data from Barry's phone in comparison of the locations from his Ford F-350 as gathered from the return of the search warrant for telematics together for the Verizon return from Suzanne's phone per search warrant return are included by Special Agent Grusing for the dates of May 5th, 2020 through May 10th, 2020. On May 6, 2020, Barry called Suzanne 6 consecutive times between 8:06 a.m. and 8:13 a.m. before she was sent the aforementioned "I'm done, let's handle this civilly" message at 10:13 a.m. That message was recovered from RMR CFL as a deleted message from Barry's phone. On May 6, 2020, from 2:43 to 5:00 p.m., Suzanne received 4 messages deleted from Barry's phone prior to seizure of his phone on May 13, 2020, from Barry, which referenced. And when Barry was asked, these are the footnotes, by the CBI, if he ever searched online to meet other women, he replied, "No, never," reference July 8th interview. He added, "Absolutely not, never." In Barry's interview with the CBI on June 2nd, 2020, he stated that Suzanne was abusing her prescription pills. Suzanne's Verizon records, however, account for 8 calls between her and Barry that morning. "When I'm dead, going to see my Savior, and this life on earth is mere grain of sand compared to eternity." So let's go back to, just so we know what we're doing again. Suzanne received 4 messages deleted from Barry's phone prior to seizure of his phone from Barry, which referenced "When I'm dead, going to see my Savior, and this life on earth is mere grain of sand compared to eternity." The location activities registered by Barry's phone were abnormally high in frequency during the late nights and early morning hours of May 8th and 9th, 2020, and May 9th and 10th, 2020, while at the Morphew residence. On May 8th, 2020, at 7:06 p.m., Barry's phone called Suzanne while his phone was likely traveling west along US 50. Suzanne's phone location was approximately 3 miles east of Barry's phone. The call lasted 73 seconds and was the last recorded phone call for either device on May 8th, 2020. On Friday, May 8th, 2020, at 7:18 p.m., Barry's phone registered its last event of the day. Its last event was at 6:46 a.m. on May 9th, 2020, when Barry's phone registered "Power on." On May 9th, 2020, at 6:46 a.m., Barry's phone was taken out of airplane mode. Your affiant knows that airplane mode is a setting available on smartphones and other portable devices. When activated, this mode suspends the device's signal transmission technologies like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, effectively disabling all text, voice, and phone services. GPS may or may not be disabled. On May 9th, 2020, from 7:22 a.m. to 7:39 a.m., Barry's phone registered location at his Tailwinds worksite near Poncha Springs. And during that time, Suzanne's phone exchanged messages with her friend, Sheila Oliver, 7:35 a.m., and Greg Fisher accepted her Facebook friend request, 7:30 a.m. What do you mean you deleted? What do you mean you deleted him? Just his message, or you deleted him? My kids are in bed, 3 sons. Are we okay? Is everybody back that should be back? Okay. Oh, just a message. Okay. I thought she deleted them. All right. All right. I'm going to need another cup of coffee in a minute anyway. All right. Let's get through this. On May 9th, 6:46 a.m., Barry's phone was taken. Okay, hold on a minute. Greg Fisher. Suzanne's phone was located at the Morphew residence per cast analysis for the entire day of May 9th. On May 9th, 2020, from 9:31 to 9:33 a.m., Ricky King and Bobby Huff accepted Suzanne's friend request on Facebook. Barry's phone continued to receive messages from Suzanne's phone and send messages to her while he remained at the County Road 105 site until 9:37 a.m. On May 9th, 2020, at 9:50 a.m., Suzanne texted Barry, "Want to hike?" At 10:36 a.m., Suzanne texted Barry, "Want to meet to hike?" At 10:48, Barry responded, "No, I'll come home." On May 9th, 2020, 11:14 a.m., Suzanne's phone received a second password reset from Facebook, and shortly after 11:15 a.m., Barry's phone traveled west on Highway 50, arriving at the Morphew residence at 11:27 a.m. Both phones per cast appeared to be at the residence from 11:30 a.m. through 1:40 p.m. Barry's phone exchanged two messages with Tim Backhoe at 1:49 p.m. and 1:50 p.m. Barry also made an outgoing call to Suzanne for 2 seconds at 1:51 p.m., his 10th of 11 consecutive calls to Suzanne. On May 8th, 2020, at 2:26 p.m., Barry texted Suzanne, "Done, headed back." At 2:31 p.m., Barry texted Suzanne, "Did you leave?" At 2:43, Barry's phone and F350 per telematics appeared to be at the Morphew residence. On May 9th at 2:47 p.m., Barry's phone appears to enter airplane mode. Footnotes there are Fisher told FBI that he thought Suzanne's Facebook had been hacked, and he checked her account online upon receiving that request. Fisher said he's a close friend of Gene Mormon, Suzanne's father, and said it didn't seem like her to send him the request. Huff told the FBI that he did not think Suzanne sent the request, that she would never see me and friend me. On May 9th at 10:17 p.m., an airplane mode off event started on Barry's phone, and the phone was then powered on at 4:32 a.m. on May 10, 2020. The May 9th to May 10th, 2020 night, approximately 210 locations for Barry's phone registered near the Morphew residence, compared to 0 to 2 locations on previous nights from May 1st through May 8th. On May 10th, 2020, Barry's phone display came on and his device was unlocked at 3:56 a.m. On May 10th, 2020, from 3:25 a.m. to 3:48 a.m., the Ford F350 registered 0 miles per hour with GPS at Morphew residence as the doors opened and closed multiple times. Special Agent Hoyland noted over 80 events involving the F350 during this time frame. The location data for Suzanne's phone last registered with a tower near the Morphew residence at 4:23 a.m. Further events of Barry's phone records are documented under the surveillance video Broomfield section. Broomfield surveillance video, Barry's Ford F350 and Barry's phone. Video footage was collected by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, from the Holiday Inn Express for May 10, 2020. The following timeline of events include the surveillance video telematics of Barry's truck and his phone activities to provide his actions on May 10th. At 8:14 a.m., Barry's phone was at the Holiday Inn Express. At 8:41 a.m., Barry texted Suzanne, "I made it to Broomfield. Call me when you get a chance." At 8:46 a.m., Barry walked into the hotel carrying 2 white trash bags, a khaki backpack, a pair of boots, a dark-colored item, and a pair of clothing with blue-teal coloring. Okay, so we've got a picture here, finally, look. But it's black and white. It's very weird. It doesn't look like there's blood all over this stuff, but it's just a weird picture, isn't it? And it's not in color. At 10:06 a.m., Barry exited his hotel room. He was carrying the charcoal long-sleeve shirt and 2 white bags and a pair of boots. At 10:20 a.m., the location of Barry's phone was near the lot of McDonald's, 625 Interlochen Boulevard, Broomfield, Colorado. At 10:22 a.m., the driver's door of the F-350 opened in the rear parking space of the same McDonald's lock, and that's from the truck telematics. Barry is seen on the video provided to the CBI from the First National Bank, located adjacent to the McDonald's lot. He's carrying unknown items in his hands and placing items into 2 separate trash cans located on the edge of the McDonald's lot. Between 10:19 a.m. and 10:41 a.m., per CBI, no timestamps. From the bank video, Barry exited the truck. He walked to the trash can while he held an unknown, smaller object in his left hand. Callie M., thank you. Thanks for reading to us. You're welcome. Thank you, Callie. Appreciate it. Possibly his right hand. He placed something in the can. He extended his right arm downward into the can, and he walked back to the open driver's door. Barry was oriented towards the inside of the driver's door and the driver's side floor for the next few frames. He walked to the same trash can, possibly with an item in his right hand, extended his right arm into the can, and then placed both hands and arms into the can. This is him. This is really hard to see, but here he is. Here he is. Here he is. Barry returned to his truck, oriented to the inner portion of the driver's side door. After a few frames, he turned away with his hands together, and he walked to a trash can across the lot. He returned to his truck, and he drove away. From 10:47 a.m. to 11:18 a.m., the locations of Barry's phone was in or beside the lot of the men's warehouse. From 10:50 a.m. to 11:17 a.m., the driver and passenger doors of the F-350 were opened and closed at least 7 times in the parking lot near Men's Warehouse. At 11:23 a.m., the locations of Barry's phone and truck were at the Holiday Inn Express. At 11:36 a.m., Barry walked into the hotel lobby wearing a black T-shirt, carrying under his arm a black binder and disorganized papers. At 11:56 a.m., Barry exited his room wearing a white T-shirt and carrying the binder with the papers. Right photo. He walked to his truck at 11:57 a.m. So here he is with the binder and the different color shirts. Okay. From 11:57 to 12:25, Barry's phone was near the Via Vara worksite for the wall. At 12:06 p.m., Barry made an outgoing call to blank. From 12:28 to 12:29, the location of Barry's phone was the Holiday Inn Express. Telematics of the Ford F-350 also registered the driver door opening and closing multiple times in the hotel lot. Maybe he thought he had something on the shirts that could be traced. Right? At 12:36 p.m., Barry arrived at the hotel parking lot in his truck. He got out of the truck and carried one white trash bag, larger in size than the previous bags, in one hand. In the other hand, he carried a black container, along with a green item, possibly a piece of clothing. At 12:38 p.m., Barry placed bags, a black container, and clothing from his truck beside the curb near the hotel lobby. See the photos below. He then walked to his truck. He appeared to pick up a small item from inside, picked up the trash bag, coat, and container, and walked towards the dumpsters at the end of the lot. So here he is. Barry walked back across the lot towards the hotel lobby with nothing in his hands. Barry entered his hotel room. Barry does not leave his room per the film until 6:03 p.m. The first photo depicts Barry walking towards his room. The second is him walking away, approximately 19 minutes later, wearing a different shirt. He provided varying statements to CBI and FBI about these photos. On April 22nd, 2021, FBI agents asked Barry why he did not park near the dumpster to throw away those items, and he said he did not recall. On March 2021, agents showed Barry photos of him carrying a camouflage coat, a black tree container, and a bag across the hotel lot, and asked him what items were in the bag and why was he throwing those items away, and he did not provide details and could not recall the items. Barry sent an outgoing message to Suzanne, "Call me," at 3:30 p.m. At 5:15 p.m., Barry received an incoming call from Jean Ritter. At 5:45 p.m., Barry received another incoming call from Jean and Martin Ritter. At 5:57 p.m., the telematics of the F-350 registered GPS coordinates at the Holiday Inn parking lot. The previous GPS coordinates for the F-350 registered at 12:28 p.m. At 6:03 p.m., Barry exited his hotel room wearing a black shirt with his khaki backpack on his back. At 6:05 p.m., Barry made an outgoing call to Martin Ritter. At 6:06 p.m., Barry pulled his truck in front of the hotel and walked into the lobby before walking back out of the lobby at 6:08 p.m. At 6:09 p.m., Barry made an outgoing call to Morgan Gentile. At 6:10 p.m., Barry entered the lobby carrying 2 shovels and placed them beside the front desk. He made subsequent trips, placing more tools in the same spot. Okay, so here comes Barry with some tools. At 6:12 p.m., Barry left the hotel lot in his truck. At 6:20, Barry made an outgoing call to Redacted. At 7:10, Barry received an incoming call from Redacted, Chaffee County Sheriff's Office. At 7:21, Barry made an outgoing call to Suzanne. At 7:33 p.m., CCSO dispatch called Barry and informed in a 1:32-minute call that Suzanne's bike was found. When asked to describe the bike, Barry did not know the make, but he said it was blue with colorful petals. Petals, like how they spelled petals, like flower petals. Barry started crying and asked, "They found a bike?" He said he was heading that way and asked, Did they find the phone? Okay. The call, let's look at these footnotes over here. The call to Suzanne was his first outgoing communication to her after learning that she was possibly missing. Following the 5:15 call from the Ritters, Barry made no independent effort to determine whether she was simply not answering her phone due to poor cell service before he abandoned his work project, staged the tools in the lobby, and left town. The call was not answered. The location of Barry's phone on Highway 285, approximately 75 miles from Broomfield. Okay. At about 10:30 p.m., Morgan Gentile arrived at the Holiday Inn and checked into Barry's room. Returns for Suzanne's phone and iCloud accounts. On May 28, 2020, Apple Inc. returned records pursuant to a search warrant for Suzanne's account for email redacted that was associated with an Apple account created January 16, 2019. This account also listed Suzanne's name and address and phone number. Apple provides a separate identifier known as a person ID, which is understood to be unique to an individual subscriber. In those same Apple records, the person ID associated with Suzanne's logged multiple times to applications through the iTunes Store, including for both LinkedIn and WhatsApp applications. This indicates that Suzanne had WhatsApp and LinkedIn installed on her device through May 9, 2020, when the last update was logged for each. Suzanne's Verizon return. Per location coordinates received from the search warrants served on Suzanne's Verizon account, Special Agent Grusing determined that she traveled to Florida, staying in various hotels in Naples, Naples and Marco Island between January 31st, 2020 and February 16th, 2020. She communicated primarily with Sheila Oliver, Barry, Jean Mormon, and Kurt Sigler. On May 5th, 2020, Suzanne's texts and locations confirmed her trip to Gunnison to drop off Redacted so that Redacted and Redacted could travel together. On May 6, 2020, at 8:44 a.m., Suzanne sent Redacted a text, "Good morning, I miss you already." Her next message was to Barry at 10:13 a.m. stating, "I'm done. I could care less what you're up to and have been for years. We need to figure this out civilly." Deleted from Barry's phone on May 6, 2020, 2:43 p.m. to 5 p.m. Barry sent her the suicide text, which he deleted from his phone. On May 7, 2020, Suzanne sent Redacted videos of the cat Lulu from the inside of the Morphew house and exchanged messages with her. May 7, 2020, at 4:43 p.m., Suzanne messaged Barry, "Been studying all afternoon. I'm going to bike now. I've got veggie soup on for supper." May 8th, 7:02, Suzanne's notes folder was last backed up, wherein she articulated over 50 grievances against Barry, one of which refers to Barry accusing her on May 6th of having a boyfriend. On May 8th, 2020, 8:43 a.m., Suzanne sent Barry the message, "Sorry, I forgot about Bob Messel last night, but I will continue to do your invoicing when you need to." On May 8th, 9:01 to 9:28, Suzanne messaged Melinda Baumunk, "It's hard dealing with the harsh abrasiveness and having to show respect. He's always been abusive, emotionally and physically." Investigators noted that Barry did not ask if Suzanne was found, but he asked about the phone. The text of Suzanne's offer to continue to do your invoicing follows her May 6th text request to handle this civilly and her numerous attempts to separate from Barry. Her subsequent text to her sister Melinda indicates that she let the mistreatment continue for too long and she was moving in a different direction. When FBI agents showed Barry these texts during interviews in 2021, he said he did not think Suzanne was serious. Special Agent Grusing interviewed Robin Binford, a friend of Suzanne's from Indiana, on June 30th, 2020. Binford has known Suzanne since middle school and was a close friend throughout high school. She and Suzanne have consistently communicated through Facebook and Instagram over the years. Binford stated that she had some problems with the way Suzanne supposedly went missing based on Suzanne's normal routines. On the Saturday before the weekend Suzanne went missing, she posted on Instagram story video about her and blank, stating that blank always surprised her. Suzanne used the Instagram story to take photos to document each of her bike rides. Binford said that upon hearing that Suzanne went missing, she checked Instagram and found that Suzanne did not post anything about the ride. Binford knew that Suzanne was still grieving over losing her mother within the past 2 years or so, and that Mother's Day was going to be a difficult day for her. Binford did not think that Suzanne would choose to spend the day without her girls and husband. From a review of Suzanne Morphew's Instagram account obtained through a search warrant in the state of Colorado, the attached pictures of her often in biking outfits were located with the dates 5/6/2020, 4:30 p.m., Little Rainbow Trail, 4/27/2020, 4:36 p.m., Mount Shavano, 4/20/2020, 2:18 p.m., with location of Methodist Mountain and captions "First single track" and "Broke my first chain," smiling emoji. Search warrant. Per the Verizon warrant served on blank's cell phone, and the following message was sent from blank on May 10th, over an hour before Martin Ritter reported her missing. "I'm just so sad and blank, and I texted Mom for Mother's Day, and she still hasn't answered, and I'm scared her and Dad probably got into a big fight, and I don't even know it. Just made me want to be gone even more because I don't want to be around them. It hurts me, and I know if blank is working, I might have to be home a lot more, and it'll be the worst summer of my life." Scratches on Barry's arm. On May 13th, 2020, CCSO Deputy Caricato took photos of scratches on Barry's left arm. On May 23rd, 2020, search teams, along with canines and canine handlers, Bloodhound Man, trackers, Necro Search, searched the Puma Path property. During this search, 3 different canines were used. Each of the 3 canines were ran blindly and individually during the search on the west area of the driveway parking area, where a flatbed trailer and Bobcat skid steer are parked. All 3 canines trained final response alerted. The canines used have been trained in a specific way to alert their handlers when they detect possible human decomp or remains on the top of the trailer. It should be noted on the bed of the trailer there is gravel and dirt. This is an area the canines alerted. All 3 canines again alerted on the Bobcat, and one of the canines jumped into the Bobcat and tried to lay on the driver's side. The Bobcat located on the Morphews property is identified as a 2018 Bobcat compact skid steer model number S590 and product identification number AR9R18813. The flatbed trailer and Bobcat skid steer are parked directly next to each other. Bobcat SIM removal. On May 20th of 2020, Deputy Randy Caricato, with the assistance of FBI Special Agent David Donati, removed the SIM card from the CalAmp device. This is the device Agent Graham learned about that Barry had on his Bobcat skid steer. This device utilizes Verizon Connect services and is a GPS tracking device. Special Agent Hoyland spoke with Special Agent Donati and requested a search warrant be applied to obtain the data the SIM card may contain. At present, Barry's use of the Bobcat does not appear to be connected to Suzanne's disappearance. On May 20th, 2020, your affiant served search warrants to Equifax and TransUnion to identify what credit account Suzanne and Barry would have currently and or at time frame of Suzanne's disappearance. The information was necessary to establish a pattern of life for both Suzanne and Barry, as well as proof of life for Suzanne. On May 28, 2020, Equifax and TransUnion provided the following are open and active accounts for Suzanne and Barry. Indiana Members Creek Union, Capital One Cabela's, Discover, Community Bank, Victoria's Secret, Fifth Third Bank, that's Credit One. Your affiant has served warrants on these accounts, and the results are all being compiled and analyzed by the FBI and a private forensic accountant. Indiana Members Credit Union. On June 6, 2020, your affiant served via email a search warrant to Indiana Members Credit Union, requested banking records for the Morphews. On June 9th, your affiant received via email from Deborah Morelli, Loss Prevention Manager, the requested records for Morphew's account. With the records, there is documentation that on June 5th, 2020, Barry called the bank, requested his email address be changed from blank to blank. Collegiate Peaks Bank. Per search warrant served by your affiant, okay. On May 8th, Barry withdrew $5,846.22 in the Suzanne Morphew Foundation account, which brought the balance to zero. The account was opened on March 5th, 2020, with a deposit of $5,880. On June 11, 2020, your affiant, possible second device for Barry, received information from the FBI Special Agent Grusing and computer scientist Brian Turner that while reviewing the data from the cell phone extraction of Barry's iPhone, they found a second device associated with Barry's iPhone with an SMS card. The user ID is separate from the primary user ID. The second device was first used on November 30th, 2019 and was associated with Barry's iPhone 91 times since then, compared to 1,701 associations with the primary user ID since November 2019. Dates this device was associated with Barry's iPhone since May 5th, 2020. It's May 5th, May 10th, May 10th, May 11th, May 11th, May 11th, May 12th. At this present time, the second device has not been identified. Burner phone? What was that? Proof of life. Fugitive searches. Per the request of the FBI Special Agent Grusing, with the assistance of the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, the following searches were done through the FBI and its federal partners in attempts to locate Suzanne, as if she was a fugitive missing person. On August 26, 2020, Agent Brian Palmer, Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, Denver, Colorado, checked border crossings for Suzanne Morphew or Suzanne Mormon and provided the following text. I don't have any land border crossings for her. The last travel I have was returning from San Jose, Mexico to Dallas on 12/2/2019 on an American Airlines flight 1385. Okay, let me see now. Hold on. On August 25th, 2020, FBI Special Agent Martin Danielle requested flight information from a national airlines reporting agency and found flights for Suzanne on July 24th, 2019, July 28th, 2019, August 13th, 2019, and August 17th, 2019, where flights were located for a Suzanne Mormon, April 2020, but this person did not appear to be identical to Suzanne. On August 24th, 2020, Patricia T. Ellswick, Technical Informational Specialist, FBI, CIS Division, Global Law Enforcement Support Section, NCIC, Operations and Policy Unit Investigative and Operational Assistance Group, provided emails of the offline records checks for any law enforcement queries for Suzanne. The spreadsheets provided multiple queries for the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation from May 10th to the 12th, 2020. Cheyenne, redacted, queried her on May 13th, and Loveland PD, redacted, queried her on May 14th, 2020, both during the widespread news stories besides other CCSO, CBI, and FBI queries from the Colorado offices in June and July 2020. The Okeechobee Sheriff's Office in Florida queried Suzanne Morphew, date of birth 4/30/1971, 3 times. On July 10th, 2020. On August 25th, 2020, Special Agent Grusing spoke with the dispatch operator, Joanne, for the Okeechobee Sheriff's Office and learned that the CBI requested a welfare check for Suzanne Morphew because of the Okeechobee address for her father, Gene Mormon. Suzanne was not located. Wyoming State Highway Patrol Dispatch and Loveland PD Dispatch confirmed to Grusing on September 1st, 2020 that they had no contact with Suzanne, but were simply running an attempt to locate based on CCSO's and entry. On August 25th, 2020, FBI Operations Support Technician Dana Plumhoff provided the following checks per the request of S.A. Grusing. Nothing of significance in Suzanne's clear report. No activity seen tied to her since 2019. The photo of Suzanne was used for FBI requests sent to HSI and other entities named in this section. Okay. We are on page 46. Suzanne Morphew Hope Foundation was first filed in Indiana in 2012. It was registered as a nonprofit with the Colorado Secretary of State of February 21st, 2020 by Barry Morphew from the Puma Path address. Plumhoff further noted that on May 11th, 2020, CCSO entered Suzanne as a missing person in the National Crime Information Center NCIC database. For checks in accruant, nothing significant was found at Plumhoff. For Suzanne, besides her ties to the Puma Path address in Salida on May of 2020, no electric or utilities were found in her name. Her social security number has not been used since May 2020. No new physical addresses, P.O. boxes for her name or social security number were located, nor were any liens, judgments, or loans accrued under her name. On August 26th of 2020, FBI SOS Kelly Rose Olson requested a nationwide facial analysis comparison and evaluation services for Suzanne Morphew using the photo above. The service through the FBI's Criminal Justice Information Services compares, to date, none of these databases have provided any biometrics that match those of Suzanne. For checks in the internal FBI, several financial related results on Suzanne and Barry were referenced from 2013 to 2018. It appears they had access to large amounts of cash. The reporting parties were concerned about money structuring. On June 24th, 2020, Barry made a $20,000 deposit at the Collegiate Peaks Bank in Salida, on Suzanne's behalf. He had a history of making large cash deposits and wire transfers. These same checks for Suzanne's proof of life were conducted in March 2021 by the FBI with the same negative results. On June 3rd, 2020, the CBI laboratory, hereafter CBI Lab, provided the results of DNA analysis for the CCSO. Hold on a minute. I have to go get another coffee and take my vitamins. I almost forgot. This would be a good time for you to get a drink, stretch your legs, and get a snack. We'll be right back. I've got to get my vitamins and stuff. I don't have coffee, so the doctor probably have grounds in it.
Would you say sweet coffee is no good? You wanna
Have
dip
grounds
one
in
at a
it. I
time?
don't know. It had
I
grounds
think
in
that
it.
was that.
No, it had grounds in it. I got to take my vitamins.
What are you gonna take one?
I want to drink some, but I got to take more coffee.
Oh wow, I have coffee.
I don't know.
What do you wanna drink? Grape juice?
No, I'm going to have coffee.
Okay. Oh my god, honey, look.
What happened? Gosh. Yeah, see? I told you there was a weird noise and all that stuff, and I drank all that stuff. You never called about my other thing, right?
No.
Good.
You talking about? You want this coffee right here?
Now let me see here. 1, 2.
Which coffee you want?
I don't know. What is this? It doesn't matter.
Great.
Just,
That one, that's good.
what is it? A burning pain in my chest. I can't get a deep breath or something. Let's take a shower too.
I don't need one.
Huh?
Pumpkin slice, maple walnut, tea. Huh?
I don't know. You already got one in there, don't you?
Maple, oh, no, I'm rinsing it. Pumpkin spice, just rinsing the thing. Make sure you get the ground out of it.
I wanted the cinnamon vanilla.
Cinnamon vanilla, put it in here, let's see. No, okay. Sounds good.
Huh?
Sounds good. Cinnamon vanilla. I'll bring caramel over too some other time. Caramel brownie. For you. Yeah, so I just get rinsed because sometimes when you have something very, bunch of ground eggs, rinse it.
Oh, that wasn't just, that was from the thing.
Yeah. No, I didn't rinse it, cut that one.
Rinsed. And then you just hit something. You're hitting things.
That was fun.
I know you can break everything. Oh my gosh. Shower. Hey, what's that noise about?
That other noise?
That noise on the
Okay.
coffee maker.
Because that. It wants to be Seattle. But we don't have hard water, so.
I've never seen an arrest affidavit this long in all my life.
Huh.
Okay.
You take one of the writings, honey?
I just did.
One of mine, right?
Why, you two using both of them?
Yeah. I do. Yeah. Is this charged? If it is, I gotta charge to be blocked here. Yes, it's charged.
Okay, I have another announcement. The Anthony Tote, you know, the Disney, and I know it's not Disney, but it was a Disney neighborhood at one time. His trial was postponed till October 18th.
Who was he and what's he on trial for?
He killed his family with the Benadryl, and then he had this elaborate thing that his wife killed everybody, and it was so bizarre. So Celebration, Florida. Okay. Okay. All right.
Dog could be around in
What'd you say? What about the dog?
He'll probably be around in there. Unless I let him in. Yeah.
That's all right. Okay. Starting back on the Audible novel. It's so crazy. This has to be we've never had an affidavit this long before. An arrest affidavit. It seems we're going to get slammed with like trials now. It's just like everything comes out at once. Just like today, right? All this stuff comes out at one time. It's how it always is. It's feast or famine in the true crime world. All right. Where were we? On June 3rd, the CBI laboratory, hereafter the CBI lab, provided the results of DNA analysis for the CCSO case, blah, blah, blah. 65 evidence items to include DNA, buccal swabs from the Morphew family members of Andrew Moorman, blankety blank, and others were listed. Of note, no workable DNA was recovered from the bobcat blade or the new dart box or the dryer. On August 31st, 2020, Special Agent Grusing reviewed the lab results with the CBI lab forensic scientist Caitlin Rogers to discuss results relevant to this affidavit. Following items were noted. The DNA on the bicycle seat included a mixture of 4 people, Suzanne being the primary with Barry and one of the responding CCSO personnel, Calico, being included. The 4th male is unknown. The DNA on the bicycle grips included a DNA mixture of 4 people, Suzanne and Sergeant Mullinax being primary contributors. Barry was excluded as a contributor. The DNA on the bicycle brakes and handlebars included a mixture of 4 people, Suzanne, Deputy Brown, and Deputy Himshoot were primary contributors. Barry was excluded. This mixture is at least 12 decillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Barry Morphew, Calico, Suzanne Morphew, and an unknown, unrelated individual than if it originated from Suzanne Morphew and 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. Very strong support. The front driver door of the 2015 white Land Rover, license plate blah blah blah, was tested, and the DNA was consistent with samples from Barry and Suzanne blank and blank were excluded. A plastic hypodermic cover collected from the dryer was tested. A low-level partial DNA mixture of 2 people were recovered. Suzanne and somebody else being possible contributors. Barry was excluded. A dart needle collected, submitted as dart from box in garage, was swabbed, and a partial DNA profile was developed, with Barry included as the contributor with a moderate support. The dart body collected by CCSO, submitted as dart from box in garage, was swabbed, and a low-level DNA profile referenced blank could have been a contributor. The interior cushions of the helmet were tested, and a partial profile was developed. The mixture was more likely to include Barry and Suzanne than coming from anyone else by a factor of 6.2 times. Barry's liquidation of assets. Within a month of Suzanne's disappearance, Barry began to liquidate their assets. On June 1st, 2020, Barry petitioned for guardianship in Hamilton County, Indiana, of Suzanne, for him to act as her guardian. This filing allowed Barry to sign documents on Suzanne's behalf and sell their residences in Indiana and Colorado. Redacted filed consent for the guardianship. Below are some screenshots of the court documents. So here's when he filed for guardianship. Okay. On June 6, 2020, Barry closed the Arcadia, Indiana property with a closing price of $750,000. Your affiant served Bank of the West a search warrant for accounts associated to Barry and Suzanne Morphew. For an account of blank and Barry Morphew, there is deposit dated February 24th, 2020 for $40,000 from Monax. On June 19, 2020, there is a check written to Barry Morphew. The signer appears to be blank in the amount of $30,000. Oh my gosh. On July 1st, 2020, Kent Townsend told your affiant that on July 25th, 2020, Barry paid $160,000 for the Lot 8 property at Longhorn Ranch in Salida. Barry sold this back to Townsend on February 17th for $150,000. Well, that didn't go out too well, did it? Nothing. On July 13, 2020, Barry initiated a title change for Suzanne's Range Rover, selling it to Troy and Elizabeth Riley of Deputy, Indiana, on July 16, 2020. On March 3rd, 2021, the recorder's office in Salida informed your affiant that they had just received a special warranty deed that the Puma Path had sold to Mountain Renewal LLC for $1,625,000. Morgan interview, May 14, 2020. Suzanne's list of grievances cite a transaction, such as this one involving Monax, and she mentions one involving blank, Libler, shortly before she disappears. On May 14, 2020, Colorado Bureau of Investigation agents Kevin Kobach and Joseph Cahill conducted a consensual recorded interview with Morgan Ann Gentile in Salida, Colorado. Morgan stated that around July 2019, she returned to Salida and started working at Deesland Structures, Inc. She first met Barry through DSI, and they have worked together frequently. In January 2020, Morgan was terminated from DSI over allegations that she used illegal drugs, though she asserted she did not use drugs. After she was terminated, Barry hired her as a contractor for his company, Sunset Farms Landscaping. Barry frequently talks to Morgan about his two daughters. He has never spoken of any marital or other family issues. Barry frequently, oh no, hold on a minute. Barry told Morgan about the Broomfield job sometime in mid-April 2020. Morgan stated the job was supposed to take place between April 23rd and April 30th of 2020. However, she was not sure of the exact date. Barry then changed the job to take place on or about the first week of May. Barry then rescheduled the job to begin on May 11, 2020. Barry stated that on May 8th, Barry picked her up from Anytime Fitness in Poncho Springs, Colorado, and they traveled to a job site, 6962 County Road 105, Salida. They arrived at around 8 a.m. They completed a rock beach project and left. At around 11 a.m., Barry took her back to her vehicle by Anytime Fitness. He paid her in cash for the job and he left. Morgan stated that Barry mentioned he was going to go hiking or biking. Barry was supposed to pick up Morgan at around 5:30 p.m. on Sunday, May 10th, 2020, to drive her to a hotel in Broomfield. Cassidy Cordova was supposed to drive up separately and meet them on Monday, May 11th, 2020. Morgan stated that at about 4 a.m. on May 10th, she was confident she heard Barry's Ford 350 drive eastbound past her house on Highway 50. Morgan stated she did not see the truck, but that his truck has a very distinctive exhaust. At about 11:18 a.m. on May 10th, 2020, Barry called Morgan and explained she needed to bring an additional person because of the amount of work needed to repair the wall. She agreed she would bring another contractor, Jeff Puckett. Barry never provided an explanation of why he left early or why he did not pick her up. Morgan stated she later picked up Jeff and drove towards Broomfield at about 6:09 p.m. Barry called and said he had a family emergency and had to return to Salida. Barry had left tools at the hotel and said he would call her the next day. On May 11, 2020, at about 7 a.m., Barry called Morgan and said that Suzanne was missing, and he thought a mountain lion may have attacked her. Morgan explained that Barry was initially crying, but then abruptly shifted to the specifics about the Broomfield job. Morgan admittedly denied that there was any type of a sexual relationship between her and Barry. Jeffrey Puckett interview. On May 14, 2020, investigator Richard Wren interviewed Jeff Puckett. Puckett was one of the workers who was supposed to meet Barry Morphew in Broomfield on May 10th to complete a landscape job. Puckett stated that he was contacted by Morgan on Sunday, May 10th, to see if he wanted to go to Denver to work on a job for Barry. After being asked by Morgan, Puckett contacted Barry directly. Puckett had no knowledge of the job until he was contacted by Morgan. On Monday, Puckett and Morgan met up with Cassidy Cordova, who was helping them with the job. Cassidy Cordova interview. On May 14th, investigator Richard Wren interviewed Cassidy Cordova. Cordova advised that he had contact with Barry Morphew early in the week on May 4th. Barry mentioned that he may need Cordova to help with a job in Denver next week. Barry said that he would get back with Cordova later if he was for sure needed. On May 10th, Cordova had not heard from Barry, so he called him at about 1:45 p.m. to ask about the job. Barry asked Cordova to help him with the job since Cordova was already in Colorado Springs. Cordova met with the crew in Denver on Monday morning. Cordova advised that he has known Barry for about 2 years because they worked together at DSI. Cordova advised that Cody Cox had an issue with Barry over Barry firing him. Cox had been working for Morphew also. Cody Cox. May 14th, 2020. Richard Wren interviewed Cody. Cody worked with Barry and for Barry's landscape business. Cox and Cordova did a landscape job in the Broomfield area, August of 2019 and December of 2019. The general contractor did not like the job. And it had to be repaired several times. After the last attempt to fix this wall now. This is the last time. Cox refused to go back to Denver to fix the wall. I'm not going back. I'm not fixing that wall anymore. Barry fired Cox. You're out of here. Get lost. At the same time, Cox was given the ultimatum to leave DSI or be fired of a hot urinalysis test. You tested dirty in that drug test, okay? You leave DSI or I'm going to fire you over that dirty test. Cox left. Cox advised that this all happened around the end of December 2019. Cox was asked about the information that he wanted to kick Barry's ass. Did you want to kick Barry's ass? Cox advised that the rumor was started by Jeff Puckett. No, it's that Jeff Puckett. He's always starting rumors. Cox said he was not happy about getting fired, but was not going to go around saying he wanted to fight Barry. Look, did I like it? No, but I'm not going to say I'm going to kick his ass. He's a nutcase. Cox advised he had met Suzanne and talked about how she had brought cookies to his kids. He described Suzanne as a very nice lady. He denied having done anything to Suzanne and denied knowing what happened to Suzanne. Cox advised that Barry never talked bad about Barry's relationship with Suzanne. He never said anything bad. During a subsequent interview on May 22nd, Cox stated that he does not recall ever telling Puckett he wanted to beat up Barry. I never told him. Okay. On May 14th, Sheila Oliver was interviewed by FBI agent William Rowell. Sheila said that she first met Suzanne when they were roommates and students together at Purdue University, West Lafayette, Indiana, about 1990. Suzanne married Barry in August. Both families have children in the same age ranges and have raised their kids closely. About 2 years ago, the Morphew's daughter, blankety blank, went to college in Colorado, Western State College in Gunnison. The Morphews then moved to Colorado in 2018. They didn't have their home sold in Indiana before they left. They seemed to be in a rush. Barry was domineering in the marriage with Suzanne. He would tell her she had to change in order for them to get along. Money was a big issue between them. Barry was very controlling with money. He insisted Suzanne use cash, but he would charge hunting equipment on his credit card. He invested in the silver market, and then it bottomed out. Good move. Suddenly, Suzanne did not stand up for herself until recently. The marriage had become very rocky by 2018, and there was hope. A move to Colorado and make a new start would help things. There was never a definite reason for blank going to college in Colorado and the family moving there. Suzanne thought it would be nice for them to live near blank, though. Suzanne came back to visit Sheila twice from Colorado. Once was Thanksgiving, 2018, while the Morphews were still trying to sell their house in Indiana. While Suzanne was at Oliver's house, she had stepped away from her cell phone to use the restroom, and Barry tried calling her several times within a few minutes. Then tried calling Sheila. Then tried calling Darren. He was persistent and obsessive. about knowing where she was, at least when she was with Sheila. The other time was June-July 2019, when Suzanne returned to Indiana to visit Sheila and then went to Michigan to visit her dad. Barry called Sheila saying he couldn't get in touch with Suzanne. Suzanne told Sheila this was odd, because Barry never bothered to call Suzanne any other times. He was just very persistent in checking up on Suzanne when she was with Sheila. The Oliver's daughter, Hannah, was married on Sunday, May 10th of 2020. Hannah was like a daughter to Suzanne. The wedding was originally going to include many people, and Suzanne was going to attend. But due to the pandemic restrictions, it was limited to immediate family and was live streamed online. Suzanne was going to watch it. She would not have missed it for the world. On Saturday, May 9, 2020, Sheila sent 2 snaps to Suzanne in the morning, which were opened, and later in the evening, Sheila sent 3 more snaps to Suzanne. They were never opened or received as reflected on Sheila's cell phone. Sheila stated, "There's a 0% chance that Suzanne would run off and not at least tell one of her daughters or Sheila. If she had left Barry, she would have contacted one of her daughters or Sheila to let them know what was going on. Suzanne would not commit suicide. Her religious beliefs would not allow her to do that." Sheila and Suzanne suspected Barry had extramarital affairs based on Barry's behavior, which included him turning his phone off at times, not being where he said he was going to be, always secretive, and not honest with Suzanne. He had to travel back to Hamilton County, Indiana for some type of legal proceeding at least once, but maybe more. Suzanne had given up asking him why, because he wouldn't tell her. As Suzanne's suspicions were aroused over the last few years, she wanted to find out what her husband was up to. She wanted to buy a spy pen to find out what he was doing. But she was afraid of Barry's reaction if he found out. Suzanne asked Sheila to buy that pen for her on the internet. "Hey, can you buy me that spy pen? Thanks." Sheila did this, and she gave the pen to Suzanne when they were on vacation together in Florida a few months ago, around February 2020. George Davis interview. On May 15, 2020, CBI agents Graham and Cahill interviewed George Davis, who stated he has known Barry for approximately a year and a half. George stated he has not noticed any recent changes in Barry's behavior. George explained that he and Barry work out together, usually 5 days a week. Once the pandemic restriction closed the gym, they began working out at George's residence. George explained Barry typically comes over to work out somewhere between 17 to 1900 hours. George stated he and Barry hunt together, and they work at the same fire station. Fire station number 5. George stated that he last physically saw Barry Thursday or Friday when they worked out at his house. George explained since he works 1 week on, 1 off, he believed they may have worked out earlier, around 4 p.m. George stated Barry has never confided to him about any type of marital problems. He never talks to me about his marriage. George stated Barry loves his children. He absolutely loves those girls. And his relationship with Suzanne seems normal. Everything seemed fine. George explained that he and his wife, Lindsay Davis, have gone on several dates with Barry and Suzanne. The wife and I, we've gone out with Suzanne and Barry many times, many times. George stated on Sunday, May 10, 2020, he was at his residence when he received a phone call from CCFDD Lieutenant Tim Nelson, who informed him that a bike was located over in an embankment by Barry's. This June 2019 visit to Michigan was consistent with Suzanne's meeting of Jeff Libler and Barry suspecting she was having an affair, thus his calls to Sheila. To Barry's house, George stated he turned on his fire radio and called Barry. Barry stated he was just outside Buena Vista on his way back. George believed he called Barry between 5:30 and 6. George stated he responded to the area where Suzanne's bike was found, and when he arrived, he noted that the bike had been moved onto the road near a sheriff's vehicle. While still at the scene of the bike, George stated Barry arrived in his Ford F-350. Barry was wearing jeans and possibly a red-orange flannel shirt. George had conversations with CBI and FBI about his observations and conclusions that an abduction had taken place with a stage scene. Morgan Gentile interview. On May 15th, 2020, Cahill and Kobach contacted Morgan. At a residence in Salida, Morgan spoke about conversations that George Davis had with her in which George might be attempting to influence her future testimony. Morgan stated that she had recalled some additional detail about the hotel in Broomfield. Morgan explained that she and Jeff Puckett checked in, that after they checked in, they went to their rooms. Jeff went to room 225, the one originally rented and used by Barry, and she went to room 228. Morgan explained that Jeff could not figure out how to open the hotel room door, so she opened it. Here, Jeff, you just put this in here like this, and it turns green, and you've got to turn the... No, you waited too long. Green. Here, let me do it. Morgan explained that when she opened the door, she immediately smelled the strong odor of chlorine. Morgan stated this was not the ordinary house cleaning odor. It was more consistent with what you'd smell with a pool. Morgan stated she observed several damp and used towels on the floor. Yeah, this room is yours. This is disgusting. Those are damp and used towels on the floor. Later, Morgan stated that Jeff found an insurance document under the pillow. The document was thrown in the trash. She could not recall what was on the document. When questioned about the job sites on Saturday, May 9th, 2020, Morgan stated she recalled an odd comment made by Barry. Morgan explained that after they completed the beach at the river house, she rode with Barry to the next site. Morgan stated that she commented, "Did you know pigs could eat an entire human body in 2 hours?" And Barry commented that he would be able to bury a body and it would never be found. Now, why would they be talking about bodies? That's a weird conversation, isn't it? We spoke with Morgan about Barry's financial activities. Morgan stated Barry contacted his stock trader, Dan. She heard over the phone with an English-type accent. Morgan stated he spoke to Dan on a daily basis. Morgan's timeline. On July 29, 2020, Morgan Gentile provided a handwritten timeline to Sheriff John Speasy. The following lines were noted by Special Agent Grusing for the affidavit. For Sunday, May 10th, Morgan wrote that she heard Barry's truck at 5 a.m. She added that at 11:15, Barry called, and he was out of breath, panting, but fatigue, kind of like hungover. He wasn't panting. But he doesn't drink. Honestly, when I hung up, I thought to myself, he sounded like he had the worst night of his life. Morgan provided details about her trip to the Broomfield Hotel to include her route on May 10th. She wrote, "I arrived at the hotel at 10 to 10:30. I grabbed Barry's tools and went to check in." Morgan wrote that she and Puckett checked in their rooms, 228 and 225, and when Morgan walked into 225, the smell of the chlorine was so strong it made her eyes water. Ugh, my eyes, I can't take this room. I noticed the wet towels on the ground in the bathroom, and Barry made the bed. Gross. For Monday, May 11th, Morgan wrote that they drove to the job site from the hotel. She indicated it looked like Barry had removed top caps. That was it. We also did not have the tools we needed, like a packer or gravel. Interview of John Schmitz. On May 16, 2020, CBI agent Gonzalez contacted John Schmitz regarding a message he had left on Suzanne Morphew's tip line. Schmitz stated that he first met Barry in or about December 2017 when they were working on the same construction project in Indianapolis. He said that he's a contractor and Barry was the landscaper assigned to the Main Street Shops project. Schmitz stated at some point during an altercation with Barry, Barry body bumped him, which prompted Schmitz to grab him in a headlock and pin him up against a wall. He said that what he recalls the most about that altercation was the evil in Barry's eyes. Schmitz said that when he heard about Suzanne, he just had a feeling that it was not good. knowing what he does about Barry. Schmidt stated that in May of 2018, he and Barry were charged with some disorderly conduct by the Boone County Sheriff's Office for the incident that occurred in December of 2017. He said that the case had been continued until February of 2019, when all charges were dropped. On May 17th of 2020, Agent Kobach interviewed Brad Oswald, an Indiana resident and a deputy sheriff in Hamilton County. Oswald stated that he has known Barry 20 years. They're good friends. Oswald came to Barry's house in 2019 to hunt in a preserve south of Salida. Oswald knew that Barry got into a fight with another guy in Indiana over the other party not wanting to move scaffolding on a construction site. That'll teach you. Oswald described Barry as hard-headed and strong-willed. He's just a little hard-headed and strong-willed, you know. He added that he was afraid to say what I think, but I think Barry was so pissed off he accidentally killed her. Oswald guessed that Barry and Suzanne were fighting, where she confronted him, and that caused him to lose his temper. Oswald said that Barry had all night to plan how to get rid of her. Barry was big-time controlling over Suzanne. He also said Barry is very secretive, and he would not talk to anyone if he did do something. Barry's an excellent skid load operator, and could do incredible things with a skid loader. Oswald said that Barry could have easily buried Suzanne, and that Barry is smart enough to turn off his phone or leave it at home. Oswald stated that Barry, never wrong. He's a never wrong. He added that Barry is very prideful and would never confess to killing Suzanne. He'll never admit he did it. Oswald believes that Barry would have taken her away from the house if he killed her because she would be too easy to find on the property. Kurt Sigler interview. On May 17th of 2020, CBI agent Kobach interviewed Kurt Sigler, who explained that he has known Barry since Kurt was 8 or 9 years old. Kurt stayed with Barry and Suzanne approximately 2 years ago in Colorado, and during that stay, Suzanne told Kurt that Barry was cheating on her with a girl from Indiana. Kurt hunted with Barry near Buena Vista that year, which was 2018. On May 11th, 2020, Marcy, Barry's sister, called Kurt and told him that Suzanne was missing. Suzanne was riding her bike and a mountain lion got her. The next day, Kurt was in Colorado talking to Barry, and Kurt stated that Suzanne is not suicidal and she would not do that to the girls or Barry. During the interview, Kurt made assertions that he did not think Barry was capable of killing Suzanne. After speaking with Kurt on audio recording, Agent Kobach walked out to the parking lot with him. Kurt turned and said, "I think he killed her." Kurt further stated Barry's timeline doesn't make sense. The bike was thrown down an embankment. The stuff found along the road was placed, and it was like thrown out while Barry was driving back. Curtis also said if anyone found out about Barry's infidelity, they would all turn on him. Barry burnt too many bridges in Indiana. He's done some shady business deals. Gene Mormon interview. On May 18, 2020, Gene Mormon, Suzanne's father, was interviewed in Mears, Michigan by FBI agent Lynn Novak. Mormon said the first time he heard from Barry following Suzanne's disappearance was on Saturday, May 16th of 2020. Barry called and sounded distraught, saying that he felt so badly and that authorities were trying to pin Suzanne's death on him. Barry said that he was interrogated for 5 hours. Mormon said that he did not find it odd, however, that Barry waited almost a week after Suzanne's disappearance because Barry was very emotional, going through a lot. Mormon found it odd, though, that neither of his granddaughters or Barry were home on Mother's Day. Barry seldom worked on a Sunday, and it was unusual that he would choose to work on the Sunday of Mother's Day. Suzanne never told Mormon that she and Barry were having marital problems. Mormon believed that Suzanne would have confided in her older sister Melinda, who lived in Tennessee. Barry and Suzanne went through stressful times when they had a hard time selling their home in Indiana, and they struggled to pay for their mortgages in Indiana and Colorado. A little over a year ago, Mormon loaned Barry and Suzanne $100,000. Barry paid Mormon back with a personal check on a quarterly basis and paid off the loan early, approximately 3 months ago. The last time Mormon saw Suzanne was approximately 2 years ago. She met him in Florida for a vacation. Suzanne was by herself and was supposed to stay with Mormon for 7 days, but abruptly left after 3 days to meet her husband on the West Coast. He was upset of her leaving early. However, he did not tell her how he felt. Jean Mormon passed away November 10th of 2020. Andrew Mormon. On May 18, 2020, Agent Kobach interviewed Andrew Mormon, the brother of Suzanne. Andrew stated that in Indiana a few years ago, Suzanne found a female's bracelet in Barry's truck and confronted him about having an affair. Barry's sister, Marcy, ended up claiming the bracelet belonged to her. It's my bracelet. No, it's not. It is mine. I left it in the back of his truck. Barry has exceptional hunting skills. Barry told Andrew that his surveillance system at his home has been down for months. Andrew made the statement, "Don't get between Barry and his money." Following Suzanne's disappearance, Barry told Andrew that Suzanne crashed her bike or was forced off the road. Barry also said he thought a mountain lion dragged her away. Barry used the mountain lion idea for 2 to 3 days before the theory changed to someone taking Suzanne, and then Barry could not get past the idea that Suzanne was being molested. Andrew said that Barry is a very good skid load operator, and he could have placed her in a tarp and put her anywhere on his way to Denver. Barry knows how to cover scent by using skunk spray, and he's an exceptional hunter. Andrew did not know Suzanne to have ever been an early riser. Aaron Blondiot. Aaron was interviewed. He is the IT person for Grace Church in Salida, Colorado. On Saturday, May 10th, the church broadcasted the service live. Aaron is responsible for getting the broadcast set up. Aaron advised he could not see who was logged into the broadcast. Tim Kluckel. What the last name is that? Wow. Wilco. Special Agent Grusing interviewed Tim at his place of business. Tim stated that Dan Thomas, a developer friend of his, told him in September of 2019 that Tim was looking to sell his backhoe attachment for a skid steer. Barry Morphew might buy it. Thomas gave Tim the phone number for Barry, and Tim traded texts with Barry around September, October. Barry told Tim he was interested in buying the backhoe attachment for the asking price of $5,000, but Barry never met with Tim to complete the deal. On Saturday, May 9, 2020, Barry reached out again to Tim and said, "Hey, I'm interested in buying that backhoe attachment." Tim traded texts and calls with Barry that day, but Barry asked via text at 1:46 p.m., "Are you around to look at the backhoe?" Tim replied at 1:49, "No, but you can drive by and have a look at 58 Jones Avenue." Tim does not know if Barry drove by the lot because his surveillance cameras were not functional. Barry sent Tim a text at 1:50. "Okay, will do. I'll call to discuss." But Barry never called, and Tim did not further pursue him. Tim only found out that Barry was the husband of Suzanne after the case gained publicity. Tim explained that the backhoe attachment could easily be used to dig a deep hole or trench in a very short amount of time. Timothy Agnew, a.k.a. CBD Tim. As cited previously, Barry told CBI on June 17th and June 25th that Tim from Westcliff might be responsible for Suzanne's disappearance. Investigators identified Tim as Timothy Agnew. Special Agent Grusing contacted Agnew on July 28th in the presence of his wife, Megan Agnew. The Agnews were advised that the purpose of the interview was centered around the allegations made by Barry that Timothy was a drug dealer. who should be considered a suspect in the disappearance and death of Suzanne. Timothy advised that he met her at the farmer's market in Salida, and that Suzanne told him about her battle with cancer. She said that she had lymphoma in her 20s, and the cancer was coming back, and she was looking for treatment that was non-traditional to buy some time because she was feeling run down. The Ag News provided 4 purchase orders from Barry and Suzanne from October 2018 through April 2020 for the hemp oil. Now over here in March and April of 2021, FBI agents asked Barry about why he needed a backhoe that particular time and day. FBI agents learned that before Barry left Indiana in 2018, he used a backhoe to dig a large hole in his front yard and fill it up with items to include furniture and cover it, planting alfalfa on top. Barry also dug holes to hide large sums of money in Indiana, per his associates and his own admissions. Timothy only spoke to Barry once, when Barry called him in the summer of 2019 and said that Suzanne's lymphoma was back and she needed more oil. Suzanne interacted with Timothy about 5 or 6 times and never gave any indication that she was having to be secretive about taking the oil around Barry or that Barry disapproved of her taking the oil. Carrie Woodall. On January 11th, Special Agent Harrison Grusing interviewed Carrie Woodall in Salida, California. She met Suzanne at the Exer Flex Gym in Salida in the fall of 2018, and they worked out during the same time in the afternoon. Suzanne's workouts were very similar to Woodall's, and Woodall asked her if she was preparing for a competition. Woodall began giving massages to Suzanne in March of 2019, and they continued through September 2019. And during the treatments, Suzanne told Woodall that throughout her marriage, including Indiana, she raised her girls by herself, and that she and Barry moved to Colorado to slow down. Barry started working for DSI and was trying to start his own business, and Woodall estimated that Suzanne and Barry traveled to Denver once every week or 2 in 2019. Woodall told agents that she felt guilty for not accepting Suzanne's invitation in November 2019 to spend more time together. Suzanne approached Woodall in the gym and asked, "Carrie, can we start going out?" She told Woodall that she needed to start doing things with a friend. Woodall believes that Suzanne was going to speak to her about Barry's failed attempt a few days earlier to ask Woodall to start giving him massages. Woodall has been doing massages for men and women for about 17 years. She has worked on numerous wealthy white men who seem like they have a full life, but they're missing something. These men, like Barry, are looking to fill that void through church, money, cars, sexual relationships, or other means, and cannot seem to find what they're looking for. Woodall met Barry in September 2019. During her morning workouts at the gym, she did not know that Barry was married to Suzanne until she saw him sign in on the register one morning. When she saw his name, everything that Suzanne told Woodall about the problems with her husband clicked in Woodall's mind. Barry was alone during his morning workouts. He watched Woodall in the gym to the point of making her uncomfortable. This guy is really left staring at me, making me really uncomfortable. She perceived him as a predator with a huge ego. Seems like a predator with a tremendous ego. Barry's truck caught her attention because of its size, noise, and firefighter plates. Look at his truck. Barry was not always working as hard as Suzanne stated because he was in the gym around 4 times a week. Once, Woodall was working out in the afternoon and she saw Barry walk up to the 2nd floor of the gym. He was looking all around the gym until he saw Woodall, and after a while, she walked up to the 2nd floor and he said, "Hi, I'm Barry Morphew. Have a good workout." Woodall thought her "Dead Man Tell No Tales" t-shirt might have attracted him. She told Barry, "Your wife's a wonderful person." While Woodall and a friend, Connie, who was an active member of Grace Church, were eating in the corner patio area of the Boathouse restaurant in November of 2019, Barry and redacted Morphew sat down a few tables over. He glanced over at Woodall multiple times, making her uncomfortable. Barry approached her, stretched his back, and said words to the effect of, "I'm so happy to see you out tonight. My back is hurting. I'd like to schedule an appointment." Waddell did not want to give Barry her phone number or give him a massage, so she told him that she didn't have her phone with her and that he should schedule through his wife. Waddell told agents that she wondered how many other women Barry pursued who did not steer him to talk about with his wife. Waddell felt Suzanne's request to talk a few days later occurred because Barry had a huge ego. He felt rejected by Waddell, and he likely bashed her to Suzanne. From the first time Waddell met Barry, she said, it felt like he was putting his tentacles out. Laura and Andrew Richardson on December 1st of 2020, Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris interviewed Lara and Andrew Richardson at their Salida residence. Lara met Suzanne through the church in 2018, and they heard Suzanne was battling cancer. She approached Suzanne and offered to be her friend. Suzanne was new to Colorado, away from her friends and family, and Lara went to at least 3 cancer treatments with Suzanne. As Lara and Suzanne got to know each other, Suzanne shared that Barry chose to go to work over going with her to cancer treatments. As Suzanne began to feel better, she was more fiery, and she traveled out of state without Barry to see her father. While the Richardsons went to the Morphews' house for the second dinner, Barry announced that Redacted was a virgin, and there are no other virgins at Western State. The statement was odd to Andrew and Lara for multiple reasons and seemed more like a declaration than conversation. On May 1st of 2020, Lara and Susie celebrated Suzanne's birthday at Lara's house. Suzanne was very healthy and positive as she showed them her mountain bike and talked about Redacted receiving an award at school. She spoke about doing the financial books for Barry and how they would serve as a bridge between them. Suzanne also started training online to become certified as an athletic trainer. She was coming out of cancer treatment and felt like she had a second chance at life. Andrew said that he and Lara responded to the scene where Suzanne's bike was recovered on May 10th after Redacted called Lara at about 9 p.m. Andrew and Lara stood with Barry on the road for 4 hours while law enforcement, along with the search and rescue, searched for Suzanne. Andrew told agents that Barry was silent for most of the time on the road, regardless of the questions Andrew made. Andrew told Barry that they should explore the tracks around the bike or go down to the area where Suzanne's bike was recovered to see if they could see anything. Andrew wanted to search, look around, and ask questions to figure out what happened to Suzanne. But Barry wasn't interested. Barry looked at Andrew and said, "You're a really good man." Andrew did not know why Barry said that in context of their situation. Andrew described Barry's expression as stone-faced throughout the evening. Andrew said the bike positioning in relation to the road made no sense for an accident to have occurred because the rider would have needed to make a 90-degree turn from the road to head downhill. Barry told Andrew he made the trip from Denver to Salida in an hour and 15 minutes, or some similar ridiculous amount of time once he thought Suzanne was missing. Andrew did not understand why Barry waited that long until the night to come back if he thought that Suzanne was on her bike ride that morning. Andrew helped with the searches for Suzanne, and which Andrew described as disorganized. Barry and his friend George searched by themselves. Barry was gone all day, every day, and left his girls at the house. Barry tracked a mountain lion for an entire day across Highway 50, but he did not find anything. On the 3rd or 4th night after Suzanne went missing, Barry had been complaining about law enforcement's focus being solely on him. Hey, they're looking at me. Andrew went to speak with a friend of his who lives nearby and is a defense attorney. The attorney listened to Andrew, and he gave Andrew his business card to give to Barry. Give this to that guy, Barry, maybe, He told Andrew that Barry needed to take the polygraph test so law enforcement could focus somewhere else. Tell him to take the poly. Andrew took the card and gave it to Barry, explaining his conversation with the attorney. Barry was very excited to get the card and grateful for Andrew's referral. Ooh, great, thanks. However, when Andrew told Barry the attorney recommended that he take the poly, Barry looked at Andrew and said, "Huh, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'd pass that poly." Andrew waited in uncomfortable silence for a few minutes to allow Barry to qualify a statement. Andrew told agents he got chills from Barry's response and thought, Barry's reaction was very strange. When Barry said nothing else, Andrew awkwardly told him he had to go and left. I have to leave. Something suddenly came up. Andrew waited until the present date to tell law enforcement about the encounter with Barry because he did not know if it meant anything to the investigation. Barry has since told Andrew that he has spoke with the attorney a few times and the attorney has been helpful. Thanks again for that card. That guy has been helpful. On December 8th of 2020, Lara said that Barry called her on December 4th of 2020 at 10:30 a.m. and they spoke for 10 minutes. Barry said his girls were angry with Sheila. They were having a hard time with her. They do not want to talk to her. Barry told Lara he does not know why Sheila is doing this. Why the freak is Sheila doing this? He said words to the effect of, Suzanne's not dead. She's coming back. Barry thus did not know why Sheila felt she needed to remember Suzanne or grieve. Lara was shocked by these words, but did not ask Barry why he thought Suzanne is alive. Matt Craig. John Matthew Matt Craig of Noblesville, Indiana, was interviewed by Grusing and Harris. Matt explained that Barry sold BLM Landscaping Services, LLC, and Sunset Tree Farms to Matt, his brother Dan Craig, and Hank King. Matt's father signed as a guarantor for the purchase of the business, which occurred on January 12th of 2018 when they paid Barry $189,000. Barry told Matt that he was making $200,000 to $300,000 a year on the client list, and his phone alone was worth the investment. After paying the initial $189,000, Matt and the others agreed to pay Barry $50,000 per year for the next 4 years, due on August 1st of each year. They paid $50,000 to Barry in August of 2019 and $50,000 in August of 2020. Matt told agents that Barry's business was possibly worth $20,000 instead of the $189,000 they paid. Barry used his relationships through the church and his supposed good reputation to fool Matt and his family into buying a worthless business. Absolutely worthless. Matt's father refused to allow Matt and the others to hire an attorney and sue Barry because he did not believe in lawsuits. But Dad, it's like he sold us magic beans. Sorry, I don't believe in lawsuits. It's a hard lesson to learn, but that's it. His father felt it was his fault for agreeing to be the guarantor, and he planned to pay off the debt. Barry sold his BLM business once before to Seth Pickett and Kyle Cambry, though he called the business BLM Landscaping LLC and left out services from the business name. And Matt found out after he bought the business from Barry that Pickett and Cambry also figured out BLM was worthless. You bought that worthless business too. And they refused to pay him the rest of the money they supposedly owed Barry in 2015 and 2016. And Matt said he would have stopped paying altogether, except his father was the guarantor. Ted Turner. On October 27th of 2020, Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris interviewed Ted Turner of Noblesville, Indiana. Turner explained that he and Barry raised deer for hunting purposes, and they sold the deer for $5,000 to $7,000 so hunters could release the deer and hunt them for their horns. He added that deer are normally released in acres that are fenced, and thus the chance to shoot the deer is guaranteed. Fish in a barrel. Fish in a barrel. Sometimes the people who bought the deer would act as guides and charge wealthy people who were paying $15,000 to $20,000 to hunt a deer and get a guaranteed set of horns. When agents asked Turner how those who purchased the deer transported them off of his property, he stated they brought a trailer, usually a horse trailer. The purchaser most often uses a tranquilizer dart on a deer because herding them into the trailer is difficult. Purchasers like Barry had their own tranquilizer darts and guns for such purposes. When the interview was concluding, Turner remarked, "Barry would slit my throat if he knew Turner was talking to the FBI." Turner refused to elaborate on why he made such a statement, but said all the deer farmers talked to each other, and they knew what Barry was doing. George Wimmer. On February 16, 2020, Special Agent Harris and Special Agent Grusing interviewed George Wimmer by phone. Now, I don't think that could be 20. How could that be 2020? She didn't go missing, and I think they have that date wrong, right? Don't they? How would that date be, right? That date is wrong. It could never be right. February 16th, Special Agent Harris and Special Agent Grusing interviewed George Wimmer by phone. Wimmer explained that he first met Barry in 98 or 99, and he went to work for Barry at Salisbury Brothers. Barry was a foreman, and Wimmer was a manager. Following those years, Wimmer went to work for a friend for a year and a half, and then he came back around 2004, and Barry was starting his own business. Wimmer did not have further contact. Wimmer lost contact with Barry and found out years later he was selling his business to a young man named Kyle and another guy. Wimmer told Kyle, "Be careful," because he had seen a lot of Barry's deals go south. Be careful. That guy is shady. Kyle and his friend became defensive. Wimmer told them, "You are dealing with the devil." Following the conversation, Barry blew up Wimmer's phone. Wimmer eventually answered, and Barry vented at him for warning the boys. "What the freak is wrong with you?" Wimmer described Barry as shady, not on the straight and narrow, doing a lot of deals under the table, working in cash and hiring a lot of illegals. Barry told people that his dad dying affected him so badly that he could not run his own business. Barry was not planting trees at the proper depth, either too shallow or too deep, and he knew that he had to adjust the trees or they would die. But he was too focused on making money and moving on to his next job. Barry planted rows of trees incorrectly and hurriedly, and they died. When Wimmer learned Suzanne was missing, he Googled Barry and read all about all that was going on with her disappearance. Wimmer was intrigued by it, and he saw that Tyson Draper video. After Wimmer watched it, he concluded, "Barry's guilty, for sure." Wimmer said that Barry thinks he's a really good liar, and he's not. Barry is the kind of person that will just stand there and tell you something you damn well know is not true. Wimmer would often just listen and not contradict because he just didn't want a conflict with Barry. Wimmer sent Barry a series of texts on September 23rd of 2020, accusing Barry of killing Suzanne and telling Barry he would rot in hell. "You killed her, you're going to rot in hell." Holly Wilson. From October 2020 through December 2020, Holly Wilson recorded her phone and in-person conversations with Barry, providing those recordings to Special Agent Grusing. Holly and her husband Jeff Wilson knew Barry and Suzanne well through their church in Indiana. During these recordings, Barry told Holly words to the effect of, "You are Suzanne to me." He held her hand while in the car, and he gave her a kiss. Good night. He told her Suzanne would approve of whatever would happen in their relationship, and twice he touched Holly's breasts, pretending like the touches were accidents. "Oops, sorry, my hand slipped," when her husband's head was turned away or not looking. Barry told Holly that he had an ex-FBI guy working for him, and sometimes saying he had a PI, private investigator, working for him who charged him over $50,000. Once Barry told Holly and Jeff that he may have found where someone was holding Suzanne and asked Jeff to come to Colorado to cut the guy's balls off. Jeff? Would you like to go to Colorado and cut some guy's balls off for me? Okay. Barry would not specify if these people were the same. The following is a brief summary of the pertinent quotes from the recordings of Barry and Holly, November 5th, 2020. When Barry was asked if he had thoughts of what happened to Suzanne, he responded that he had two ideas. Barry stated, 1, somebody took her right there where her bike was, just, they threw her in the car, or she got in willingly, whatever, and ran off, Barry added. Or somebody's chased her, and she's in the river, and she's still in the river right now, today, somewhere in a log jam. Barry said he did not see anything else, adding that the FBI was telling him she left on her own. They were trying to tell me that she left. Barry said she did not leave. He knew that she would not do that. Holly asked Barry if the guy was able to go through the list of people whom Suzanne was Facebook friend requesting, and he replied that he had not spoken to him about it. Holly wondered out loud if someone else hacked into Suzanne's Facebook. Holly said it was unlike Suzanne to send out a lot of requests, asserting if I had to bet, I'd say it wasn't her. Barry said, yeah, she wasn't like that. Barry was asked about the last thing he said to Suzanne, and he replied, I don't even know. It was just a normal night, We ate dinner together and just had a quiet evening like we unintelligible do. Holly's spouse asked Barry what someone would do with Suzanne if that person took her, and Barry responded that that person would keep her in a basement. He'd keep her in a basement. Holly challenged Barry that someone would hold on to her for 6 months, and Barry said, and if that's the case, then she's underwater. He added, because there's no evidence of anything else that surfaced. December 5th, 2020, Holly talked to Barry on FaceTime, and he said, I've been talking to the detectives and the FBI guy regularly now. They seem to be on my side, finally, and helping me kind of feel better about things because of what they're telling me. Barry thinks that they have Suzanne. Barry said they think they have Suzanne's phone. He said they found it by the bike, or they found it on the search, or they found it in the house. I don't know. They won't tell me. They won't even tell me if they have it. But I'm pretty sure they have her phone. Barry said, my guy knows I have nothing to do with it. He's already said he's proven that with his investigation. Holly asked what the private investigator is waiting for then, talking to the detective. So Barry replied, I think because they've been on different pages for so long, and he told me that, and everybody's told me this, that 80% of the time it's the spouse. Barry asserted the FBI told him that they'd never give the house and cars back, and yet they'd give Barry his house and cars. Barry said he told them, I think I know why you did, because you found no evidence, because there's no evidence, it doesn't exist. December 17th in 2020 in downtown Salida, Colorado. Barry says, I don't know if she was what she was doing, putting in her body behind my back, but all I did was work or hunt, and she had idle time. Idle hands are the devil's tools. She had 21 years of doing absolutely nothing but being a mom. Holly later said that Suzanne going to Al-Anon helped her detach from Barry. Barry said, let's go. I can't hear it. He stood up immediately and walked out of the restaurant. Holly said that Barry could never describe what his last image of Suzanne was to her. Barry said, well, I'll tell you right now that we had sex that night, and she was naked when I went to sleep, so obviously I got up and put her pajamas on when I left in the next morning because she was laying right next there in the bed. I didn't pull up the covers and look at what she was wearing, if that's what you're asking me. So she obviously got up. So she obviously got to put her pajamas on. Okay. Barry said, and it upsets me that these women have to have their little secrets behind their husband's back when I'm her best friend, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off that if my wife went behind my back and said that shit about me. He continued, that's the problem with women. They get their little things going between each other, and they have no respect for their husbands. Barry later said, well, she said I cheated on her. Holly confirmed that Suzanne told her the same. Barry said, but I didn't. Barry later said, I mean, if I would have done one thing wrong, I would be in jail. right now. Barry said, what you guys had in your little private conversations has nothing to do with the situation that we're in unless she left on her own. And if that's the case, then I'm sure she'll surface someday for her daughters. But I don't believe that's the case. I truly believe that her disappearance was out of anyone's hands but God's. And God's allowed that to happen for some reason, and we might never know until we get to heaven. Holly said if she had told Barry before Barry's disappearance that Suzanne was detaching from him, he would have reacted in the same defensive way. But Barry said, no, I would have sat my wife down and had a heart-to-heart with her about it. He adds, he would not have been upset. Barry later said, and I was afraid that talking to the FBI, and when we talked about the situation and they said she could have left on her own, I said the only reason she would leave is because she wouldn't have me hounding her about her problems, and she was free to drink, free to drug, do all that. Section 6, Barry's interviews with the FBI in 2021. This section includes summaries of audio and video recorded by the FBI of Barry after he was informed of Suzanne's affair. In this interview, Barry stated numerous times that he had no idea of the affair, and he asked multiple times to know who her lover was. He initially guessed her lover lived in Arizona, where he was telling Suzanne he wanted to go on Friday, May 8th, and said that maybe Suzanne's disappearance was a form of God's judgment for the affair. Grusing and Harris met with Barry at his condo in Poncho Springs, Colorado, to inform him of the affair, and upon meeting him, Barry, as he was walking behind his house and telling him agents needed to speak with him privately, he said, okay, I'm working right now. Can I get your number? He eventually agreed to speak with agents, and after being informed of Suzanne having an affair, Barry asked who the person was and how long the affair had been going on. He then said, this is a complete surprise to me. I have had no idea of this and would never suspect her of doing this. He later said, because I've never seen her on the phone. How was she? Grusing asked if Barry remembered her handing him her phone in Mexico, that he was trying to see who she was talking to. And Barry said, yeah, wasn't in her phone Snapchat? Barry said, I can assure you I had no idea there was another man. Barry said, I had no idea they were communicating, and if you guys are trying to tell me that I found out about this and did something, that's completely wrong. Grusing said that Suzanne and her lover's communication stopped on Saturday afternoon, and Barry said, well, I was there with Suzanne. I came home to have lunch and went into town to get the blade on my Bobcat fixed, and I had the wrong timeline on that. So if she was talking to this individual, it had to be when I came into Salida. Harris said that Barry told Barry that Suzanne was communicating with the individual on some occasions while Barry was in the house. Barry asked, where's this guy from? Arizona? Grusing told Barry hundreds of communications existed between Suzanne and this person, especially on Saturday before Barry came home, just before 3 o'clock. And Barry said, can you tell me how many months it's been going on? Grusing said Barry could probably answer that himself. Barry said, well, I can't answer that on the way she treated me because she didn't treat me like she wanted to leave me. Grusing told Barry about the recording pen and the conversation when Barry asked Suzanne to tell him if she loved him, and she could not answer that she loved him. Barry was asked if he remembered that, and Barry was shaking his head from side to side. No, as he replied, yeah, I remember. Barry began to cry audibly. Barry stated, she's always been insecure because she didn't have a father. He left, was a drunk. When we were dating, he's insecure that I'm cheating. I'm having an affair. When we married, and I got a secretary, that I'm having an affair with her. You can go back through my entire life. I've never even touched, let alone talked or texted to another woman besides my wife. You'll never find that. Barry asked to guess who Suzanne's lover was. It's either David Huff or Kevin Stout. Am I right? Agents did not confirm, and Barry began to talk about Suzanne possibly being in the river. Special Agent Grusing asked, the river from an accident or an abduction? Barry said, either one. I don't think, the way I see it, it was an accident, and she ran from somebody to the river. He continued, if she got in the river and hit a rock with her head from that could be a possibility, or they could have grabbed her at the river and took her up. Barry was asked if he found out something about Suzanne on Saturday or if something else was involved, and Barry shook his head and said, there's nothing that I found out on Saturday about her having an affair. Nothing. Special Agent Grusing asked if he found out Friday or Saturday if she was having an affair, and Barry said, I told you. I've already told you this. This is the first day that I found out she had an affair. You researched the lady. She's an angel. She's a saint. This just blows my mind. It's going to blow everybody's mind to find this out. He added, as soon as they found out, they're going to say, old hothead Barry found out and killed his wife. Grusing told Barry about May 6th text where Suzanne said, I'm done. Let's just handle this civilly. Barry was working, and his responses were that life was not worth living and going to meet my Savior. And life is a mere grain of salt compared to eternity. Barry said, yeah. And I was just trying to hurt her. That's all I was doing. I would never have killed myself with my daughters. Grusing told Barry the investigators noted Suzanne did not tell Barry not to commit suicide. Barry said, I know. Well, it makes perfect sense now why. Back then, it didn't to me. I would want her to say, no, don't hurt yourself, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it didn't come. Barry said, I appreciate it, but I want you to know that I've been a Christian my whole life. I accepted the Lord. I love the Lord, and he knows why this happened, and I've got to trust him. I have to trust him that he did this for a reason. He added, I'm telling you, I had no idea of this until today. But looking at everything right now, things are making a little bit more sense to me from God's point of view, because I would never understand why God could take away my wife after I fought 2 battles of cancer with her, had 2 miracle babies that we shouldn't have had, and had a wonderful life together. Barry continued, I can promise you that I knew none of this until today. Barry said, she never talked Saturday to me about leaving. Did you find communication between her and I on Saturday about that? Because to me, Saturday was a good day. We had a good evening together Saturday. Friday, we had an argument on the phone. Friday, I'm sure you've seen that. Grusing told Barry that for some reason, it seems he is placing Wednesday as Friday. Barry said, oh. Grusing reminded Barry that it's Wednesday when Suzanne said she was done. Barry said, okay. Smart guy. Then that was Wednesday, not Friday. Friday. She would go through these times where we would fight like that and everything would be back to normal. And it was like nothing ever happened. And we'd go eat dinner. We'd go home. We'd have sex. Everything would be fine. Grusing told Barry that investigators have a fuller picture of his actions in Broomfield. Barry said, I told to Joe and Derek everything, and Joe's like, well, why are you going to 5 different trash cans and throwing away all kinds of crap? And I said, I've done that my entire life. My truck is a mess. I throw things away here and there because I'm a tightwad, and I don't want to pay for trash pickup or this or that. Or I had time. That day I was going to have more time, to spend more time on that wall that day. But when I got to it, I realized that my workers were going to come, and I could just have them do this stuff. And I had some time on my hands. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry about coming home on Saturday after errands and whether he remembered where Suzanne was and when he got home. And Barry said no. And Special Agent Grusing asked if he could have been out on the deck. And Barry said, I don't remember, shaking his head from side to side before answering. I do not know where she was when I got home. I don't even remember going to town and doing that. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that investigators have some images to show him. Barry said, oh, that she sent to this guy? Grusing confirmed and said it might be the last time outside of Barry that she's seen by someone else alive. And Barry said, I'm telling you right now, there was nothing out of the ordinary, out of the normal on Saturday afternoon. Nothing. It was almost like that evening. Nothing ever happened to us that week. She's like one person one day, another person another day. And when she acts like that, I'm going to accept it. Take it all in. Because when she's distant and cold, I don't get any affection. And Saturday, there were no problems, none. And I don't understand that you're telling me that she's communicating with this guy Saturday all day. I'll work until noon. I come home and I eat lunch with her, leave again and come home, and then spend the evening with her, eat supper with her, have sex with her. And I can assure you that Saturday night was a good night for us. And I can assure you that we made love that night. And there's no way she would have done that if she's got this head on about this other guy. Grusing said that Suzanne was disclosing things about their love life to the other guy. Barry said, well, I'm sure if she's not disclosing things or having sex with her lover, Barry made air quotes with his hands while saying this because that would upset him. So she's probably lying to him if she's saying we're not having sex, because we do. And I can assure you that night. Barry's story that he had time on his hands after working on the wall contradicts his 5 trash runs on May 10th, 4 of which occurred before he went to the wall and then finished his walk across the hotel parking lot. We did, 100%. And February, when I went to meet her in Florida, that's all it was sex. And I mean, why would she do this to me if she's got that other guy that she's leaving me for? This is none of it makes sense. Grusing asked, what doesn't make sense? And Barry added that, said earlier things were making sense. Barry said, making sense in God's eye. Why, someone like me, someone like us. Well, now that you told me she was having an affair, maybe I don't know. Maybe in God's eyes, this was his way of resolving something. I don't know. Barry stated, that's just why I said it's making sense to me now. With God's relationship, none of this. I'm telling you that there's nothing that I knew about. I knew I had texts where I said, yeah, you're having an affair, you're having a boyfriend. I just did that to reciprocate what she was saying to me. Grusing said that Suzanne had on her notes on her phone that Barry accused her of having a boyfriend on May 6th, which is the same day that she texted and said that she would just do this civilly. Grusing asked if Barry remembered that, and Barry said, yeah, I remember that, but I didn't mean to get to her, just to try to get to her. Barry talked about striking Suzanne once when he clipped her nose, but that was the only time he was physically abusive. Special Agent Grusing said that in doing the victimology work on Suzanne, investigators know that was not the only time she came at Barry, and that when Suzanne got frustrated, she would physically come at Barry. And Barry said she physically came at me several times during my life, and I took it. I mean, I'm a man, and I'm tough. I can take it. Gotta lie about the stretch marks. In front of people, when they're on my face, the scratch marks, sorry. Gotta lie about the scratch marks. In front of people when they're on my face, but that is the only time I've ever touched her, and I swear I would never lay a hand on my wife, and that was just a crazy reflex. Special Agent Harris asked Barry what he meant by this might be God's way of resolving things, and Barry said, I'll tell you what. I've had a very hard time understanding why God did this, and he allowed it, you know. If you know what you know that he allows bad things to happen, but all that we've ever been through, and all that we are, I couldn't understand it, and maybe we'll never understand till we get to heaven, but if I would have known this in the beginning, I wouldn't have to suffer for 9 months not knowing why God did this, what he did. I'm not saying he did it to punish Suzanne because of her affair, but it makes more sense that what I knew before you guys came here today, Barry said he would just want the news of the affair to be kept between agents and him, adding that, and if we can keep all this private between us forever, that's all I would ever want. July 28, 2021. In this interview, Barry suggested that Suzanne ran away, and he discussed with agents his numerous trips to meet her lover were told by agents, and that her lover thought the affair led to her homicide and was told that no body cases could be proven. Reference of the scratches that Barry's on Larry's left arm on May 13th. Barry later to the FBI. He did not recall how he got those, possibly from a tree. Special Agent Harrison Grusing attempted to contact Barry Morphew in a construction area behind his temporary residence. He spoke with agents by cell phone. He walked back and forth in front of the car, about 50 feet away from his vehicle. Though agents said he needed to meet with him, some of the conversation is included. After thinking about what he learned yesterday, Barry suggested that Suzanne ran away. He said, "Can you answer that? Can you answer? Could she possibly have staged her bike and got in the car with someone? I know they did a research of all her vehicles and they were in that area. And I mean, did that clear that, possibility? Because she's not a dumb person. She's pretty stinking smart. And if she's thinking of just taking off, there's something that she would think about. I know her. Is that a possibility that she did that?" Grusing told Barry that Suzanne sent her lover photographs of herself, serving as her last proof of life, and Barry stated, "Well, let me tell you this and see if you can shed some light on this. I told you that in the past year, not in the past year, but before this happened, past year, she had taken 7 trips by herself. Are you guys aware of those?" Special Agent Grusing confirmed, and Barry replied, and one of them was to Louisiana. Are you aware of that one? Special Agent Grusing confirmed, and Barry replied, and was this individual that she was having an affair with at the location with her? Special Agent Grusing asked Barry his thoughts on why he brought up Louisiana, and Barry stated, because it would just, when it happened, and she said she was going there, it didn't make any sense to me at all. Like, she's like, "I've always wanted to go, blah, blah, blah." And she's going through cancer, and I was trying to make her happy. I wanted to give her whatever she wanted, but when I was questioning her, it didn't make sense to me why she would want to go there, Barry asked. So, I mean, then that means you guys have evidence that she's not. Grusing stated the FBI uses methods to determine if someone's alive or not. Barry said, in your systems of investigations, these things that were physical evidence. Grusing concurred that there was little physical evidence, and he told Barry that recently no body homicides cases have used the FBI to prove someone is not alive. Barry responded, that's very interesting. Barry admitted to questioning Suzanne about the New Orleans trip to meet Libler, further evidence he suspected the affair. Barry asked, when you approached her lover, what was his demeanor? Grusing said he was shell-shocked and very contrite. Harris confirmed he was shell-shocked and contrite, adding that the man feels bad about it. And Barry asked, feels bad? He feels bad about the affair? Grusing said he wonders if the affair caused her to disappear and caused her homicide. And Grusing added, Suzanne's lover said maybe it was my fault. Maybe my relationship with Suzanne caused her to be killed. And Barry was silent for a few seconds, and Barry stated, see? Now you guys are talking with this, you're talking in a way that just, it really bothers me. Grusing asked why, and Barry said, because I have no evidence of my wife being dead. And that's, you guys are absolutely certain of it, and that's very troubling to me. Special Agent Grusing said yesterday, Barry said he thought he was under the Beaver Dam. And Special Agent Grusing does not think that she would have survived down there. I know, but I don't know for a fact. I said, that's my thought. After 9 months, nothing from anybody, that would seem to make sense, so there's no evidence, but I don't know that for a fact. Barry later said, let me ask you a question. You guys have bugged my phone. You've heard every conversation I've had since May 10th. If there were one thing that I said, you've done this for 25 years. There's no conversation that I've had with anybody that would make you guys look at me as a suspect. Special Agent Grusing reminded Barry about the problems he cited earlier with the CBI, adding that Barry's statements do not make sense with some of the evidence. Special Agent Grusing told Barry the FBI was not after him, but trying to find Suzanne. And Barry stated, okay, well, I'm at my meeting. I'm going to get back and get to work. February 28th of 2021. In this interview, Barry again asked for the lover's name and gave his code for knowing when people tell lies. Discussed his activities on Saturday, May 9th, and significantly changed his earlier accounts to match evidence provided to him, putting a gun in his hand the afternoon which Suzanne was last known to be alive. At 1:14 p.m., Grusing greeted Barry, and Barry replied, "Hey, guys." Special Agent Grusing told Barry that agents needed to share information with him, and Barry stated, "I've got a meeting here in about 10 minutes. I was going to go head for it, but how long will it take?" Special Agent Grusing told Barry he had a first right of refusal to the information. He added, "Is this about her or the guy?" And the agents would like to discuss the affair, the technology and other aspects, and that Barry can clear this up. After a few minutes, Barry said, "Are you able to give me the name of this gentleman?" Agents, the Grusing said agents could share more information with Barry, and they asked him what giving him the name of the man would do for him. Barry answered, "Well, it's just peace of mind. If it was a friend or an acquaintance, just peace of mind. Would you want to know if it was your wife?" Grusing said he did not know how he would respond, and Barry added, "Yeah, I mean, just to know that wasn't a friend at least." Special Agent Grusing confirmed the man was not Barry's friend. So Grusing responded, "The evidence points towards her not being alive with the facts collected to date, not to determine who was guilty." Barry said, and I'm not guilty. There's no doubt that I'm not guilty. I'm just telling you that from what Joe and Derek did to me, I mean, Jim Comey's a liar, and I mean, do you think he's a liar? Grusing said he did not know if Comey was a liar, and Barry interrupted, "That's ridiculous. How could you not know he's a liar from what he said on the stand in front of the Senate?" Grusing asked what he said, and Barry said, "Well, I don't know exactly what he said, word for word, but they asked him questions, and he said, 'I don't recall,' just like Hillary Clinton, and all them freaking liberals, they don't recall anything when they don't want to tell the truth." Grusing told Barry that agents brought a notebook with evidence and they would like to share with him, and Barry replied, "Could you answer my questions first? Was she with him in New Orleans?" Grusing said she was. Barry asked, "And was she with him in Florida?" Grusing said she was. And after a pause, Barry said, "And Indiana?" Grusing said she was. And Barry said, "And how long has this..." Barry's equating the people of saying, "I don't recall," means that the people are telling lies, and told back to Barry on April 22nd, when Barry said, "I don't recall," to the most critical questions about what happened, Suzanne, on Saturday and Sunday, May 9th and 10th. "How long has this been going on?" And Grusing said 2 years. And Barry asked, 2 years? Grusing said it started shortly after they moved to Colorado. Barry said, "And you can't tell me where they connected the first time?" And Harris said they connected through social media. And Barry repeated, "Social media?" And Barry said, "And that app you said they were using to communicate, there's no way I could have known about that. And what was that called again?" Grusing and agents did not want to give that to Barry, and replied, "I'm not going to go hunt." And Grusing told Barry he was a hunter. Barry said, "I know, but I need this for just tell me who the guy is. I don't know why you can't answer that. I'm not going to do anything to this guy. I can't afford to leave the only parent that my daughter has. If I go beat some guy up and go to jail, I can't afford that. Would I want to? Yeah. Would you? Yeah. Somebody screwing your wife for 2 years behind your back? That's just cold-blooded. I would never do that to a guy, but I'm not going to do that. But for me, it's just for my peace of mind. I'd just like to know who it is. And do you believe me when I say I had no idea that this was even happening?" And Special Agent Grusing said some of the evidence items that agents brought to show Barry would help prove he did not know. And Barry said, "Well, I didn't know. But I'm telling you this right now. I mean, she was the last person in the world I would suspect would do this. But for her to pull this off, blows me away. Barry stated, did she leave that night? Because I told Joe and Derek we had sex and went to bed, and I went to sleep, and I work so hard when I go to sleep, and I was out until 3 o'clock. Special Agent Cruising asked about the hike to Fusis Lake, if that happened. And Barry said, well, I was confused on the hike too. I thought it was that Saturday, but after talking to Joe and them, it could have been Friday, it could have been Thursday. I remember us doing that, and I thought it. Barry has made at least 13 assertions by his third interview with the FBI, and most of them unsolicited, that he had no idea about the affair and asked agents to say they believe him. This contradicts other statements made to the FBI in his sections of 2019 to find out who Suzanne was talking with and who she is seeing on her trips. Could have been Saturday. Grusing asked if Barry came home Saturday and went for a hike or a bike ride, and Barry said, well, I came home, we did lunch. Grusing asked if that was veggie soup, and Barry replied, yeah, lunch. Grusing asked if they hiked after lunch, and Barry said, I don't recall, because I don't even recall taking my Bobcat back to Crib. Special Agent Harris confirmed Barry texted Crib that he was at the house and needed a few minutes, and Barry said, okay. And I don't know why. I've got a great memory. I don't know why, but I don't recall that. Grusing and Barry called Tim backhoe, and Barry said, backhoe attachment for a Bobcat, and I looked at that. I don't know if it was that day or what. Wow, this is this is crazy. Special Agent Cruising told Barry he drove to where the backhoe attachment was, and Barry interjected, looked at it. Barry said, well, I didn't like it. I looked at it, and I didn't like it. Yeah, I called him and told him I wasn't interested. But eventually, Barry eventually said he wasn't interested because of the price. Special Agent Grusing explained that Suzanne took her last proof of life picture while Barry was on his errand. But it was not apparent where that was. And Barry said, oh, she had to be at the house, because Special Agent Grusing said Suzanne's location at the house was unclear because Barry asked Barry if he would look at the picture. Barry said, yeah. Like I said, I'm running really late. I don't have an hour, but let me look at this. He added, and I would really like for you guys, since I'm being cooperative, trying to help you, I would like you to give me the name of this guy. That's all I want for my peace of mind. Grusing told Barry that he had not been cleared yet in Suzanne's homicide, citing the evidence in the affair and the other collected evidence. And that some of the evidence is contrary to his statements. Barry said, yeah, but it can't contradict my statements. There's just no way. I told Joe word for word, place for place, everywhere I was. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry about his first statement of setting his alarm for 4:30 in the morning, and Barry stated that I don't remember setting the alarm. I might have told him that. Special Agent Grusing confirmed he told him that. Barry said, but my phone alarm, the clock alarm, but I set that thing so many times. I mean, maybe I don't remember, but I know I wanted to get going early sometimes when I know I got to get up early. I set the alarm, and Special Agent Grusing told Barry the FBI knew he was moving well before 4:30, and Barry said, I got up. I got an enlarged prostate. I got to get up and pee all through the night. Reference earlier interview with Tim Calico. Barry already knew the price of the backhoe attachment and never told Calico why he didn't want to buy it after Saturday, May 9th. Grusing interrupted and told Barry he was outside in his driveway, and Barry said, well, if I did anything outside, it wasn't anything wrong. Grusing explained Barry's statements do not matter compared to the importance of him seeing the evidence. Barry replied, "It doesn't matter. Your evidence does not matter because it is not anything to do with me tying me up with her disappearance. It's wrong." Grusing and the agents are in an auditor role, not determiners of guilt. Barry interrupted, but Johnny, you know, there's nothing on my phone that shows that I know about her affair. So I think I know what you guys are trying to do. You guys are trying to say if I knew about it, then I did something. Grusing later told Barry that Suzanne told Jean Ritter not to come over to have coffee that week. Barry said, "See, this is all pointing to her leaving. All of this is. And if she's in Mexico somewhere and she's freaked out or something went wrong, how do we know that?" Barry said he had to go to work, but he agreed to see the photo of Suzanne's last proof of life. Barry looked at the photo and said, "Well, look at her. She's obviously drunk. Look at her eyes. Do you know what drunk eyes look like?" He added, "I mean, would you say those eyes are drunk eyes?" Grusing said bloodshot eyes are what he looks for. Barry said, "No, it's the lazy eyes what I see in her, and she drank." Grusing asked Barry if she was wearing a swimsuit when he came on. He said, she was laying out. Barry and Grusing confirmed. Barry said, Yep. Special Agent Grusing asked if this arrival at home was after the blade change with Barry, and Barry replied, "No, that's from going home after I was finished with Morgan for lunch. She was laying out and we ate lunch." Grusing said the photo was taken later that day, and he replied, "Then she must have went back out when I left." And Grusing asked Barry if Suzanne was still laying out a second time when he came back, and Barry shook his head and said, "I don't recall that." And after a pause, he said, "I don't recall." Grusing told Barry that when he arrived that afternoon, his phone, he went around the house quite a bit. Barry was nodding his head. What were you looking for her? Were you looking for her? I shoot chipmunks." "You shoot chipmunks?" "Yeah. And it looks like you were chasing one." And Barry said, Yeah, I was. I've shot 85 chipmunks because they got into my furnace and it cost me a bunch of money. So when I'm home..." Grusing interrupted and asked if he had used a .22, and Barry replied, "22? So when I'm home, I just walk around and I shoot him. I just keep going around the house." Barry made circular motions with his right arm. He said, "Every time I go around the house and I see another one, I'll shoot it. There it is. Shoot it. Gone." Grusing told Barry that activity would explain his phone's behavior, adding that he left his driver's door open in the garage before he went to the first patio. And Barry said, "Yeah, shooting." While nodding his head during the description of movement, he added, "No, I'm shooting chipmunks. I've done that ever since we moved in." Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he remembered doing it that day, and he nodded his head. "Oh, yeah." Grusing asked Barry what happened next, and he shook his head, and he said, "I don't recall." Grusing asked about that hike happening. Barry said it could have been very... I don't know if that was the 2-3 day period where we went to Fusie's. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly. I don't recall it. Grusing showed Barry a photo sent by Suzanne to Libler in the morning of May 9th with a series of texts. Barry's desire to move from Arizona. When Special Agent Grusing asked if that was her closet, Barry said, "Yep." The text discussed pizza from the night before, and Barry said, "Yeah." When the text, "He's still wanting Arizona," was read, Barry said, "Who? He? Me?" Grusing confirmed. Barry said, "Why is she talking to this guy about me and my life?" Grusing reminded Barry of him asking agents about Suzanne being in Arizona. If he was suspicious about Suzanne being in Arizona at that point, Barry said, "Is this guy from Arizona?" Grusing answered he was not. Barry answered, "Well, can you try him?" And Grusing said he was in Barry's home state. And Barry replied, "Indiana, from my hometown?" Grusing said he could not tell Barry that Special Agent Harris said if anything happened to this guy, agents would be placing Barry in a bad place. Barry interrupted. I understand, and nobody knows but you guys. Not Chaffee, CBI. Barry was shown a picture of the locations around the Morphew house of Suzanne's phone activity, 4:10 a.m., 4:15 a.m. on May 10th. He said, well, if she did that, I have no idea it went anywhere but the house. But if you was to ask me, I'd say it was the house. It was at the house the whole time. Grusing told Barry that agents wanted to complete this with him this evening, and he asked, is it going to be done? When told it would be done, Barry asked, done. Special Agent Grusing told Barry if he sat down with agents and went through the binder, agents would be done talking to him. And Barry said, but what if I tell you something wrong that was different from what Joe and Derek? Grusing and Harris explained that Barry was helpful today and that the other interviews would be the same. He said, I mean, these things are just, they're not even relevant. Grusing and agents have a lot of data, and Barry is the one who knows. He said, all right, I'll call you when I get finished, and he walked away. While Grusing and Harris were parked away about 1 block from Gary's condo, Barry drove his truck beside the agent's car at about 5:03 p.m. and handed a weathered .22 caliber altered rifle with a newly mounted rifle scope to agents. And Barry said that was the gun he used to shoot the chipmunks, and he had to leave to work out at the gym. Okay, hang on a minute. Oh my gosh, I've got to take Advil, I think. All right, let's see. In this interview, Barry again significantly altered his prior statements to adjust to evidence presented to him. He said he turned left on Highway 50 as he left the house on May 10th to see where the elk were going, which put him in the direction of Suzanne's helmet. The admission to Special Agent Harris was the first time Barry admitted to turning left on Highway 50 away from the Broomfield route. This accounts for the missing mileage from his return trip home from the Broomfield Hotel. Barry's odometer registered 183 miles trip home that morning, including the 2 extra miles of deviations, and a 167-mile trip on the same route home for approximately 14 extra miles. Special Agent Harris explained that sometimes questions shed light on things and help investigators know where to look for Suzanne as well. Special Agent Harris states that there were things about his truck we are wondering, and asked Barry when he left for Broomfield and did he turn right onto Highway 50. Okay, hold on. I have to take 2 Advil real quick. I'm also going to check while I'm taking this on the Twitter. Okay. Okay, so Megan Myers from ABC 7, Southwest Florida, said she asked the Laundrie family attorney for more details about tomorrow's press conference, and when asked about Brian's whereabouts, he told me the following: I do not know where Brian is, nor do his parents. Now, there is going to be no press conference. Now, our friend Brian Enton said another interesting item in the search warrant is a license plate reader installed at an exit from I-75 recorded the van entering Northport on September 1st, 10:26 a.m. Okay. He said all remains quiet outside the Laundrie's house tonight. That was 2 hours ago. No Laundrie attorney press conference tomorrow. Lawyer canceled it. So, nothing really happening.
I was trying to see if I could find anything on there, honey.
What?
I was searching all over for anything connected to them that I could find. You know, they're from Long Island. And, you know, her mother's last name I believe is Schmidt. And I'm not done. I just have to go to bed. I can't look anymore.
Okay. What are you saying, Jimmy? I didn't hear you.
I said I was searching for any connection to Brian Laundrie or Gabby Petito. They're from Long Island. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, I was just trying to find out
What?
anything. If I could find a person talking about them, you know that.
Oh.
They say he was a good smiling guy. Cool.
Who was the smiling guy?
Brian.
Who said that?
Kids from school.
Okay, so there's nothing more on them tonight so far. So let me see here. We'll get back to this in a second. Yeah, I'll be right there, Jimmy. Yeah, okay. I'll be right there. Hold on a minute. 1 second, Jimmy. Okay, sorry about that. All right, let's go back to this now. Let's see. Where do I have you guys here? All right, so Barry said, yeah, there was a herd of elk in the road, and there was one bull, and he was a nice bull. Let me tell you, he was a nice bull. Remember that? And that's a nice sandwich. A nice sandwich. So I think it was beefsteak rye. And they all went up the gully there, where that old washed out road is, and they went up there. And I'm like, oh, I want to see how big this bull is. And I turned down there, and they crossed right in front of me. And then I went down to the Garfield turn, and then I went to Broomfield. Agent Grusing asked what Garfield is, and Barry said, it's a little town before the ski town. It's a little ski town. Grusing asked if it was before Monarch, and Barry said, yeah. I turned around right there. Grusing explained that agents have checked and hadn't seen Barry or others go past the Monarch camera. And Barry said, yeah, I didn't. I turned around there. I went that way because I saw those elk. They were in the road right there before I got up to 50. And then I let them cross, and then there was one good bull, and I'm like, man. And I just missed seeing how good he was, you know? I'm a hunter, and I just wanted to see him. And I just turned that way to look at him. That's the only thing. And then I went to Broomfield. I told Joe and Derek everywhere I stopped. I had crap blowing out of the truck. I pulled over at one spot. I got my truck situated, and I went off. And this is Barry's trip to Garfield adds an approximate 5 miles each way to his morning trip and places Barry and his vehicle in the direction the helmet was discarded, west from the bicycle. In this interview, Barry asked for immunity, asked not to get thrown in jail, said there was no evidence demonstrated how he placed his phone in airplane mode, said Suzanne made him a monster and things just blew up, and further explained the chipmunk and the bull elk stories. At approximately 6:07 a.m., Grusing and Harris contacted Barry at the DSI facility. Agents had an appointment with Barry from the previous day to meet at 6 a.m. at his residence. However, Barry left his residence at 5:40 a.m. and pulled into the DSI at approximately 6:05 a.m. Barry stated, yeah, I had a package at UPS I had to pick up. They closed at 6. I had to get there at 6 to come back to the gym. I didn't lie to you. Grusing and agents were working a homicide case, and they desired to work with Barry and clear him if possible. Barry said, that's the should have been done months ago. Grusing said the FBI's job is to collect facts, review the warrants, and Barry was the main person to explain the facts. Barry was told his cooperation was voluntary, that if he chose not to help explain the facts in the case, that was his decision. Barry continued, but everybody's got eyes on me, you know? They see me talking to you. There's people seeing me talking to you right now. There's cameras right now, and it's going to get out. Grusing told Barry that him talking to the FBI should appear normal to other people and help them calm down. Grusing told Barry that Barry's explanation of going to Garfield helped explain the missing 7 miles each way, something Joe did not know about in July. Barry talked about how speaking with the CBI was bad for him because what he told them, we got out in public. Grusing told Barry that he considers talking to agents as a bad thing. Barry was told what normally happens if a dad is missing a daughter or a husband or a missing wife is that they knock on the FBI door all the time. I want to believe you want to help find my wife, find out what happened, but the things that you've told me have crushed me. It's crushed me, and I don't know. There's no way you guys can know how I feel. I went 9 months thinking one thing, and then all of a sudden you guys come to me, and boom, my whole mindset has changed about this whole thing. I'm crushed. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I can't leave my door. daughter, you guys threw me in jail. I've got a 17-year-old that's on her own. You guys don't want that. Barry later stated, and I know there's no evidence on me because it doesn't exist. He added, I'm telling you that. Grusing said things exist that are not explained, and Barry can help with those. Barry said, you told me that if I explained them to you, that you would clear me publicly. Grusing agreed. Barry explained, because that's what I need, because this whole world is freaking, they've trounced me. Grusing told Barry that talking to agents is not a bad thing. Barry stated, it's not a bad thing for you, but if something happens and I say something wrong or I don't recall something, that I told Joe this and I told you something else, boom, I'm done. I lied. Grusing told Barry that agents would tell him when his accounts to Joe differ from current statements. Barry said, you know, when I talked to Joe, I was frantic in my mind. I was out of my mind, even being able to talk to him like I did. It blows my mind that I was able to do that because I was crushed. And Barry said, I gave you my gun. That's my chipmunk gun. They didn't even take it. Grusing said the gun did not appear to have been fired in a long time. Barry said, yeah, it has. I'm just telling you right now that if I was guilty, I wouldn't hand my weapons over to you guys. Grusing said Barry's movements that afternoon to include the truck door opening, him running from the porch to porch, and Suzanne not answering texts from her lover looked different from investigators' perspectives. Barry stated, I've explained that, you can ask anybody that knows me. I've killed 85 chipmunks at my house. That's all I do. I can't sit still. I'm a worker. I'm a busy bee. That's what I do. I'm doing that all day long. Grusing asked Barry for permission to ask another guy about the chipmunk thing, and Barry said, yeah, go ahead, tell him about the chipmunk thing. Grusing said that from 2:44 p.m. to 2:47 p.m., Barry is going to the porches, and Barry said, Special Agent Grusing said 2:47, Barry's phone went into airplane mode. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he placed that phone in airplane mode, and Barry asked, I don't know, what was it on me? Or was it in the kitchen? Or what? I don't know. Special Agent Grusing said the phone movement was how agents knew that Barry was moving around. Barry said, okay, because it was on me. Grusing said that in the past, Suzanne tried to track Barry's phone because she thought he was having an affair. And Barry said, And Grusing said, Suzanne told her friends and her lover about her tracking him, and Barry stated, well, she's told me that. She's tracked me everywhere I went. Special Agent Grusing said Barry may have been placing his phone in airplane mode to keep from being tracked, and he said, no. I don't recall turning my phone on airplane mode. I do not recall that. Special Agent Grusing further explained that Barry's phone went into airplane mode at 2:47 p.m. and came back out at 10:18 p.m., adding that maybe Barry did it on accident. Barry looked at his hand as if he was holding his cell phone and said, well, yeah, it's the first thing that comes up when you hit it. Settings. It would be, if that happened, it was probably an accident. He added, I don't recall that. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that his truck doors were opening and closing as it backed into the middle of the driveway. Barry said, I had junk in my trunk. I always have junk, and I'm always taking something out, leaving my door open. I don't know, and that's the case, but that's what I did. Grusing said the truck doors, to include a passenger, were opening and closing until 9:52 p.m., that Barry must have been loading a lot in his truck. And Barry said, to get ready for Broomfield. Yeah, I was putting everything in my truck for Broomfield. I was cleaning off my workbench for just because it was a wreck. And I'm sure I was loading for Broomfield. Special Agent Harris later explained that the affair started because Suzanne needed someone to talk to. And Barry asked, was it an old boyfriend? At least tell me that one. And Special Agent Grusing said it was not. And Barry asked, they didn't know each other in high school? And Special Agent Grusing said Suzanne reached out to someone to talk to. Here's your footnote. Barry admits on April 22nd to the FBI that the Tranquilizer was on the workbench and that it likely got thrown away in Broomfield. Because Barry was working all the time, and Special Agent Harris said Barry was gone from Suzanne for 2 years in Indiana. Special Agent Grusing said that Suzanne's perception was reality. For instance, when Barry put a gun to his head, he was not physically abusing her, but she felt like he was. Barry said, mentally, emotionally, I know, she said that. Barry added, if I abused her in any way, it was emotionally, and I got angry at times. But it was just because she accused me of these things that were not true, and I had no way to prove it to her. She had no evidence that I ever did anything with another woman, and I haven't. But I couldn't prove that. I mean, you think 32 years of a lover, you could look him in the eyes and say, honey, I've never done that to you. And they'd believe you. But she didn't. And I think she took that mindset with her alcohol and her pills, her depression, her and her cancer, all of this. And I think she made this monster in her head, and it just blew up. Grusing asked Barry about accounting for mileage when he saw the bulk, and whether he climbed or how he turned around. Barry said, no, I just turned around. When asked where, Barry stated Garfield, probably the first place that I could turn around. I left in, I didn't go in and turn around. I just backed in. I went straight into Broomfield. Barry said, and I have no idea, and I should have told that to Joe. And Grusing interjected and said Joe did not know that back then. And Barry said, yeah, but I didn't keep it from him. It just didn't come to my head. Grusing told Barry he could not be a good dad for Redacted because of the stress. And he replied, and I'm not. And it's killing her. And I just want to put it behind. I just want to start new. I just want to start over. And I don't know how to. I love Suzanne, and I hate what she did to me. This breaks my heart, but I can't live like this. I can't go on like this. Grusing said agents do not intend to investigate this infidelity, but Barry is the best source of information versus other people who do not know. Barry asked, and what about immunity? Can you give me immunity if I sit and I just open my life up to you? Grusing asked, immunity for what? And Barry replied, I think in case somebody falsely convicts me or something. Grusing said, you won't be falsely convicted. Barry was told if something bad happened, agents would argue to the DA that Suzanne had the affair and talked about antagonizing him starting May 5th. Barry asked, she actually set a date? Barry was told it was that week. Barry asked, did she actually say to him that she wanted to leave me and be with him? Grusing confirmed, and Barry replied, she actually said that? Grusing and agents could show him the text that she wanted to start a new life with him. And Barry said he had to get work. He had to get to work and asked agents to check on his rifle scopes and his tax paperwork, whether they could be returned to him. March 5th, 2021, Part 2. In this interview, Barry asserted that Suzanne's phone should have been found and that he had an intuition about an affair that he could not recall when he threw away on May 10th, though he was shown photos, and that Suzanne was drunk when he came home Saturday afternoon. Grusing and Harris met with Barry at his Tailwinds worksite behind his condo in the afternoon of March 5th, 2021. When Barry is told that all of the people sent the Facebook request said it didn't seem like it was Suzanne sending them, The agents wonder if Suzanne was doing this just to make him mad. Barry said, Suzanne has never done that in her life. When asked if Suzanne told him she befriended these people, he said no. And then he said, but I have her phone. She gave me full access to her phone. She gave me the passcode. I mean, do you guys have her phone? Do you have her phone? When agents told Barry they don't have her phone, he says, nobody found her phone. And then, I figured you guys have it, he says. See, that's really weird, because I thought from day one you guys had her phone. When Barry was asked where he would look for the phone, knowing where the bike and helmet were, he said, in between. Barry talks about Suzanne's affair possibly getting out on social media, and if it does, you know darn good and well everybody's going to say, I mean, I don't know if you guys think it, but they're like, oh, Barry found out she has a boyfriend and killed her. I mean, that's what people say, and I'm hoping that you guys believe me, that I didn't know that one bit until the day you guys came to my backyard. The agents talked about some things relating to Suzanne's 7 trips and her behavior in Mexico that likely made Barry suspicious, like when he wanted to see her phone because he was not a fool. And Barry said, I had some intuition, but I would never think it was a physical thing. Barry was told that doesn't make him guilty of her disappearance. Barry doesn't protest. FBI agents asked Barry about the statements on April 22nd, and he said he did not have Suzanne's phone or passcode, just her iCloud password. Barry refuses to tell agents in subsequent interviews how long he suspected Suzanne was having an affair. Barry was reminded of the argument that was recorded on the pen, and Suzanne saying it was about money, and they asked him what that was about. And Barry says, it was Suzanne's grandmother's money, and explained that Barry and Suzanne had borrowed $100,000 from Suzanne's dad, and that it caused family problems with Suzanne's brother. Barry said Suzanne wanted to pay it back with her grandmother's money. But Barry said he made a lot of money and he would pay it back. Barry was asked about his phone pinging down by the river during the Facebook post on Friday night, and he asked if he was outside, and Barry said, I could have been. I don't remember. I chase critters around the house all the time. There's a bear. Got into the garage. He completely destroyed my garage, and I've been looking for that guy ever since he came in the garage. I wasn't going to shoot him, but I was just going to scare him off. And, the coyotes, they're always outside. Barry was shown a map printout of Highway 50 near the Garfield area west of Puma Path House and asked about where he turned around at Garfield when he left his house. And he asked where his road is, and he was told it's off the map. And Barry said, I can't tell you exactly where I turned around, but it was probably the first road or drive going into Garfield. Barry said the reason he was watching where the elk go is because he hunts and sheds. He hunts sheds that the sheds are the antlers that are falling off, and that while the bull didn't have the horns, it was a big bull, and he figured that Barry could get its pattern, and then he could follow the pattern and find his horns. Barry talks about the country road where the helmet was found, and he said it was pretty sure he went past that one because he was still looking at the herd. As Barry discusses watching the herd and its patterns and where he turned around, he was motioning several times back and forth with the pen from the road to the location, Garfield Mine, on the map. Barry was shown a photo of the RTD stop and asked about it. Barry said he pulled over there to GPS the job site. There was a trash can right there. He said he took stuff out of his truck. Barry said whatever he threw away was probably just sitting right there on his seat. Barry said he couldn't tell agents what it was because it wasn't worth anything. Barry says it was just junk, probably wrappers and cans. Agents labeled that as trash run number 1. Barry was shown a satellite image of the south side of the hotel where his truck parked, and Barry said he remembers why he was there. Barry said he was just waiting for somebody to come out the door so he could go in and get a free breakfast. Agents labeled that as trash run number 2. Barry was shown photos from surveillance video pictured below of him carrying things, including boots, into the hotel. And Barry said he doesn't even remember carrying the boots into the hotel. And then Barry said he remembered that he took them in the hotel to take the laces out. Barry said the boots had holes in them, but he wanted to save the laces, so he took them in to take the laces out. Barry was asked about the blue item he was holding, and he said it looked like a swimsuit, and asked if they got it from his truck. And Barry was asked by agents if he remembers what was in the garbage bag, and Barry said it was probably his mail. Barry was asked about changing his shirts that day, and he said he did so because it was so hot. Barry was shown photos from the video surveillance and asked about his McDonald's trash run. And Barry said he was pushing it down because the trash was at the top, and he was pushing it down so it would fit. Barry was asked what the small item was that he was throwing away. He said he couldn't remember. Barry said he does it all the time. It's just him. I know it looks bad. It probably looked bad to Joe, but there's nothing there. Agents labeled that trash run number 3. Barry was shown a map of the Men's Warehouse parking lot and told that he stopped there. And agents asked if he took things to the dumpster there. And Barry said, not to my knowledge. Barry was asked if he took things to the trash can, and he replied, I could have. Barry was told he was there for about 40 minutes and asked him if he remembered what he was doing there. And Barry said, I think I was cleaning my truck. Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, I was just, I was just getting crap out of my truck, like I said, which I've done my whole entire life. Agents labeled that trash run number 4. Barry was shown a photograph of the binder he was carrying into the hotel, and Barry said it was papers related to the job. He could study and prepare for the job. Barry was asked about changing from a black to a gray shirt, and Barry said it was because the gray would reflect the sun. Barry said again, from what he has seen, Suzanne left, and he wants to go to Mexico to find her, adding that Suzanne doesn't have to go through a border, and wondered if she had $70,000. Special Agent Grusing said if it wasn't Suzanne, the FBI would consider it. Barry said, but she turned into a different person. She was working out. She was never this fit and this ballsy in all her life. Barry said her mind was altered from drugs and alcohol, adding the substances alter minds, and that he is positive Suzanne's mind was altered. Special Agent Grusing asked if her mind was altered Saturday afternoon when he came home, referencing Barry's statement of her drunk eyes in the photograph, and Barry said, I thought it was, but I thought this might be good because it might make for a better night if she's cut the edge off with something, so I was going to... Special Agent Grusing said Barry wasn't going to fight her on it. Barry said, so I wasn't opposed to that day. I surely wasn't going to bring it up. If I bring up those things, it just causes a fight. She'll start something, so I let it go. March 10th, 2021, Part 2. In this interview, Barry said Suzanne might be in the river. He described the elk path across Highway 50, and if he disposed of her between Salida and Broomfield, agents would see evidence from his truck. He discussed why redacted bed sheets make him look bad, and the tranquilizer dart evidence could be explained from him shooting 2 deer with a dart near his house. Barry met with Special Agent Grusing and Harris at Firehouse Number 4 in Poncho Springs, Colorado. Once seated, Barry asked about his scopes, and Grusing replied that the scopes could be removed from the rifles, but if the agents can clear Barry, he could get everything back. Barry agreed to wait and said if he was guilty, he would not be talking to agents because I'm not stupid. He said he answered every question and wants it to be over. He commented that agents sitting at his workplace make him uncomfortable. Grusing said Barry does not have to return text or call, so agents wait until he appears ready because he appears too nervous to talk. Barry said, I think we've gotten through that, adding that he lost trust when Joe and Derek turned on him. Barry stated that Suzanne told Sheila about things that has pitted Sheila against me. He said he thought Sheila would counsel her that marriage is for life. Barry said he told Suzanne when they got married it was for life, specifically saying to her, "I'm a godly man, and you better make sure that you want me because it's for life." Barry said, "I don't understand. I mean, Suzanne's a good woman. You guys probably think she's a piece of crap." Grusing said agents do not think that, and Barry said, "She's as good as they come. I don't understand what got her to this point." Barry said he didn't even want to fight with Suzanne because of her cancer, adding, "The next night, it would be like nothing ever happened, and she'd be wonderful. She'd make love." Barry added, "We had a great night that Saturday before. We made love that night. Then there was nothing that happened at 2:30. I mean, I look back, nothing. We grilled. I grilled steak at probably 5, 6. We ate dinner, went to bed, we made love." He added, "I always fall asleep right away because I'm dead tired from work. Surely she stayed up, but I don't know how long," shaking his head. "I don't know if she stayed up or went somewhere, texted or did something." Grusing asked where they had sex, and Barry answered, "In the bed, in the master bedroom." Barry then referenced the second Valentine's Day in a row Suzanne met this guy. When she said she was meeting her dad, Barry said he told Suzanne that, "Honey, I'm coming to Florida. Let's spend a few days." He said he went and they had an unbelievable time. "We had sex 3 times a day. She was incredibly romantic with me. She gave me the most beautiful card that was heartfelt." Thank you to Scooter. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Barry and Suzanne must not have been in her right mind. Barry said Suzanne must not have been in her right mind to be in love with another man and treat Barry like she still loves him. Harris told Barry that Suzanne's life with her lover appears to be more her true life than her life with Barry, and that agents did not doubt they still had sex, but she was placating Barry. Barry was told Suzanne felt like she had to have sex with him at times. Grusing referenced her music, books, drinking, IPAs, and the bike riding as being pieces of her new life with her lover, that he was encouraging her to find her true self, and Suzanne was looking for a new life. Barry asked, "So what's this guy's relationship with his wife?" He asked if the lover's wife was ugly, and Grusing said she was not. Barry asked for more information about the lover, and Grusing told Barry he was not cleared as a suspect and would have to be cleared before knowing such things and getting guns back. Barry said, "I would agree with that, but there's not one gun in that safe that's been fired for months." He added, "The one thing I fired is my chipmunk gun, and I guarantee you I fired that even after Suzanne went missing," before confirming that was the gun he gave agents. Grusing asked Barry when he thought it was okay to stop searching for Suzanne, and he replied, "Never." Grusing asked when Barry physically stopped searching for her, and he said, "I searched for 3 to 5 months. Grusing asked Barry at what point he felt searching would do no good. Barry said, "I felt like she was gone. I felt like I really felt in my heart that somebody took her and left the area. And then probably 5 months down the road, I thought she's in the river." Grusing asked Barry what he did about searching places like mine shafts. And he said, "We did. We sure, every Minecraft we searched in this area." Grusing asked if vertical shafts were in the area. And Barry replied, "Yeah, there's one behind the house that's on the very top, but it's plugged by a boulder. They plugged it. It doesn't go. It goes straight down, and they plugged it." When asked if there were more, he added, "There's another one, but it's been blown up by my house. I don't know anything open by the house. The ones in Garfield are open. The ones that are up 240 are open." Grusing asked if the search and rescue covered those, and Barry said they did not search much past the first day or go across the highway. He said, I was certain that first day that a mountain lion got her. I was certain of it. I've been hunting that lion for 2 years," Barry said. He tracked the lion 6 times and knows his habits, coming down the hill behind his house, up the road, across the bridge. across Highway 50 and east across the mountain, and added, I've seen him do it 100 times. Grusing asked Barry if the lion was seen by the helmet, and Barry replied he didn't know. Barry said he was told that there was no blood evidence at the scene, but he and George said too many vehicles drove through it. Grusing asked how far the lion could carry Suzanne, and Barry replied, to the top, to the very top. Barry said it was the first place he looked because he had seen TV shows where lions dragged people up mountains. Grusing asked Barry how a lion would eat a person, and he replied, lions go for the neck. When asked if lions completely eat a person, Barry replied, he's not going to eat her clothes. When a lion eats a deer, he's going, unintelligible, the fur. He added, her clothing should have been found. Grusing discussed the initial response and lack of information law enforcement possessed. Barry was asked about what he presently thinks happened to Suzanne, and he said, I think she left. He added the money is gone, and he thinks she left and something went wrong. Barry said she would not leave her girls. Grusing asked Barry where Suzanne would go if not to her lover, and Barry said she would be the kind of person that would say, I'm just going to disappear and see what happens and try to start my life. Barry said there is no way she cares more about this guy than her girls. He added, I just have no clue. I thought she was in the river. He said search and rescue assured him that she wasn't there after they used poke sticks. Barry stated, at the end of the summer, I'm like, what if she's there the whole time? What if she's there? He talked about using an excavator from work and tearing up a beaver dam, but needing a 240 or a 320 size excavator because of the hundreds of trees. Barry asked, could she be there right now? Absolutely. I don't understand why they've spent $140,000 digging up my job site. If they would have put that money in the river, cleaning it and making sure the body's not there, that would have been put to good use. He continued that the neighbor who heard the machine was 90 years old and senile, and the contractor who worked the job site asserted no work was done recently when the dig occurred. He said the media got a hold of that. Everybody jumped on it, beating the freaking crap out of me. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he ever looked at the bull oak. He continued past the exit 285 to Denver or continued on Highway 50 into town, and Barry said, No, I went straight there. When asked how long he watched that bull oak, as if he was walking along the highway, Barry said, No, they crossed. I was trying to see where they were going, up the mountain, because that's where I was going to go look for his horns, because they do these same things. They're going to drop their horns in the same pattern. He added that they had already crossed. They were in the road when I stopped in the road before I got there. 50. They were in the road crossing, and then they crossed the road, and by the time I get up there, they're already crossing the mountain. I mean, I don't stop on 50. I keep going. I'm just watching to see where they're going. I get to Garfield, I turn around and go right to 285. Investigators have driven from the intersection of Highway 225 and Highway 50 to Garfield, a distance of 2.73 miles, an impossible distance to see an elk at or around 4:23 a.m. and follow it for a short period of time. Barry had about 30 minutes to head that way, turn around and head back towards Highway 285. Barry's truck was seen passing video surveillance on Highway 50 right near the junction with Highway 285, and then again just north on Highway 285 at around 5:14 and 5:16 a.m. Barry continued. The thing about it is, if I had anything to do with this at all, there would be evidence of me and my truck doing something with her between Salida and Broomfield. Barry added, and you, if I had her and took her to Broomfield and disposed of her somewhere between there, you guys would see that with my computer. You would see where I stop. I told Joe every stop I made, and I know for a fact it had to line up with my computer. If you guys are that good At forensics, it had to line up. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that agents could not see every location point that he was at in the mountains, which is why the Bull Oak story made sense. Barry said, "Yeah, I know that you had my truck for several days. I know that you had my house. I know that you had her car. And then there's no possible way you found any evidence of that because it doesn't exist." He added, "I know you took my bed sheets. I know. I didn't even know until after the fact that redacted sheets were off her bed upstairs. I mean, what a coincidence. Her sheets are off the bed. And then, all of a sudden, it's like, that's where he did it. And the sheets are gone. He washed them. Blah, blah, blah. I have no idea that they were off. Suzanne was obviously washing the sheets because redacted was with Suzanne and redacted, and they were going to stay there that night, and Suzanne was taking the sheets off and washing, getting things ready." Grusing asked if redacted was going to stay there, and Barry said, "Yeah, they always sleep together. Yes, they always sleep together." Barry continued, "So I didn't even know those sheets were off the bed, but boom, that makes me look bad. And I wasn't even aware of it, but I guarantee you there's no evidence on those sheets wherever they're at. I don't know if you have evidence when you wash them or not. I've never done this. I've never done your job. But I know for a fact that you guys have found no evidence on me doing any of this. It just doesn't exist. That's why I just don't understand how it can go 9 months." Grusing said the odd thing about the sheets in the house was that the tranquilizer dart had been fired. 67 footnote, the evidence of Suzanne's bicycle disposal and helmet occurred near Maysville and Garfield, areas Barry passed before he reached Salida that morning. Barry is presumed to mean to say redacted here when he says Suzanne. Barry replied, "And I have shot, and again I have told you, I don't want to get in trouble with the DNR." Grusing inserted he was not. Barry continued, I'm telling you right now, I've shot 2 deer with my trank guns. I used to raise deer. I collect horns, and I'm telling you exactly what I did." He continued, they're in the yard. I shoot them. They go to sleep. I cut their horns off, and I wake them up, and they go off with no horns on their head, and I cut their horns." Grusing said Barry's friends in Indiana talked about that, and he replied, "And it's totally illegal, and so I'm not going to share that with the DNR, the way they are, and they come arrest me. So things like that in my head. What should I say? And nobody even asked me about the trank dart, but you're going to find trank darts around my property because I've done that." Grusing asked Barry when he last did that, and he shook his head and replied, "I don't recall, but it would be when the deer had antlers, and that's usually late April." Grusing asked Barry when he last did that. Okay. Grusing said that made sense because investigators could not explain a tranquilizer dart. Barry said, "I'm just telling you right now, I'm a redneck, and the first thing I thought of when I came here and saw a deer in my yard with big horns, I'm like, I'm getting them horns. Not going to kill him, not going to poach it, but I guarantee if DNR knew I did that, they'd slap my wrist pretty hard." Grusing said agents are not here for those reasons, and Barry said, "I know, and that's why I'm sharing this with you. I'm going to be open with you. I obviously, things line up against me, coincidentally, or for some reason. I mean, I look back and some things that happen, I'm like, gosh, that makes me look like, why would God allow that? These things in this situation to make me look like the sheets, the bed unmade." Special Agent Grusing asked why those things made Barry look bad, and he said, "Because it looks like I did something, and I ripped the sheet, I got blood on them, and I ripped them off, and I washed them. To me, looking at that through a detective's eyes, that would make it look a little suspicious." Barry continued, "So, obviously, I didn't. And
Just little things like that. I'm like, and just like throwing my crap everywhere, away. I've done that my whole life, and I told Joe, I said I was in a hurry. I was going to put it in the dumpster, and I think the dumpster, bulging away. But I had this freaking crap in my truck, and I've done it my whole life. I see a trash can, I pull over, I throw something out. I've done it my whole life.
Thank you, Billy Boy Blue.
Barry continued. So whatever we have to do to get this over, I need it over for me. I need to move on, move forward somehow. Of course, what you told me about the affair, it broke me. I'm still broken about it. I will probably never get over that. But the good thing about it is that it will allow me to move on. Knowing if what you're saying to me is true, even if she comes back, even if we find her alive, she doesn't want me anymore. So why should I put all of my heart, my love, this relationship, if she doesn't want me anymore?
Barry continued.
I can't go on like this. This is no way to live. It's not fair. It's not fair to my daughters that I be so upset. But I want to talk about the relationship, which I think is where we were when we left. I'll answer anything about Suzanne and I, but obviously she had two different worlds. I just can't believe what she's telling this guy, and I can't believe what she's telling her friends and family.
Special Agent Grusing read the text of Barry's response on May 6, saying that Barry was sorry things went the way they did, asking what he meant by the way they did. Barry said,
I don't recall that. And I know there was a terrible text and I told Joe about that.
Grusing said this was Wednesday, and Barry said,
yeah, but I thought it was Friday when I talked to Joe. I thought it was Friday, so...
Harris asked if Barry knew what the fight was about, and he said,
she was accusing me of having an affair. She accused me of having cameras in the house, watching her every move.
When Grusing asked if Barry had functioning game cameras, he said,
I had game cameras. I think all of them were in the safe. They took them all. The game cameras I had outside, sometimes I put them by the drive to see if anybody's coming in when I'm gone. But most of the time I'm trying to get a picture of deer, elk, a bear. But I have no cameras in the house. I've never used a camera in the house. And she was just absolutely sure I had cameras in the house.
Barry said he monitored the cameras with a little SD card that he could put in his computer. He added,
even the outside cameras, she thought that, oh, you're watching, or your girlfriend's watching you on the outside cameras. I said, honey, the outside cameras don't even work. But she was certain that if, I was outside with her and doing something in the yard, she would say, I know she's watching you. Just stupid stuff. And I'm like, that's why the only reason these fights happen is because she's accusing me. And I never understood them until now. She's accusing me because she wants to justify her relationship.
Special Agent Grusing said Suzanne's affair did not start until 2018, and she suspected he was having an affair while they were in Indiana. Barry said, it goes way back, but it never has gotten to the point where she was just...
It's almost like before when she said she wanted me to admit it and be done with it. And now it's like, I don't care. I got somebody. I don't care. That was her attitude.
Grusing said on May 6, Suzanne wrote in her notes that Barry accused her of Redacted and Redacted's boyfriend. After confirming Redacted was one of her medications, Barry said,
and I told you why I did that. I did that to make her to feel what it's like to be accused, because I didn't believe she had a boyfriend. I mean, I've told you guys that since day one. You surprised the heck out of me telling me that she's got an affair. If you would have said she's texting somebody and having an emotional conversation affair, maybe I could have. But physical, she loves the Lord. She knows God's word. We got to answer to the Lord when we do things like that. And
Special Agent Grusing interrupted with Barry's earlier reference to King David's affair. Barry was told that agents see bad things about people in investigations, like all the time, adding that this was an intimate partner investigation from the beginning. Barry talked about a couple from their church whom they grew up with, and the wife went off with another man, destroying the family. Barry said, "The thing about Suzanne is, I wouldn't think that she would ever destroy her family because we were very close, all four of us. That's why I'm like, Suzanne couldn't do this, just knowing who she is, knowing our love story." Barry talked about meeting Suzanne, talking all night, falling in love, having children. He spoke of the 2013 incident where Suzanne almost died from cleaning the shower with bleach and peroxide, and the fumes interacted with the chemo and put her mind into an anxiety mode. Barry said he was a workaholic and a huntaholic. Cheated on her out of what a woman needs emotionally. He said he was never home and he worked daylight until dark, going selfishly hunting. Barry added, "She's the love of my life. She'll always be the love of my life. I've forgiven her for what she's done to me. But I don't know if I could ever be with her again if she comes back, and I'm justified not to go through this." Barry said he has to trust God because God knows more than us. And I can be angry with God and say, "You can't take my wife. You can't take their mother." Harris said Suzanne wrote in her notes that she talked to Barry about divorce as early as 2019. And Barry said, "I don't recall her ever talking about divorce. I recall her mentioning in a fight, but when we're both sober and sitting down and having a heart-to-heart talk, I don't ever recall her talking to me that she wants a divorce ever." Harris explained that in 2019, Suzanne said Barry won't hear talk about a divorce, and Barry asked to whom Suzanne told that to, and agent said it was a friend. Special Agent Harris said she brought up the topic and said Barry won't even hear of it. And I wouldn't. If she said, "Hey, we're going to have a talk about this tonight," which she never did, I would say, "I'm not discussing this because it's not going to happen." Special Agent Grusing asked if Barry or Suzanne discussed such things with the girls. Barry said, "Absolutely not." Special Agent Grusing asked if the girls ever saw them fighting, and Barry said, "There's a couple of times when they saw us fighting, but it was this other woman thing. It's when I was just fed up, and like one day I was like, they were both upstairs, and I said, 'Girls, get down here. We got to have a talk. Your mom thinks I have a girlfriend. I don't. I don't know what to do.' And I drugged them into it. And it was the worst thing I ever did, because Suzanne, she did not appreciate that, bringing them into it. But I was desperate. I needed help. I needed somebody on my side. And I drugged them into it, and it was a bad thing to do. And she never forgave me for that." In April of 2021, interviews with the FBI, Barry asserted that he did not suspect an emotional affair, though he admitted to agents in February and March interviews that he suspected such going back to 2019. Special Agent Harris said Barry did not want to hear about divorce. Suzanne was talking about civil separation. Barry said, "None of that. None of that. I didn't take any of that with a grain of salt that day. When she said that, there's no way. In my mind, I thought that she would sit down and say, 'I want a divorce.' That statement right there in the middle of angry outbursts via text, and I never understood it. Now I do. But I blamed it on alcohol or drugs or something in her system." Barry added, "Because she would have these outbursts. I would come home, and it was like nothing ever happened. It was like two different people, so I understood, and I told this to Joe from the beginning. This looks bad when we have this fight. I thought it was Friday. But that's another thing that I said that coincidentally looks bad, but that it had nothing to do with anything, Special Agent Grusing showed Barry deleted calls from his phone on May 4th, asking if he remembers who deleted them. And Barry says, "No, I don't recall deleting any of those calls. The only thing I deleted was texts because I didn't want the girls to see them, but I don't recall deleting the calls."
Special Agent Grusing showed deletions of calls to Dan Monex, Collegiate Peaks Bank, and others, and Barry said, "No idea. Don't recall deleting them. If I did, it was just to clean things up." But Special Agent Grusing said agents are available whenever to meet with Barry. He said, "Well, I'm in a situation where I feel like I look bad because I've not reached out to you guys. I've not reached out because of what everybody else is telling me." Barry asked if the FBI was having the sheriff keep tabs on him because it seems to Barry that the sheriff drives by when the agents are in town. Special Agent Grusing said agents do not tell the sheriff what to do. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a document with 3 calls from him to Jean Mormon on May 8th and 9th, explaining that those were the only calls to Jean in Barry's phone logs. And Barry said, "Jean and I would always talk," and Special Agent Grusing replied that there were the only calls on his phone. To Jean? "Well, Jean and I talk quite a bit. Well, here's the deal. Usually it's him calling me." Agents explained the last call happened on the way back from the Moonlight Pizza on Friday. May 8th, Barry said that he thinks that call was him telling Jean to tell him that the money was all paid back. Special Agent Grusing placed a page documenting Barry's use of airplane mode on his phone in April and May 2020, saying agents thought he was keeping Suzanne from seeing where he was, and it did not appear accidental. Barry asked that, and Special Agent Grusing said it was a record of his use in 2020, since April 15th. Barry said, "Oh, you're talking about not the day you're I did that to not let her know where I was because she tracks me everywhere I go." Special Agent Grusing asked what events made Barry decide to turn it on or off, and he said, "Just not that I'm doing anything wrong, but just to try to get her to say, 'Oh, I couldn't track you,' or just, she would show up at my job sites in a rage, thinking that I was having sex with one of my clients." He clarified the incident occurred in Indiana, saying it made him look bad in front of his clients. "I know for a fact that if you guys could find out what she did, there's no doubt in my mind you could have found out if I had a girlfriend. True? Nobody, right?" Grusing said he did not bring the photos of the sex site searches that Suzanne was supposedly framing him on. Barry said, "I never went to a porn site. I'm against watching porn. I do not watch porn. Have I ever looked at a naked woman on one of those sites? I have before. But if there was ever a site that was searching for a woman, it was not me. I've never, even inappropriately, texted another woman since I've been married, probably since I've been in love. There is no proof out there that I did so." Barry said he can see where agents are genuine and honest, and he appreciates the work for him. "And I would just beg you, whatever you can do to clear me." Grusing said agents want to clear him and find Suzanne. Barry was told that the FBI researched Suzanne as if she was a wanted fugitive, to include facial recognition, and they have not found Suzanne. "I just think if something happened and she left, that something went wrong. And how could we know that?" Special Agent Grusing talked about the difference between a fugitive trying to disappear from someone with Suzanne's lifestyle disappearing. "Is suicide would that be?" Special Agent Grusing said investigators believe her body is close to where the bike and helmet are. Barry said, Joe said that you had planes that could detect disturbed soil. I mean, didn't they do that?" Special Agent Grusing said the mountains and rocky terrain makes that method difficult. Special Agent Grusing talked about mine shafts, and Barry shifted in his chair. The possibility was posed to Barry that she could not be seen in one of those, also considering the staging of the bike and helmet. Barry said, "If that was the case, then why wouldn't we have as many thousands of agents, as they've said, have been on this case. Why don't we have thousands of people doing a grid search looking for anything that could be a dig site, a bury site, a piece of clothing? Barry posed scenarios of a drifter taking Suzanne or hit and run. That's a scenario. That's possible. What if a lion grabbed her, took her up? I've never heard of a lion consuming a whole human body. Maybe it happened. I don't know. But the lion's not going to eat the clothes. So those should be found if it was a lion. Barry agreed to meet them again to finish answering the agent's questions for the case audit, April 5th, 2021. During this two-part interview, FBI agents placed 26 exhibits in front of Barry, including photos Suzanne sent to Libler, cell phone data, search photos, timelines of his activities on May 9th to May 10th, and surveillance photos. At approximately 10:25 a.m., Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris contacted Barry at his residence in Poncha Springs. Barry said mentally, still kind of in that just confused mode about, and I've shared this with you guys, and I was one way, and then when you guys told me about the affair, it just did a 180 in my mind. I don't even think it's a fair way for me to think sometimes. Special Agent Grusing asked what Barry meant by a fair way to think. I don't think about her the way I did before you told me that. Obviously, I think any guy would say that. I love her. I forgive her. But the betrayal is just harder. And I never was unfaithful during my part. So I just don't understand it. I want to blame it on the cancer, the chemo, the drugs, the alcohol. And if I could blame it on that, I would feel better. I mean, I don't even think the girls would talk to her if they found out she did this. Special Agent Grusing asked about the time when Barry texted Redacted in Mexico about Suzanne not being the one receiving texts from Redacted. Barry replied, well, Redacted she had witnessed that once before at the house where it was a time when Suzanne was just really banging me up about having somebody, you know? And I was kind of at my wit's end, and I grabbed her phone one time, and Redacted was at school, but Redacted was there, and I just let Redacted know. I said, you need to come down and hear this. I said, your mom thinks I'm having an affair. There's no way that I've ever done anything. And like I told you guys before, that was the only time we ever had arguments. Special Agent Harris said agents were concerned about Barry's end-of-life planning steps to include selling off assets and his statements of not being around anymore and his weight loss. Special Agent Grusing added that Barry's behavior with Shoshana, to include pictures of them taken at the Antlers Hotel, appears concerning. Barry said, well, I'll tell you right now that she's a special person in my life, and I've told you before, she's a dear friend. There's nothing sexual going on with her, and I didn't meet her until October 25th. The first time I ever saw her face to face, I've talked with her, was October 25th. Barry said, by meeting Shoshana, God answered his prayer of, please give me something. My daughters know about Shona. That they know we're friends. They know I go over there, and yeah, I've been there late at night when we're talking, and we're just helping each other, and that's it. Special Agent Grusing addressed the end-of-life planning again that Barry said. No, I'll be honest with you guys, and I've shared this with you. It's the thing that has been. I'm a tough guy. This has been painful to me, and just being done with it. I'm definitely thought about it. I could never worry about that. I know about selling the assets. It's just for me to get out of here. I'm getting out of here.
Okay, and then these footnotes here. At the end of the interview, Barry tells agents he told the girls about Suzanne's affair. This is the second time Barry admitted to grabbing Suzanne's phone, with the other being the time in Mexico. Barry's relationship with Shoshana Drake is documented following this section. Special Agent Grusing discussed the goal of agents to complete the audit with the gaps that exist and the intention complete the investigation through the best means possible. Barry asked, and you assured me that if we get for you guys, you'll clear me. Grusing agreed and Barry continued. I just need to get out, to move on, start healing. Grusing introduced the first page containing a photo of surroundings of Barry's house, titled Sheila's Visit in 2019. When asked what was going on, Barry laughed and stated, and I told Suzanne this. I don't even know what she told Sheila, but I was in Arizona hunting. I had been camping for 7 days. I smelled like crap. I looked like crap. I thought they were going out in town and go eating. And I just wanted to make sure they weren't in the house. I just wanted to get in there and take a shower. And I looked, and it didn't seem like anybody was there. I just went back and up on the hill, and I looked. I didn't see anything. And they were in there. And I guess they called the Cushmans. And then Pete comes flying out with his pistol. I smelled like freaking crap. And I looked like freaking crap. And he wanted to see if they were in the house. And he wanted to see if they were in the house. Special Agent Harris asked if Barry put his vehicle in the driveway. And he said, no, I pulled into Betty's drive over here in the cul-de-sac. And he pointed up towards the top of the page. Grusing asked why he parked away from his house, and Barry said, just because I wanted to see if they were in there. He said he could shower somewhere else if needed. I haven't seen my wife in 7 days. I'm going to shower. I didn't want to see Sheila. I didn't want to have her see me like this. That's all I was doing. Special Agent Grusing said agents were wondering if Barry suspected that Suzanne was in the house with her lover. And Barry replied, no. I knew Sheila was there. When Special Agent Grusing repeated, you knew Sheila was there? Absolutely. Barry has articulated numerous times that he has considered suicide, has liquidated assets, and plans to leave town. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that Agent Derek Graham previously reviewed with him some of the items on the list made by Suzanne last backed up on May 8th, and Barry was asked if Suzanne ever went through the list with Barry, and he said, no. But there's things that she would throw at me when she was accusing me of doing something, so if you want to go through that, Special Agent Grusing said agents would like to discuss a few items, but not the entire list. Barry was shown the line, can't be healthy and stay in this relationship, and asked if she told him that, to which he replied, she did not. Special Agent Harris told Barry about the recording from the pen when Suzanne said Barry controlled what she could eat or wear, and Barry interjected, but I've never done that. I've never controlled her like that, he added. And there was one time where we did get into a fight, where she said, my cancer came back because of you. The stress that you're putting on me. And she did blame me. She did put that on me during an argument. Special Agent Grusing asked if that argument occurred here or in Indiana, and Barry replied, I believe it was here, yeah. When asked how he responded to her, Barry said, I'm like, there's just, how can you say that? Huh? How could she say these things to me if I never understood it till now. Now she's got a lover. Well, yeah, she's going to try everything she can to make friction between us. Special Agent Grusing cited the May 6th text from Suzanne that the marriage was over, and Barry's response was that he loves her, and he was trying to control her. He was trying to control his hurt heart. Special Agent Grusing
described Suzanne wounding him deeply, and him trying to move forward. Barry said, "Yeah, the wound is her falsely accusing me, and I just never understood how to handle that. I can't prove anything to her. But you would think that after 32 years, all this dedication, love, she would trust me, but that I'm not going to lie about that. And if I did have a woman, and I wanted to get it off my chest and get counseling and move on and move forward, I would probably do that with her because I loved her. If I made a mistake, it was a mistake. But I didn't, and I just couldn't get it in her head." Special Agent Grusing interjected to the point, "Knew I was looking at the phone in bonus," the line from Suzanne's grievance list, and asked Barry about that, and he stated, "She thought I had cameras in the deer eyes. She thought I had cameras in the deer eyes of my mounts. She thought there were cameras in there. And I threatened to rip them out. Rip those eyes right out of the deer mounts and prove it to her. I didn't want to tear my deer mounts up, but..." Grusing interjected to ask if Suzanne talked to Barry about him seeing her on her phone. "Yeah, I've never seen anything on her phone that would just divulge what she was doing. Never." Grusing asked about the May 6 text when Barry told Suzanne, "I'm sorry that things went the way they did," and he responded, "The argument." And I said this all the time to myself, Barry, come on, Barry, you need to not get fired up. You just need to show her love. So with Suzanne, that's what I was saying through this thing. I'm like, Barry, you gotta love her. Just show her love. Don't let that get you fired up and get into an argument. Grusing reviewed the Wednesday morning text with Suzanne and Barry's responses and asked if the argument happened before he went to work. And Barry said, No, I think it was during work. I was actually on the Bobcat. Yeah, working here, texting her while we, and now I don't even understand it that morning, but I do now. I mean, she was trying to make me do something or make me leave her or something because of this guy. Grusing asked what Suzanne said that morning, and Barry asked, via text? Suzanne was accusing me of being with a woman. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry, since Suzanne had a lover for 2 years at this point, why would she care if he had a girlfriend? He said, the only thing I can think of is because it would justify her thing to the girls. Special Agent Grusing mentioned divorce, and Barry said, yeah, it would justify her divorcing if that's what she wanted. I mean, or it would justify her having an affair, or if she thought in her mind, which there was sometimes where I truly believed that, really thought that, and I thought that her mind just went crazy and the place. But now I have found all this stuff out, and I'm thinking that she did this purposely to try to manipulate the situation with her family. Special Agent Harris said Suzanne thought Barry was having an affair at one point. Barry was asked what her distant unlovingness from his text to Suzanne meant to him. Just being cold towards me, I mean. I didn't understand it at the time, but now, if she was in love with someone else and didn't want me, it makes perfect sense now that she was being distant. Special Agent Harris asked if he felt that for a while. Barry responded, talking about Valentine's Day in Florida being amazing, and looking back, she'd talk to this guy and she'd get a different face on, and then she'd be cold, and then she would come to her senses. I just blamed it on her cancer. She has been fighting this in her mind since we left Indiana because that's when she was diagnosed. So I didn't want to ruffle any feathers during her treatment, but it was hard. It was hard for me to show her love and take care of her during this time and not get my feelings hurt when she was cold or when she did something, drugs or alcohol. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he bought a VPN on blank's Reddit card referencing Suzanne's note, bought VPN security using blank's name card. Now, this virtual private network allows users to create a secure connection to another over the internet. Thank you, Outlanders. Barry said, No, if I did, it was an accident. I don't even know what that is, but I think I told Redacted and Mom that I was trying I think somebody called me about fraud and said, you need this to protect yourself, and if that's what you're talking about. Special Agent Grusing said the purchase was in February of 2020, and Barry said, yeah, if that was, I thought I was buying fraud protection, and I didn't know what I was buying, but obviously, if my memory recalls what I was buying right, I think Suzanne thought I was doing something, secretly, which I wasn't. Special Agent Grusing asked about Suzanne's note. Bedroom profession, about marrying, having babies, in reference to someone else. Perry laughed and said, No, we was having sex one time, and I said it to her. It was, in the heat of the moment. It was a sexual frenzy. I said it directly to her. I said, I want to marry you and have babies. But she thought I was talking to my hand. This woman that's in my hand, in a chip. Special Agent Grusing addressed Suzanne's complaints regarding security cameras, asking Barry if he moved the DVR or recording device for the home system. The wires seemed disconnected. Barry said, I don't remember, and I would almost bet $100,000 that she took them out. They never worked, and when we got there, they did for a little bit. I hired a company to come, and I don't know if they didn't work because of her sabotaging them or what, but I could care less about them. It didn't matter to me, so... Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he could use his phone to see the camera footage, and he said, well, that's what I do with my door security. I just got the alarm set, so somebody comes in, they think the cops are coming, but it's not hooked up directly to a company. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he synced the cameras from his house to his phone, and Barry answered, I don't think I could ever get them. I thought it was because of the bad reception, the cell service in the mountains, so after everything happened, I could do that, but I couldn't always get them on my phone because of the cell service, but sometimes I could. Special Agent Grusing asked, sometimes you could? Special Agent Grusing said Special Agent Harris asked Barry what wireless service he used to send the signal from the cameras to his phone, and Barry said, I don't know if it's happened through HughesNet, was our internet provider. I don't know. I just the new guy put the new ones in. I don't know. He showed me the app. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he could get the camera feed sporadically. Barry said, yeah, I could never open them when I wanted to. It just seemed like something they would open sometimes. Special Agent Grusing interjected, and he asked Barry what app he used. Barry said, Luna. I think Luna, yeah. Barry stated, under my best recollection, all of my cameras were in the safe, because I never used cameras in hunting season. Every once in a while, I'd put one on the driveway just to see a car coming in and out. But Special Agent Grusing said the agents tried to find Barry, chasing the chipmunks on the cameras, recovered and could not. He said, well, I don't think any cameras were there. They were in the safe. Everything was in the safe. They took everything from the safe. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry how he knew the chipmunks were outside to chase it that day, and he said, they're always out there. That's just what I do. I I've shot 85 chipmunks at my house. And when I'm bored, I shoot chipmunks. Special Agent Grusing said, right. And I asked if the chipmunk gun was in the car, the truck with him, and he said he didn't remember. Special Agent Grusing noted from the evidence it appeared that Barry made it from the garage to the porch in 7 seconds, and Barry said, and asked Barry if he remembered where his gun was. Barry stated, I don't recall. It could have been in his truck. It might have been. I don't recall. Special Agent Grusing asked if the scope was mounted to the gun at the time, and Barry said, yeah, nodding his head. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry what he did with the chipmunks after he killed them, and he said, he either threw it in the hill where the crows come down and get him, or down by the river. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry about Suzanne's statement. Just wrestled free, and Barry said, I've never constricted her with my arms, never. And if we ever have an argument, I would maybe push up against her, maybe, and then she would slip around me. But I never would have grabbed her and constricted her, and I told you the one incident where I struck her, that was the only time in my entire life that I've ever done anything. So if she's saying that there was anything physical besides that, it's absolutely 100% not true. Barry was asked about redacted bed sheets being a free-for-all statement by him, being related to a tranq dart being used. Barry asked, in the house? Special Agent Grusing said it was unknown if it was used in the house, and then he asked if it was related to the sheets on redacted's bed, and Barry said, absolutely not. I told you that what I do is I will open that back door and I will trank a deer in the backyard that's sitting there eating my grass. And if there's any trank dart anywhere, it's just from one of those. Special Agent Grusing said the evidence of the trank dart was found inside the house. Barry replied, yeah, where I've shot deer from the little breezeway, from behind the garage and the laundry room, out that back door. Special Agent Grusing asked about the back door, and Barry said, the back door is outside the kitchen window where the bath is. And yeah, there was a trank dart out there, outside or in the house. It's from me shooting deer. Thank you, Madonna. Okay, discussion of Exhibit 3. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry an exhibit labeled 12 consecutive calls May 9th and explained that investigators thought Suzanne might have disappeared Friday night until seeing the text between her and her lover. And Barry was told Suzanne, thinking at this point in the marriage, was summed up by the May 6th text and opposed to Barry's assertions. Sergeant Agent Grusing said that from 2:47 p.m. on Saturday forward, she was not responding to her lover. Okay, footnote 75, the breezeway is located directly below the lawn chairs where Barry earlier said Suzanne was sunbathing when he came home at 2:44 p.m. and when she provided Jeff Libler with her last proof of life. Barry said, that's because we were together. And we talked about having a good evening together and putting those phones down. Special Agent Harris explained how investigators looked at evidence and statements considering people's biases versus the lack of bias from evidentiary items like cell phones and telematics. When things don't add up, investigators consider the bias component and most likely side with the evidence. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that investigators want the truth from him, even if it does not look good for him. He said, Barry was told that he, like many in his position in similar investigation, is hesitant to talk about Saturday afternoon because he thinks agents would rush to judgment and say he did this. Special Agent Grusing said Suzanne's phone was either taken or shut off, not under her control on Saturday. And Barry said, well, that didn't happen. I didn't take her phone that day. I didn't know she was communicating with somebody, but we discussed having a good evening together, turning phones off. And maybe I put mine in airplane mode instead of turning mine. I don't remember what I did. Special Agent Grusing and Barry took his phone out of airplane mode at 10:17 p.m. Barry said, "That night?" Special Agent Grusing confirmed, "That night." Barry said, "Well, she did." Special Agent Grusing asked, "She brought yours out of airplane mode?" "Yeah." Special Agent Grusing said, "That would be odd because Suzanne's phone had no activity." Barry said, "Yeah, I don't recall taking it out of airplane mode." Barry stood up and walked towards a cell phone that was charging. The phone rang about 5 minutes previously. He said, "Let me make sure this is not my work calling." Special Agent Grusing turned to communication between Suzanne and her lover. Fred. Barry was shown the photo of Suzanne dated April 14th, 2020, and asked if he thought she looked high. He said, "Yeah." Special Agent clarified, "She looks intoxicated to you?" Barry said, "Yes. Do you mind if I read?" Barry asked, "Is this him or her?" Agents explained the messages and photos were Suzanne's sides of the texting to her lover. After reading a few pages, Barry said, "Yeah, she looks intoxicated on every picture I've seen so far." Special Agent Grusing pointed to a photo of Suzanne wearing a red shirt on April 18th and asked, "This one?" Barry said, "Yep." After continuing to read through the text, Barry said, "She's saying she's wearing..." He was referencing the 4/21/2020 photo of Suzanne wearing a yellow and white shirt with her text, "Thanks, baby. I wear it for you." Barry stopped reading. He sat down, and agents asked if he had thoughts. He said, "That's pretty hurtful." Barry was shown a photo of papers for the Broomfield wall, and Special Agent Harris explained the photo was from a bathroom drawer. Barry said, "Yeah, that's probably my side of the bathroom." Special Agent Grusing asked if he came back from the site and put those in the drawer, and Barry said, "I had different copies. That was the original copy they gave me, like when we was first looking at this job." Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a photo of a .22 round in his bedroom, asking Barry if he knew where it was from, and he said, "Humph. No, I don't." He guessed it came from his pocket when Suzanne was folding laundry. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a photo of damage to the floor to the door frame of their bedroom, explaining that prior owners said it was not previously there. Barry was asked if it was the result of an argument or him being locked out, and he said, "I have no idea what that's from." When asked if he knew it was there, Barry replied, "No." Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a page showing friend requests on Suzanne's Facebook on Friday, May 8th, and asked him if he was responsible. "No," he added, "I never did anything on her Facebook." Special Agent Grusing said by this date, in May, Suzanne had had the text fight with him, and they were accusing each other of having lovers. Barry was asked if he was sending the request to see if she had a boyfriend. He said, "Absolutely, 100% no. No, I absolutely did not. I never went into her phone, into her Facebook, ever. The only time I touched her phone was in Mexico when I thought she was secretly doing something. I think I told you the story. And she said, 'Here,' and gave me, and you can look. And she gave it to me. And let me look, because there's no way I could find out what you guys find out." Barry continued, "And I went to Snapchat, and I looked through all of her Snapchat people, and I looked through all of her text people, and I didn't see anything, and I gave it back to her."
Special Agent Grusing asked Barry about Suzanne's list. Chased me around resort and threatened and took phone. If those occurred at the same time. Barry replied, yeah, that's I don't remember chasing her, but I maybe I walked behind her. I wouldn't chase her through a resort. That's ridiculous. But I was wanting her phone, and that's when I got it. Special Agent Grusing returned to the Bobby Huff and Facebook requests, confirming it was not Barry, and he said, no, absolutely not. Barry continued, if you look at my Facebook account, you'll see that I've never communicated with anybody. Maybe a high school friend here and there, but never any of these women I don't know. Never had communication. And she was bothered by that. I said, if you want me to cancel it, I'll just cancel it. Who needs that darn Facebook? And I ended up just canceling it. And it wasn't worth me having to fight my wife about it. And we've talked about Facebook before because we've had a friend's marriage blow apart, sky high because of the Facebook contact with an old boyfriend. And I said, I just don't think it's good for us to even have it. So obviously, look what happened. She had it, contacted somebody, and here it is. Special Agent Harris asked Barry if he had any thoughts now on why she did all those friend requests. And Barry said, I just said because she would probably know that I would get upset if she would friend men. And she's probably, from everything we've talked about, in a state of mind, she don't care anymore. And that's about what I think. Special Agent Grusing asked if Suzanne would know Barry would see it. And he said, probably not. Special Agent Grusing questioned why she would do it to upset Barry if she did not think he would see it. Barry said, I think she knew, I just didn't touch her phone. Maybe she thought I did, but the Special Agent Grusing said, it seemed like she set a trap for Barry. And he said, it sounds like that to me. I don't think she did it for, I don't know why she did it. I don't know why she would think that I'm going to look at her Facebook account because I just don't do it. Special Agent Grusing said Barry told agents prior that their phones were tied together through Apple. And he had the main. Yeah, but she changed her. She got her own private and obviously now I see why she did it, for this boy. But, yeah, she had her own Apple ID and password and stuff. I knew nothing about it. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he knew by now who Suzanne's lover was, and he said, no, I'm still in the dark about that. Special Agent Grusing asked if he cared at this point, and he said, well, I want to know. I'm afraid of doing something I regret. Not because I wouldn't kill the guy, but I would see... I would probably hit him really hard, pretty hard in the nose. Redacted came home, and Barry continued the interview at the fire station. At 11:41 a.m., agents followed Barry inside the station while he spoke on the phone. While being seated, Barry said he was working on a project at the river property. Special Agent Grusing said investigators were trying to determine if anyone independent of Barry could provide last proof of life for Suzanne. He asked, what about those two people that saw her Sunday? I just heard there were two people. Special Agent Grusing interrupted, saying those leads had been covered. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that after 2:45 4 p.m. on Saturday, no other person beside Barry could say Suzanne was alive. Barry was asked if he could try working backwards through the events from Sunday morning to Saturday afternoon to see if more leads could be developed, and Special Agent Grusing asked if the last thing Barry remembered about Suzanne was hearing her breathing, and Barry said, no. Last thing I heard her do was snoring. Lightly snoring. Asked if she was in bed. Barry said, yes. Special Agent Grusing asked where Barry was when he heard her. He said,
I was going from the bathroom to the kitchen just 'cause I get ready in the bathroom.
Barry was asked the last time he saw her or heard Suzanne prior to that, and he said,
Just probably before we went to sleep and we had sex. Yeah.
Special Agent Grusing asked what happened before that, and Barry said,
Before that, we had dinner.
when asked where he sat, Barry said,
At the bar.
Barry was asked what he ate and what she ate, and he said,
We split a steak 'cause, she never eats a full meal. Never.
and Special Agent Grusing asked what else he or she ate. Barry said,
I don't recall.
Special Agent Grusing asked before that. Barry said,
Before that, it had to be when, got home from doing my bobcat with Crib, and she was outside laying out in the sun. I think I sat out there with her. I don't know if that's when I did the chipmunks or when did the chipmunks before I went to the Crib. I don't recall.
Special Agent Grusing said, because of Barry's phone activity, the chipmunks would have occurred after the crib trip. Barry said,
Okay, then the chipmunks. She was laying out. I was looking. Probably went to sit with her when she was laying out. I seen a chipmunk. And I got my gun. And I shot the chipmunk.
Special Agent Grusing asked Barry to work forward from the chipmunk, and Barry said,
I truly don't recall that.
Special Agent Grusing told Barry that on Saturday at 11 a.m., he told Morgan Gentile he was planning to take a hike or bike ride with Suzanne, but now he was unsure if his Fuse's hike was that day. Barry stated, I have not recalled what day it was. It could have been Saturday, but I don't recall it. But I know it was in that probably 3-day period. I don't remember that much, but it could have been Saturday, could have been Friday. I don't recall. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a photo of a Google Earth image around his house and results of the telematics of his truck from 2:47 p.m. until 9:25 p.m. on Saturday. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he was preparing for a Broomfield trip. The account of Suzanne laying out is consistent with her photo to Libler at 2:03 p.m., but counter to Barry's previous assertions that she was laying out when he got home at 11:30 a.m. Barry said,
Yeah, packing clothes and tools and stuff.
Grusing asked Barry if he wanted to review the times on the sheet, explaining he did not have much time to cook steaks when his doors were opening and closing. Barry looked at the sheet and said,
And I was grilling steak outside, and I was probably doing things in my truck at the same time. I mean, I can assure you, we grilled steaks, and we ate steaks that night.
Barry added,
I mean, you should have seen the dishes. Did they see the dishes?
Special Agent Grusing said Agent Graham found one set of dishes that were used. Barry said,
We just shared the small plate.
When Barry was reviewing the telematic times, Special Agent Grusing asked,
You were guessing. Sex happened, what? Do you know when?
Barry stated,
I know it was after the steaks and before I went to sleep.
Special Agent Grusing asked if there was a gap, possibly an hour or two between, and Barry said,
I don't remember.
Special Agent Grusing said agents were trying to fill you in, and Barry interjected with,
I want to help you guys. I want to help you guys get this clarified for your sakes, and for my sake. I to this day, I don't even remember taking my bobcat to town, to Crib, to do that Saturday. I don't know why that is gone from my memory, but I just don't recall it. He added, and I told Derek and Joe that same thing. I said, I because they were beating me up on that time frame, and I'm like, I don't recall that. And I know that I went through a lot of trauma before those questions, the emotionally and mentally, and maybe that was it, because I know I got a pretty good memory.
Special Agent Grusing asked Barry
when the last time was that he saw Suzanne that night, since he only heard her snoring on Sunday morning, he replied, I would say between 8 and 9 if I was guessing. Special Agent Grusing asked if he went to bed nude or with pajamas, and Barry stated if she went to bed nude. And he said, no, she never sleeps in the nude. I don't know if she was nude after when we had sex, but I don't know if when she put it on, because she always puts stuff on. She doesn't sleep in the nude. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry when he last saw her, and he answered, probably during sex, because like most men, I probably fell asleep pretty soon after that. Special Agent Grusing said from the truck activity, sex must have happened after 9:25 p.m. And Barry said, and it could have, depending on the light of day. I mean, it was May, so it's still, I mean, right now I see it's getting lighter and lighter. So I'm kind of basing off the light instead of the clocks, not the clocks. Special Agent Grusing asked if Suzanne seemed out of normal regarding their sex that night, considering the affair and the fights. Barry said, no, I've had a feeling that anything... I've never had a feeling that anything was different in our sex life, never. Special Agent Grusing referenced Barry's phone function of airplane mode being on at 2:47 p.m. and off at 10:17 p.m. on Saturday, and Barry stated, and see, I don't recall that. I think I told you that I don't recall that. I'm wondering if that could have been her. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that his phone was back in airplane mode at 4:32 a.m. on Sunday morning, asking if he noticed and noted Suzanne was not awake. Barry shook his head and said, I just don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall any of the airplane mode thing. Not saying that I didn't. I could have. Because we always talk about that when we're going to have an intimate night, turning the phones off. But I don't recall that. Grusing asked about the 4:32 airplane mode function when Barry was preparing to leave for Broomfield. I know that I could have easily been in the shower and she could have gotten up and turned it back on if she had turned it off. Easily could have done that. Easily. Because my phone it's not with me in the shower. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry to review a series of 20 photos of him walking to the McDonald's trash can. The first few photos depict him carrying a small item in his hand. Barry said, I know I had a bunch of crap in my truck from cleaning off my workbench, and I do know that one of them was an old pair of boots that was ripped, and the other stuff, I don't. Special Agent Grusing said Barry had a small item in his hand and used one arm to push it down, both to push it down further down, as Barry was shown in the photos. And Barry said, yeah, then the trash was heaping to the top. That's why, just sitting in there. Special Agent Grusing asked if the photos helped Barry recall what the item was, and he said, no, I mean, it was just probably trash. And that Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he pushed the trash to the extent his shoulders were in the trash can. Barry said, yeah, I don't even recall that, but, yeah. Grusing said Barry returned to the truck, grabbed another item, walked it back to the trash can, and Barry said, yeah. Barry was told anything he could remember helps the investigation, and these appear to be two small items he disposed of. And Barry said, yeah, I couldn't tell you what it was. Special Agent Harris reviewed Barry's left turn from 225 to see the Bull Elk on Sunday morning, looking for the future shed, asking if he had to go up an elevation. Barry said, no, I was just seeing their routes. I just wanted to know, because usually they take the same route. If it's a herd of elk, it's going to go across the road, a certain place, go up there, and then that's where I'm going to look for the sheds. Special Agent Grusing asked if Barry saw them and continued to look for the route he went along, and he said, No, I just wanted to see the direction because Colorado Trail is right off the parking lot and it's pretty flat all through there. And it doesn't start going up there till you get to the railroad tracks. So you can pick them up. You can go right through the trees and then that's where they're going to... Barry was asked if he was in a rush to get to Broomfield and the elk distracted him. And he said, there was no rush to get there. I'm just an early riser and an early go-getter. And you know... Usually if an animal gets in my interest, I'm going to take advantage of it. That's it. But I just went down. I watched where they were going. That's all. Turned around, went right to Broomfield. Agents showed Barry the photo of an SG-11 Mini DV operating manual for a camera, which S.A. Harris explained was recovered in the bathroom drawer. And Barry said, yeah, and I never used it. I bought it. Because I thought I was going to use it as a game camera. A little thing. It was cheap. My game cameras. Special Agent Grusing interrupted and said the camera was not found in search of the house. Barry stated, I don't even know what happened to it. I know that I bought it and it was tiny. And I think as soon as I got it, I saw, it wasn't going to work. It was just junk. I got ripped off. Special Agent Grusing asked him when he bought the camera compared to when Suzanne went missing. I don't recall. Grusing said the manual was found at the top of the items in the drawer, and Grusing asked Barry to confirm that he did not get it to work. Barry said, yeah, I've tried to get it working. I couldn't. I just thought... Special Agent Grusing asked if he tried to mount it outside like a game camera, and Barry said, no, never. I couldn't get it working. Special Agent Harris reviewed photos of the safe in Barry's garage with items piled in front of the safe to address his concern that Suzanne took money from it. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a photo of the contents of the bottom of the safe, noting that the scope looked like the scope mounted on the chipmunk gun. Barry looked at the photo and stated, yeah, it does. I could have mounted that after the fact. Special Agent Grusing asked why the agents asked him earlier about the scope being on the gun, clarifying he could have mounted it after the fact, and Barry shook his head and said, yeah, I don't recall. Special Agent Grusing told Barry the serial matches the one on the squirrel gun, and Barry said, yeah. Special Agent Harris showed Barry photos of Suzanne's wallet, cash, driver's license, hydration packet, medication, and other items recovered from the Range Rover. Special Agent Grusing said that considering the evidence, it does not appear Suzanne chose to disappear. Barry said, and I never thought that. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry photos of the binder recovered in his search of the truck and the documents inside, which appear to be mail. Barry was told there was no documents of EA Outdoors or for the Broomfield site were recovered. Special Agent Harris and Barry previously told agents he was studying documents for his job in Broomfield. Special Agent Grusing asked if he threw the job documents away, and Barry said, no, I left them there for the workers. Special Agent Grusing asked if he left the documents in the hotel room, and he said, yeah, I should have. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he was leaving papers, and he said, I don't know. Everything was so crazy that day. Barry was shown photos of the dart boxes recovered from the search and asked if he recalled what all areas around the house he fired them. He replied, no, I don't. I know I fired them from the breezeway. I fired them from the garage at a deer that was up the hill. Barry said that if he ever missed a shot, and he said, a deer? Oh, no, he continued. No, I used to raise deer. I've shot hundreds of deer. Grusing asked if it was ever fired in the house. Now here, after being told the affair, Barry asserted multiple times that Suzanne must have left on her own, which was why her personal documents, wallet, money, and Camelback water pack were shown to him. Barry said, only if it was open in that door or breezeway, but no, never inside the house. Grusing asked Barry how he wakes up a deer. He said, you got to reverse it. You just got to give it a shot. The chemical in there, Barry was asked if he ever had the chemical at the house. He's, I don't know if I have any left. I don't recall. Barry was asked the name of the chemical, but he couldn't recall it. He said he could make a phone call and added, I don't recall having any left. Barry said they're fired like a bullet, and when asked if they have an expiration date, he said they have one. Barry was shown photos of the interior of his truck with the tools, trash, and disorder. And when he was photographed by law enforcement, he said nothing looked out of place. When asked what was in the backpack, he said clothes, just clothes for staying overnight. Barry was shown photos of nude women and sexual encounters, dating sites recovered from his cell phone. He said he never had a dating website, and the images and websites recovered must have been from pop-up ads when he was viewing pornography. Agents agreed such images and dating sites could have come from Barry viewing porn on his phone. But I thought he didn't look at porn, remember? Okay. When he asked about the searches for meeting girls, Barry said, well, you can obviously see that I never looked for a girl on my phone or online. I mean, come on. There's nobody out there. So, I mean, if there was, you guys could. If anybody could, you guys could. Special Agent Grusing discussed redacted texting and said his girls and Suzanne shared things he did not know about. Barry said, me and my daughters are pretty close. I mean, if there's bits and pieces there, then yeah. It doesn't surprise me, but it's a long conversation about, I guarantee you my daughters had no idea about the affair. Special Agent Grusing asked if his daughters still did not know as someone walked in the room and Barry stood up. Agents followed him outside, spoke by his truck. Barry said, oh, you asked me if they knew about the affair. I did tell them. Barry was asked how that went, and he said, not very good, not very good. Barry was asked if he told them both at the same time, and he said, yep. I just sat them down. I said, girls, I don't want to ever keep anything from you. I don't want you to think bad about your mother, but I think this is important for you to know. And I told them, and they cried hard. They got angry, but I think it was the right thing to do. This contradicts Barry's earlier statement the same day that he had not told the girls about the affair. Yeah, well, I gotta get back. Special Agent Grusing said the last item was Barry's texting to Suzanne from July to October, and he was asked why he was texting her. Barry said, it's just an outlet for me to try to deal with my pain. Barry was asked if he actually was texting her messages content, and he said, I texted if she could see it. I was texting as if she could read it, and I knew deep down in my heart that she probably wasn't reading them, but it kind of gave me like a comfort, like I was talking to her. I'll look into it. I can't tell you right now what every one of them was. I love you. I miss you. I want you. I'm not going to stop looking for you. I just, things like that make me feel better, yeah. Barry added, and I just assumed that you guys had a phone. I thought there was a chance. If I don't know, if she could see something, I don't know. But I was like, I mostly did it to make me feel better. Special Agent Grusing said the FBI would search with law enforcement for the phone and for Suzanne, asking Barry where he thinks he should concentrate. Barry replied, I would say down by the river. I mean, that makes more sense to me than anything. I don't understand why somebody hasn't gone out there before now when the river was low. I mean, heck, there's $140,000 to dig up a job site that she was at no way at. Special Agent Grusing said the issue investigators have with the river is Suzanne's helmet being placed away from that bike, placed as possibly a diversion and indicative of foul play. Barry said, yeah. April 22nd, 2021. In this interview, FBI agents show Barry their audit results and discuss them
directly telling him in the end that Suzanne was not conscious Saturday evening, May 9th, or Sunday, May 10th, and Barry agreed with them. Yeah. Barry admitted to disposing of the tranquilizers. He confirmed his last encounter with Suzanne was hearing her light snore. He explained his locations in the woods around the house on May 9th as looking for a turkey, and explained the evidence in this case makes him look bad, but it's in God's hands. Agents told Barry from his own words what he says. I don't recall. That means his lying. But he answered almost all of the audit questions with I don't recall. Okay. Take a 2 minute, not a 2 minute, 1 minute. I've got to just get something to eat. I'm like, or drink. I'm starving. I'm just going to take a tiny little thing. We're almost at the end of this. I can't even believe this. Oh my gosh, it's almost 3 in the morning. Oh my gosh. Okay. I hope that you guys are like this is like how this is that this is even like I don't know, something that you want to hear. I should have tea. Thank you, L. Anders. I wish someone made it for me. Thank you, L. Anders. Oh, thanks, Roddy Bob. How many more pages? Well, I can't believe it. We're on 113 of 131. We're so close now. I've never seen an affidavit this long. I have never, ever seen an affidavit this long. Never. I can't believe how long this is. Oh my gosh. It's probably going to be the same when they finally arrest Maya Milietes. This is crazy how long this is. Oh my gosh. It's like the transcript for a trial. I don't think some transcripts aren't this long. Well, we've already read her arrest affidavit, Lily. We've read Letitia's arrest affidavit. This is just the arrest affidavit. That's what, yeah, that's what it is. Oh my gosh. Installments. Now I know it's live. No, this is all in one installment. So somebody could put this on and go on a freaking road trip. How many hours have we been doing this? Yeah, literally you could, you know what I hate though? When you put on a video and it's like 2 minutes long and you want to do something like, and it's like 5 minutes and then you got to change it and your hands are dirty and, or it goes to something you don't want to hear after that. This is one that's longer than long. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's, where were we? Okay, Barry admitted to disposing. Did we get to this? At approximately 10:45 a.m., Special Agent Grusing and Special Agent Harris met Barry at the Franz Reservoir in Salida, Colorado, at his request. Barry arrived driving his Bobcat. He parked and then he greeted the agents and he thanked them for meeting with him. Barry stated that he was sorry. Yeah, I'm working right here. Sorry we couldn't get somewhere a little less windy. And I got a couple of workers over there, so hopefully we can move pretty quickly. Special Agent Grusing told Barry that it was up to him how much he wanted to accomplish today. Special Agent Grusing asked how Barry is doing, and he says it has been tough for him. And, redacted, with Suzanne's birthday on the 30th and the 10th is coming up. Don't worry, Barry, you'll be arrested. Special Agent Grusing explained that he and Special Agent Harris have put together an audit and that it's sort of like an inspection and that agents would like to show it to him and discuss some of the answers that he has given and determine where Barry is today. And Special Agent Grusing said he would like to hand it to Barry and go through it with him, and he agreed. Special Agent Grusing directed Barry's attention to the second sentence and said that Barry, as her husband, is the last person that saw her, and that it seemed that May 9th is the last time Barry saw her, and May 10th is the last time he heard her breathing. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if that's correct, and Barry said, yes. Special Agent Grusing then mentioned the last proof of life, independent of Barry, is when she was talking to her lover when he gets home. Barry was asked where the $30,000 from the GoFundMe for Suzanne went, and whether it was used to pay for the Longhorn Ranch property. And Barry said, I don't recall what the money went. But, like I said, there's a lot of money. I paid George $4,000 because he stopped working. I paid a lot of things out of that money, but I don't recall a lot of what it was. Special Agent Harris explained to Barry that agents want the fullest picture, and when things are missing, after behaving consistently, there's a question of what changed. Special Agent Harris explained to Barry that Suzanne's phone behavior is one of those places because Suzanne's consistently sent either good night or good morning messages to her lover, and that there is an absence of those messages on Saturday evening and Sunday morning. Harris told Barry that looking at the evidence, it seems likely something happened to Suzanne's phone, to Suzanne, or both, since she is not saying anything to her lover before she goes to bed. Barry nods his head in response and says, yep. Now this is the paragraph shown to Barry. The federal investigation, FBI Denver Division, is submitting the results of the interviews with Barry Lee Morphew and how those results compare to the evidence conducted by the investigators as of the present date. Barry, as the spouse of Suzanne, is the last person to see her alive on or about May 9th, 2020 to May 10th, 2020, independent of the spouse. The last proof of life for Suzanne and verified as being shortly before 2:44 p.m. on May 9th, 2020. Special Agent Grusing told Barry for sure on Sunday morning after Barry leaves, Suzanne would have been texting her lover, so her phone is either gone or inoperable Sunday morning. Barry says, okay. Special Agent Grusing said, that we have seen months of data from her phone. Barry said, there's no evidence of anybody getting into my house after I left. Special Agent Grusing said,
That's correct, Barry said. None? Barry is silent for a moment, and then he turned toward Special Agent Harris and said, Okay, go ahead. Special Agent Harris talked about how sometimes in marriages, spouses may see things differently, but it appears clear to investigators that Suzanne was taking steps to communicate to Barry that she was done with the marriage. Special Agent Harris referenced the text she was asking to do it civilly, and also Suzanne was saying that she forgot to say she would still do Barry's billing for him. Barry said, well, like I said, she never sat me down and said to me, ever. She's made comments via text, but she has never sat me down and said, Barry, I want a divorce. Never. So I can see through an investigator's eyes that they would look at something like that and say, well, yeah, if they were going to get a divorce, then Barry, might do something. But that just was not the case. I mean, absolutely not the case. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry about this statement that Suzanne's lover told investigators, where he said that Barry either found out about the affair or she said that she was leaving him, or both, and that is why Suzanne was not responding on Saturday or Sunday. Barry pauses, shrugs his shoulders, and he shakes his head from side to side, and then he said, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I would not. If she would tell me, I love her so much that if she would say, Barry, I'm not happy. I found love somewhere else. I would say, we don't need to get a... If this is what you want, I don't want to be with you. If you don't love me, I love you, but if you to be happy, I want you to be happy. I would have wrote her a check for half and said, let her get on her way. Special Agent Grusing asked what the check would have been back then. Barry said, well, we'd have to sell the house. Wouldn't have been much back then. I'm just saying, we'd have to sell the house and split everything. I wouldn't get to pay for a divorce lawyer or anything like that. I love her enough. I've got a relationship with her. I'm a good-hearted guy. I want my girls to be protected. I would say, I don't agree with this. Nope. I love you. Here's your half. I'm sorry it's got to be this way. That's the way it is. I would handle it if that ever came to that. But like I said, she's never sat me down and said, if she would have, knowing what I know now about her life, her second life that she was leading, all she would have had to do was be honest with me. I'm not gonna like it. I'm not gonna feel good. But I'm a God-fearing man. I love the Lord. I think that she loves the Lord. I know that she was in sin. And Satan can put blinders on anybody. So I know what this looks like on the outside. And I know what the people. And if they get wind of this affair, they're going to say, I know it's going to look like to them. But they don't know me. And they don't know her. And they don't know our relationship. If you knew how special our relationship was from day one to when she fell into sin, you couldn't have told me. Special Agent Grusing interrupted Barry and said that he could see that Barry was trying to uphold his side of the relationship. And Barry said, but she didn't believe her in a head, Johnny. I mean, I gave her everything since she was 17 years old, and I loved her better than anybody could. So it doesn't make sense to why she did what she did. Special Agent Grusing went back to the first paragraph on the audit and told Barry that investigators still don't have from him the last time he saw Suzanne alive, and asked Barry what time he would say. Special Agent Grusing explained that investigators are looking for last proof of life because we have a difference of her breathing. And then Barry seeing her, Barry says, yeah. Special Agent Grusing asked when Barry would have said he last saw her alive, and Barry said, well, I would say 5 o'clock in the morning. I've seen her in the bed. Okay, now this statement contradicts Barry's text threatening suicide after Suzanne said, I'm done. His statements controlling his hurt heart, and hot-headed Barry found out and killed his wife, and God's judgment on Suzanne for cheating. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry what he saw. Barry said, I just don't see a lump there because the light from the bathroom, the light in the rooms, not on, but the bathroom right there, it lights up a little bit. Grusing asked Barry what he sees. Barry says, I don't specifically see anything, but I know from peripheral vision, walking in and out, that she's laying there. I just know she's laying there. I'm not saying I look directly at her, but I specifically 100%, no doubt in my mind, heard her snoring lightly when I left. Special Agent Grusing asks if Suzanne normally snores lightly. Barry says, sometimes she does. It's not all the time, but when she's in a deep sleep, yeah. Grusing clarifies that it's not an all-out snore, but a light snore. Yeah, I mean, she does it. Come on, she's done it her whole life, just not every night. But yeah, it happens. Grusing asks about detail. Barry says, I would say 5 o'clock in the morning. That's about when I walked out. Grusing clarifies again that Barry, the last thing he hears is Suzanne lightly snoring. Yep. There is no doubt, 100%, that she was in that bed because that, like I said, I don't specifically remember looking directly at her, but I remember the snoring. 100%, no doubt in my mind. Grusing clarifies that Suzanne was not with him when he took the left turn to look at the bull elk. Barry said, No, absolutely not. 100% no. Grusing asked if Barry had the helmet with him when he went to see the bull elk. Barry said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Grusing explains that is the direction the helmet was found in, and Barry says, no, absolutely not. Grusing said that he has to ask those questions. Barry says, I understand. Special Agent Grusing introduced the lump concept to Barry on June 2nd, 2020. When Barry refused to answer what his last visual sighting of Suzanne was, Barry often stood or sat in this manner when speaking to agents. To Scooter, that accent. Thank you, Scooter. To do that, though. Thank you. Special Agent Harris asks Barry about the timing of when he left. He is saying is 5, but he had looked at it earlier times on the sheet as he was shown, and they are saying the times, they're trying to make sense of the times, the marks and times. Barry interrupted and said, and I don't know exactly the time. I just know it was around 5 o'clock, but I don't know exactly. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry, when he sees that lump, was it him seeing just covers or some of the covers with Suzanne? And Barry said, like I said, I don't recall looking specifically at her. I just know she was there. Maybe more from the noise, the light snoring, than seeing her. But I know she saw her there. No doubt in my mind. 100%. She was laying right there when I left. Grusing tells Barry the investigators are still waiting for some things like her Range Rover, and that things like this don't end, and that we're waiting for snow to melt to look at a few places. Grusing asks Barry to call if he has anything else that comes to mind, and we will talk. And Barry says, have I been cooperative with you guys? Grusing says he has. And any guy in his right mind that knows anything about the legal system would tell you not to talk, right? Grusing interrupts Barry to say that he hears Barry, but fathers or spouses of people who go missing typically can't be stopped from calling the FBI. Special Agent Grusing tells Barry if he's guilty, he is correct that he should not be talking to us. And Barry says, yeah. Grusing says, but if Barry wants us to find Suzanne, he shouldn't hesitate to call her anything that comes to his mind. Barry says, and I want that. I mean, I still love her, even though I found all this stuff out, and even though it hurts me, to the bone. Hurts me to the bone. It doesn't mean that I don't love her. I want her back. I know she made a mistake. I know it's not her. And I know that if she got right with the Lord, that she would ask for forgiveness from me, from him, from me, and me, from him and me. This is hard on my daughters, and I want Suzanne back. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he remembers what he said when he first met with agents and what he said about Hillary and Comey. Barry said, I probably said something about Comey's a liar. He's at the very top of the FBI, and he's a liar. Grusing asked Barry if he remembered what he said, how he knew Comey was lying when he said certain things, and Barry said, no, don't remember. Grusing reminded Barry that he said when Comey said, I don't recall, and that is what both Hillary and Comey would say, and that is what Barry told agents indicated they were lying. And Barry said, yeah, well, I just don't trust the whole thing about Comey and Hillary, So, I mean, I don't know if you're trying to twist that around and turn it, put it on me. But when I tell you I don't recall something, I don't recall it. By the point in the audit, Barry had replied, I don't recall, so many times to the audit questions that agents lost count. Special Agent Grusing said, okay. Barry said, it's not that I'm lying, okay? There's nothing in every question you guys ask me, there is nothing that I had to lie about it. Grusing said agents didn't know if it was a subtle way of Barry telling us that. No, not. If I told you guys that I don't recall something, then I didn't recall it. The way I said that about Jim Comey, oh my gosh, is because I heard the questions that they were asking him, and there's no way in heck he couldn't recall that. There's no way. Grusing tells Barry that he might not believe this, but he doesn't pay attention to the things that happen in D.C. because that's not why someone signs up for the FBI. Grusing tells Barry he hopes that people can see that is not who we are. Barry says he sees Grusing and Harris as two men of integrity and honest, God-fearing men, and then said that he hopes agents would see him in the same light because Barry thinks us three are a lot alike. Special Agent says we all make mistakes as well, and that is why agents want to leave room for Barry to talk about anything, including something that he thinks might make him look bad. But he hopes that agents are the type of people Barry could tell that to Barry says, "You are." Special Agent Grusing asks if Barry would show agents the pin on his Bobcat that he was repairing on Saturday, and agents and Barry start to walk back over to the Bobcat. While walking, Barry says, "So, as of now, I'm not going to get anything of mine back?" Grusing says that's not up to agents. Grusing asks Barry, "What's most important?" Barry says, "The guns. The guns are the most important, and my cameras." Grusing asks about the pin on the Bobcat, and Barry points to a pin on the back of the right arm of the Bobcat and says that he didn't even realize that nut has come off and the bolt that was there. Barry states that when the Bobcat arm goes up and the pin works its way out one way or the other, and he just has to beat it back into place because it holds the cylinder in place. Grusing asks if Barry can do that on his own and doesn't need help, and Barry confirms that he can. Barry starts talking about the cutting blade of the Bobcat and walks around to show agents and describes how it's a cutting edge on both sides and it can be flipped, and that when the crib had to replace his blade, it had already been flipped and both edges were worn out. Barry says he thinks Trent had the blade and gave it to CBI. Other topics covered in the audit included Barry's purchase of the VPN, Barry deleting calls from his call logs, and Barry initially thought his big argument with Suzanne was on Friday, evidence though Libler's messages of other arguments daily that week, how long Suzanne was distant and unloving, if Barry and Suzanne were separate on Wednesday and Friday evenings based on their cell phones discrepancies in the calls to Gene Mormon, evidence pointing to Barry sending the Facebook friends requests on Friday night, Barry's phone functions involving passwords, token sharing and group functions, and the multiple airline mode functions on Barry's phone. Barry was shown Google Maps of his residence and his phone activity on Saturday, May 9th, when he arrived home during 11:30 a.m. and when he left at 1:38 p.m. when showing the locations that his truck may not have pulled up in the driveway and he appeared to be coming through the woods on foot to his house. Barry said he might have been looking at turkeys. Barry was shown a second map below of his movements from 11:52 to 12:31 when he appeared to head east out of his property. During that time, he was supposed to be having veggie soup with Suzanne. Barry was looking for a turkey that Blank had shot previously with a bow, but had never found it. Barry was shown a third map where it looked like he was on foot, heading back to his truck before he left at 1:38 p.m. and called Suzanne at 1:47 p.m. and 1:49 p.m. Barry said it made sense that he did not talk to Suzanne much during the lunch hour as reason for him calling her twice when he got to Highway 50, and Barry was asked about the following and shown exhibits regarding his trip to get a backhoe on Saturday, May 9th, and why he needed a backhoe that day. Where the towel Suzanne was lying on in her last photo might be located, not recovered at the house, why Barry texted Suzanne, "Did you leave?" as he headed home at 2:31. More details about the chipmunk gun, when he mounted the scope, and Suzanne's reaction to him shooting. When the Fooses hike occurred, during details of his last meal with Suzanne, whether Barry unplugged his router or threw away his surveillance cameras components, his purchase and disposal of the mini camera, his cleaning of the workbench for his trip to Broomfield, his movements through Saturday night and Sunday morning, and when he last saw Suzanne's phone, items thrown away, and trash runs in Broomfield, proof that he was not at the wall when he received the call from the Ritters, and the staging and tools at the hotel. Regarding the photo of Barry pushing the trash to the bottom of the McDonald's trash can, he said, "The photo makes it look like he's disposing of evidence." He could not recall what items threw away. When he asked about folders that were burned in the fireplace, he said he and Suzanne were cleaning out the filing cabinets that week.
Barry was shown a map of Garfield, Colorado, and he confirmed that he turned around on Sunday, May 10th, at the first place he could have, pointing to exit 228. Barry said he did not climb that road leading up to the mountains, nor did he go into any of the mines. He said George and his buddy searched those mine shafts for Suzanne. When he asked about Suzanne's leather journal that was not recovered, he said he didn't recall that she had one. Barry was told that Suzanne confided in friends that sex with him was not pleasurable. Then reminded that he put sex as the top reason on his victimology questionnaire for someone's motive for her disappearance, and Barry refuted that by saying, "She had an orgasm every time, so I don't understand that." Barry said he should have listed rape instead of sex on the questionnaire as a motivator for her disappearance because he thought of some creep trying to rape her. Barry was told by Harris about the needle sheath for the tranquilizer being found in the dryer. He said he had no idea how it got there, and it's got nothing to do with me. I hate that because, that makes me look bad. Special Agent Grusing asked Barry if he shot the tranquilizer gun on Sunday, May 9th, and he said absolutely not. Barry was told no tranquilizer. Like BAM was recovered in the house. He said he used BAM, Telazol, and xylazine as tranquilizers. When Barry was asked if he disposed of those, he stated, "I don't recall." Barry was asked what he used to reverse the tranquilizer effect, and he said, Tolazine. Barry said he bought the chemicals, which he knew to be controlled substances, from Indiana, and he kept them on his workbench. Barry said he kept the chemicals in vials, and he injected the chemicals into the darts, not using a licensed vet for the process. When asked if he was able to do that all by himself, he said, "Yeah, absolutely." Barry was asked the last time he used those chemicals, and he said, around the end of April 2020. Grusing asked if those chemicals could have been part of the workbench he cleaned off before where he went to Broomfield, and he said it could have been. Barry admitted to submitting a ballot on Suzanne's behalf for the presidential election, saying, "Yeah, just because I wanted Trump to win. Hey, I figured all these other guys were cheating. I knew she was going to vote for Trump anyway." Special Agent Grusing informed Barry that was not legal, and Barry said, "I didn't know you couldn't submit it for your spouse." Barry pointed this as a possible turnaround point, though he stated, "I don't recall," numerous times. Barry said, "All I have now is my hunting. That's all I have. And I've done it since I was 7 years old. So if I gotta live this life without her, I at least want my hunting. And this year I'm gonna travel. George and I is gonna hunt. And it would be nice to have my guns, and I'm confident with her, and I've shot many animals, and I have great confidence in them. Be nice to have my cameras when I go back to Indiana. I put them up there, And there's cell phone cameras that I can be wherever I want in the country. I get pictures of the deer I'm hunting. So guns and my cameras are the most important things on my wish list." Harris tells Barry that when he talks about closure for himself and the girls, agents want to give them closure, and that agents want him to know that that's the focus for them. Barry says, "I know. I just need to know from you guys. I think I asked you this. Is there physical evidence that she is deceased? My family needs to know about that." Barry said, "Blank thinks Suzanne left and needs evidence she's still not alive." Special Agent Grusing tells Barry that there's no way that Suzanne is not communicating on her phone Saturday night and Sunday morning, and that she's conscious and if she's able to access her phone. And Barry says, "Yeah." He shrugs his shoulders and looks down.
Special Agent Grusing says it would not happen and compares agents knowing Suzanne's phones the way Barry knows how to use that bobcat and how it behaves. Barry interrupts and say, "But Johnny, Johnny, come on. When you say that makes it, oh my gosh, that makes me look like a bad guy." Special Agent Grusing tells Barry that he is the one who is there. Barry says, "I know, but oh gosh, it just didn't happen." Grusing said that if it's not Barry, somebody took her phone then. Barry says, "Like I said, I don't know what you mean. You guys, you gotta give me you've texted me. You're gonna be my advocate. I mean, what did you mean by that?" Grusing said he told Barry he was going to advocate to represent Barry's statements the very best he can, because right now Barry's not going to stand up and tell everybody a story because he's smart enough not to do that. Barry is talking to agents, and he wants to tell the unvarnished truth of what Barry is telling us, not shade it one way or the other. Barry said, "Okay." Grusing said that if Barry took her phone, agents can see that Barry is wanting to repair the relationship and Suzanne is trying to do the opposite. So that if Barry would come home and take her phone Saturday night, that would look bad for Barry if she went missing the next day. Barry begins sliding his foot back and forth on the blade of the bucket of the bobcat. Grusing continues, telling Barry the burden would be on agents to find out what happened to Suzanne and not on him, and Barry responds, "Yeah." Grusing says it would make sense to agents that when he comes round 2:44 p.m. on Saturday that he would take her phone and she runs off or disappears or whatever happens. Barry said, "Yeah." Grusing said again, "It's our job to find her." Barry said, "Yeah." Barry again slides his foot along the cutting blade of the bobcat. Grusing said, if there is something bad that's happened and it looks bad for Barry, he should tell agents and put the burden on them to do the rest of the investigation. Barry said, "Yeah, well, I've told you everything, truthfully, both of you guys, so it's in God's hands. I mean, he allowed this whole thing to happen. It's God's fault. It's in his hands." Grusing talks about how pieces like Barry chasing around a chipmunk with a gun or the left turn for the bull elk are pieces that they need. And Barry said, "I know that all that stuff looks bad. It's just crazy that stuff's even a part of this. I mean, it's crazy how that stuff, ironically, is part of this. I mean, it makes no sense to me. Like, why would God allow pieces like that have to be answered in this situation? I just, oh my gosh, I just don't get it. I don't get it." Special Agent Grusing asked Barry what his thought is on why. I have no idea. I don't know his ways. His way greater than us. I don't know. I've often thought, God, why? I thought I'd be cleared in 2 months. And I've often asked God, why are you dragging me through this? You know, physically, this is not good for me. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I'm not angry with God. I fear him, love him, respect him. I know that he allows things to happen for reasons. I'm trying to figure out why. I try to say in my head, if she going through this, all this stuff I found out since January, and maybe God wanted to protect the girls from heartache. I mean, I don't know. But Grusing talks about personal sacrifice and how this never goes away and gives an example. Barry asks how he could live like that. Special Agent Grusing continues and tells Barry that if there is something that happened that makes him look bad, that he would trust agents and something like that, and we could help him. Barry said, I gotta have help. I mean, if these people in Chafee hate me, Like, the word is they hate me, okay? And they get to the DA, okay? And he says, he made our sheriff department look bad. We're going to blame it on him. Then my daughter? Who's going to raise my daughter if they lock me up for something I didn't do? Special Agent Grusing said even if it is something you didn't do, but something you know about, that would help us. Maybe that is Barry's sacrifice. Yeah. Special Agent Grusing tells Barry he is not saying it will be easy, but this will not go away. Yeah. Well, what happens from here when you guys go to them? What's the next step? Grusing explains that agents will share the results with the district attorney's office, and it will be up to them. Special Agent Harris offers again that Barry could take a polygraph. Barry said he would pray about it and that he needs to get going. Barry tells agents to be careful going back. The interviews ends. Ongoing investigation. Tranquilizer research. On April 20th, 2021, Grusing interviewed Lisa Wolf, a field veterinarian retired from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who advised that she developed and tested the solution BAM, an anesthesia combination that is used to immobilize a broad range of species of animals. Wolf practiced as a licensed veterinarian for 35 years and taught courses on the effects of sedatives in wildlife. Wolf said BAM has not been tested on humans to her knowledge, but she predicts a tranquilizer dart would cause considerable hematoma to human skin because it was developed to pierce through deer hide. Wolf estimated that a female Suzanne's size would likely be fully sedated from a dose of BAM in 8 to 12 minutes and in complete sedation from 2 to 8 hours, depending upon how her body reacted to the tranquilizer and her resting position. Wolf suggested that the dart would be very painful and estimated a female would likely run for 2 to 3 minutes and she would feel a little bit drunk before complete sedation, appearing wobbly and unstable. The only safe place to fire the dart would be into the buttocks, because the impact in internal organs would cause considerable damage and the dart should not hit any bones. Wolf said that a person's breathing would be difficult when sedated from BAM due to brain hypoxia. Since oxygen coming from the blood would be low, if the person was lying on their back, her breathing would be like a snore, as the tongue could be pushed into the airway. Wolf said a BAM dose to a human could be fatal, depending upon the health of that person, and a second dose would likely cause brain damage. A licensed veterinarian must prescribe BAM for it to be used legally. Wolf was asked about Telazol, mentioned by Barry in April 22nd of 2021, and said that it's a heavy regulated anesthetic, more potent than BAM, and is only used by licensed veterinarians. Telazol was used by CP&W to bring down bears who would remain sedated for 2 to 8 hours. It was also used for surgery, and there was no reversal drug for it. Wolf believed Telazol was a DEA Schedule III class drug, and she's surprised any civilian would have it. Wolf said that xylazine is similar to nature to BAM and is a sedative sometimes used to smooth out the effects of Telazol. She stated that tolazine reverses the sedative effects of xylazine. Wolf said that antipamazole would likely be used to reverse the effects of BAM. On April 20th, 2021, Grusing called Mary Wood at redacted, a current veterinarian for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who confirmed CP&W uses BAM to sedate animals and complete sedation occurs within 4 to 20 minutes. Wood said that the company Zoo Farm out in Fort Collins, Colorado, manufactures and ships the BAM to licensed veterinarians across the United States who can provide the drug to private citizens with prescription. Wood knew of a human receiving 1/100th of a dose of BAM, as a sedative in an IV, but she thought a full dose to a human might be fatal, depending on the physical characteristics of the human. Wolf said the dart should be targeted towards the area of muscle with no bones, possibly the buttocks. Shoshana Drake, on December 16, 2020, CCSO Deputy Miles Jones received a tip from a person who requested to remain anonymous. She reported that her friend Shoshana Louise Drake is intimately involved in a relationship with Barry. On December 17th, 2020, Sergeant Hess Julian and Agent Cahill interviewed Drake at the CCSO office. She said she has known Barry since October 2020 because she cleaned his neighbor's house and met him at the dumpster by chance. Isn't that a lovely place to meet, at the dumpster? She denied being in a romantic or sexual relationship with Barry. Drake deleted items on her phone, one possibly being a second phone number for Barry, in front of investigators, and was evasive in answering their questions. She said she called the CBI tip line in May of 2020 to report strange vehicles being in the area around the Puma Path around the time Suzanne disappeared. She said in the December interview that she did not know Suzanne, and Suzanne, she's my age. She's a lot of people. She's a lot of people say I resemble her. From December of 2020 through April of 2021, numerous Salida residents have reported that Drake is in a relationship with Barry. Excuse me. Why am I saying Drake? It's not Drake. It's Dark. Sorry. That Dark is in a relationship with Barry. Their relationship is reported back to July of 2020 though investigators have not confirmed that. A poll camera installed by the FBI captured Barry's truck consistently coming and going from Dark's residence, often before 9 p.m. and 11 p.m., sometimes staying through the night. CBI agents Graham and Cahill confirmed that Dark and Barry checked into the Antlers Hotel in Colorado Springs February 12, 2021, and checked out on Valentine's Day, as captured on surveillance footage below, with Barry carrying Dark's luggage and Dark holding a bouquet of flowers. Barry's cell phone was either off or in airplane mode during a majority of his trip. Suzanne Morphew is missing and presumed dead, per all nationwide checks, investigative leads, and absence of interactions with Jeff Libler, Sheila Oliver, redacted and redacted and redacted. Left the Morphew house on May 5th, 2020. Suzanne began to take steps to leave Barry while Barry took steps to control her, incapacitate her, stage a crime scene, and create an alibi for his disappearance. No hike existed that Saturday afternoon in Barry's multiple interviews with CBI until a June interview when he said that they hiked to the Pouces Lake. CBI allowed him to assert that a few times until they refuted the hike. In the July interview, Barry was told that he was driving in Salida that afternoon after asking Tim Backhoe to purchase a backhoe attachment for his Bobcat. Finally, Barry put his phone in airplane mode that Saturday afternoon after 2:47 p.m. After he returned home and he ran around his house at 2:44 p.m., he claimed to CBI that he and Suzanne ate steaks and that he cannot describe them, and that she washes redacted sheets, though redacted said the bed was made when she left, that they had sex, though he could not describe what happened following sex, and that he woke to his alarm at 4:30, though no alarm was set on his phone. And his phone in his truck telematics were moving in the 3 a.m. hour, and he suddenly had to leave for a job in Broomfield, although he did not tell his co-workers he was leaving that morning. Barry initially blamed a mountain lion for Suzanne's death. Upon being notified of her bicycle recovery,
In 2021, Barry blamed the turkeys for why he did not have veggie soup with Suzanne during lunch on Saturday, May 9th. The deer for why his tranquilizer gun was used to explain the needle sheath recovered, and the firing of a gun of a .22 caliber to describe his violence towards Suzanne that afternoon, and the caliber of the tranquilizer darts for his trip on May 10th. Barry explained his left turn on Highway 50 to explain the truck movement because of the bull elk sighting at 4:30 a.m. from 2 miles down the road, a left turn that placed him at the scene of Suzanne's helmet. Barry cannot provide the last sighting of Suzanne, only labored breathing similar to a snore, which is consistent with her being tranquilized. Barry describes her as being drunk that afternoon, which matches the effects of a tranquilizer even after a few minutes. He says that he's running around the house, most likely chasing Suzanne while she's conscious. Barry has admitted that he has taken Suzanne's phone from her at least twice in the past to try to monitor or control what she's doing. There's no phone activity for Suzanne after 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, which is out of the norm for her typical behavior, and an abrupt end following her 59 communications with Jeff Libler that morning and afternoon. By around 2:30 on Saturday, May 9th, it had become clear that Barry could not control Suzanne's insistence on leaving him, and he resorted to something he has done his entire life: hunt and control Suzanne like he had hunted and controlled animals. Barry told investigators early on that he blamed alcohol for Suzanne's change of behavior and her distant unlovingness to him, though she was not a heavy drinker. Barry used alcohol, drugs, and chemo throughout his interviews to describe Suzanne's independence and distancing from him, saying it was every day that last week. Barry finally blamed God for Suzanne's death after being informed of the affair as a form of judgment on her, and has stated repeatedly that God allowed this to happen. Barry told the FBI and CBI numerous times, no evidence exists which infers he knows what happened to the evidence in the case. When the Ritters called Barry at 5 p.m. on Sunday to tell Barry they couldn't find Suzanne, Barry was in his hotel room and had been there since 12:40 p.m. However, he should not be there, per his alibi to be out of town for an emergency job in Broomfield. Barry told the Ritters he was at the job site. He told the FBI, the CBI, and the CCSO that he was at the job site. He left his room, he took his tools out of his truck, and he put them in the lobby to make it look like he was returning from the site. Barry made very little attempt to contact Suzanne on his way home, or look around his house or the bike scene, because he already knew what happened to her. Setting the tools out that day was similar to what happened earlier in the morning when Suzanne's bicycle was placed on the incline, and Deputy Brown commented, I started to question if something criminal had occurred, as it looked like the bike was purposely thrown in this location. As of May 4th, 2021, Suzanne Morphew has not been located. I affirm that this affidavit and warrant has been reviewed by the following attorneys with the 11th Judicial District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Linda Stanley and Senior Deputy District Attorney Jeff Lindsay. Therefore, your affiant respectfully requests that a warrant be issued for the arrest of Barry Lee Morphew, date of birth October 17th, 1967, and pursuant to CRS 164101-1A. The warrant be no bond. Further, your affiant saith naught. Sworn to me, to before me this day, 4th of May, 2021. Okay, so they have airplane mode, attachment 1. Nothing about Barry's story sneaking up in the woods because he wanted to take a shower made sense to Sheila, Oliver, or Suzanne. Sheila told agents other stories of Barry sneaking up years ago in Indiana, climbing up the side of a house to see if Suzanne had a boyfriend. Attachment number 3.
On November 3rd, CBI agent Graham spoke to Kara and Steve Marshall, the previous owners of the residence of Puma Path, who were selling their home before selling their home to the Morphews. Kara stated there was no damage to the master bedroom door jamb when the residence was sold to Barry and Suzanne Morphew. Kara and Steve separately said they suspected Barry killed Suzanne after hearing the news of her disappearance. Based upon multiple observations they made of Barry during and after the sale of the house. A copy of the page shown to Barry of the activities of his truck on the night of Saturday, May 9th, that contradict his stories of cooking steak. A photo of the breezeway red square in relation to the chair where Suzanne was sunbathing on the afternoon of Saturday, May 9th. An estimate of the activity at Barry's phone as it appears from the porch to porch where he explained by chasing and shooting a chipmunk. The end. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My Zoom even closed down. Where is my Zoom? That's not Zoom. Where's Zoom? No wonder nobody could even come up because my Zoom closed down. Where's my Zoom? Oh gosh. Yikes. I'll see if anybody wants to come up for a minute. I can't even talk anymore. Whew. Oh my gosh. How long was I reading that? When did that start? I don't even want to think about it. I bet you not one other person would ever read that entire freaking thing and give you a highlight reel. That was crazy. That was crazy. I'm going to check on the Twitter if there's any. I had to do it. I'm not a quitter. You know that. I'm not a quitter. I just can't quit. Whew. I didn't think we were going to make it all night. I didn't think so. I thought it was going to have to be 2 parts. Gotta check on Brian. Poor Brian. He's just staying out there. There's nothing going on. There's absolutely nothing going on.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Clapping.
Oh, you're clapping.
Standing ovation. Good Lord, woman. I can't believe that you did that whole.
That was crazy. I've never seen an arrest affidavit that long. That was
That
ridiculous.
is nuts.
I can't even believe that.
Wow, you did a good job, though. You made it entertaining.
That was crazy. Oh my gosh.
What's your focus?
That was nuts.
was good though.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like a real winner.
Oh, I thought Lisa D said deodorant. No, that wasn't 14 hours. Are you serious? No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. It never.
Well, let's see.
No,
What time did you come home from the doctor?
no, because I missed my bike ride because it was too dark. So it was like 7 o'clock. So 7 times 5. It's like it was only like 8.5 hours or something.
Yeah, 8.5 hours. That's nothing. That thing was a novel.
That was nuts. Now, how come there's no press conference tomorrow from the lawyer for the other thing?
I don't know, but I sent you a lot of stuff on Messenger, and one was Nancy Grace, and she had a special on last night. I didn't see it, and she was basically saying the same things we were, that the police should have questioned him as soon as he came home and not just let it go like that.
Right.
And I guess they're saying now that they don't believe he is in that.
Yeah, I know. And if those parents let them on that wild goose chase, they just didn't.
Oh my, they're going to get in trouble because they're aiding and abetting. You know what I mean? They're going to get in trouble.
And they look so smug, you know?
I know.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if the coroner will come out with what the findings are tomorrow.
I think so. I think something's going to happen tomorrow. I think if there's something that he's connected with, there'll be criminal charges, and then they'll tell the parents.
Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm. For sure there will be if he's done anything.
Yeah.
But then again, who knows if he's even still alive? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
How'd the doctor go fine?
Well, it took forever to come back after the sonogram. And then I said, so what is it? And she goes, oh, you'll get a letter. And I said, well, wait a minute. Because I'm going for 6 months for sonograms because there was they didn't even tell me the first time it was a cyst. I didn't even know that. The second time it got smaller, right? And this is the third time. So it's every 6 months I'm going for, not for the mammo, but for the sonogram.
Right.
So I said, well, because the last time the girl told me, she said, oh, it got smaller. It's a good thing. Don't worry. So I go, well, what happened? She goes, well, I don't know. He just said that you were going to go. I said, well, is it there? Or did it get smaller? Or what's going on? So she goes, you want me to ask him? I said, yeah, I do. So she goes out. She comes back and she says, he said no change. So it didn't get bigger. It didn't get smaller. So I said, so what? So what? Do I still have to follow it every 6 months? I don't know. Wait till you get your letter. That's what she said.
Well, thank God it didn't get any bigger. So that's a good thing.
I guess, yeah. His parents look super normal. His parents they aged like crazy. His father looks like 80 now.
Mm-hmm.
Having that kind of stress on you, especially if they did something.
Oh my gosh, yes. And especially if it was more one parent than the other pushing it. I do think they know. I think they know exactly where he's at.
I'm sure they do. And when the sister gave the interview, she knew he was gone too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really sad. It was a bunch of blunders, I think, in the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying too, I can't remember if it was Nancy Grace or another
Captain.
news. I was watching news shows, not YouTube. And they were saying again that the police need to be schooled more on domestic violence, what to look what to look for in situations like that. Because they were saying that she looked so scared to say anything.
I don't understand. If they got the 911 call, why didn't the person say that he was slapping her?
Yeah.
They obviously got the 911 call because they knew to go look at that van.
Right.
So why? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, it was just really unfortunate. It was such a, I don't know. My heart just goes out to her parents.
And why they're saying he's in Mobile or he's at the sister's, it's like crazy.
Yeah.
I think they're just sending him on more wild goose chases.
That's what one guy said tonight on the news in Florida. He was a former FBI, and he said, I don't think he's in that area at all. He said, I think if anything, it could have been a wild goose chase. And that gave him more time.
How stupid. Oh my gosh. Parents, I mean, she was the aggressor.
Oh, please. God. If we could see that she wasn't, it makes no sense to me. The authorities couldn't, they just need to be trained more in that, I think, in the domestic area. When they go, because you got to know these guys go into a lot of calls like that.
But do you know that police officers, firemen, corrections officers have one of the much higher rate of domestic violence in their own lives?
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know
I
that?
didn't know that. I did not.
They do. They have a
Oh, wow.
proportionally. Yes.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that for
Wow.
a fact. Yep. They have a higher rate, and so a lot of them even like justify it. And before O.J.
Oh, okay.
Simpson,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it was terrible. It was
Wow.
terrible. So they would go to like a domestic violence thing and say something like, well, that's why the laws all changed. That if there's an altercation, somebody's got to be taken out. There's a whole different protocol now.
Right.
Even
Wow.
if the one spouse says, no, I'm not going to press charges.
Right.
That's how it is in New York, and it's just
That's
a totally
how it is in
different
California too. Yeah, California's the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, they were just so much on his side. That was what bothered me so much, and it was like, can't you ask a little bit more about, I don't know. The whole thing was just so off to me from the very beginning. It was off. And they had a press conference with her mother. Did you see that when she was sitting there holding her picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt so sorry for her.
Yeah. Well, and I think she's the only daughter, and because both parents I think had other children with their new spouses, but she thinks she was the oldest. And I think she was the only daughter.
Oh.
Yep, Robin. Yep.
Now they're supposed to. Are the parents of Brian supposed to do a statement tomorrow?
They were supposed to, but they canceled it.
Oh, they canceled it.
Yeah, the lawyer said after speaking with the FBI, we have decided to. And what does that mean? After speaking with the FBI, that we found nothing, or that we have something? Like, what does that mean? After speaking with the FBI, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
And the police get tired of being called to the house repeatedly, and the women don't press charges or drop the charges next morning. Yeah.
Wow.
Surprised at the low bail. I think the prosecution wanted $10 million cash bail. So did you guys watch that? I didn't get to finish that episode yesterday.
Oh, it's good, Carolyn.
Really?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, you got to watch it. It's very good. And then there's one more next week. and then that's the end of the season.
Really?
Yeah. And Lisa H. said that she believes there's going to be another one. There's going to have to be another one. Oh, it was really good.
I missed it. FBI might not want them. Yeah, I don't know, Sam. King Cup. Wow. So I guess tomorrow's no. It's so weird because I said, and especially when I have to go out, I'm like, oh my gosh, right? This is crazy. Everything is happening.
I know. I was thinking about that. I thought she's probably thinking, man, I need to be home today. Not.
Yeah. And then if I go
I'm
for
the
a
same
bike
way.
ride, then all hell breaks loose when I go on a bike ride.
Yeah. There's Lisa H. She just said it was really good. Yeah, you never know what tomorrow holds, and especially with this situation.
No, you can wake up and they found the body, and you know.
Exactly.
But I don't want him to be. I want him to explain this. I hate
I
it when
do
they do
too.
that.
I know.
You know.
But you know what? I wonder if he will explain it, even if he was caught. He just seems like such a coward to me.
I guess it'll be a tell a lot too with her autopsy and the manner of death and all that.
Yeah. Because, we don't know exactly for sure when it happened. And, if it happened as soon as he got back, well, let's see. The webcam was what date again? The 25th of August?
27th of August. So yeah, it's almost a month, you know what I mean? Today's the 21st, so they found her yesterday. And that was the 19th though. So a little shy of a month. And yeah, and that heat and stuff.
Yeah, so he could have done it immediately. What I keep thinking is, and I'm just hypothetically putting this in my head, but as soon as they got back together, there was probably some arguing and everything of what went on. And he could have done it right then. I don't know. I'm sure they'll know more. Like you say, with the autopsy, they'll be able to give a timeline. But, oh God, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel so bad.
But the
That one
sister was
really
like, "Oh,
affected
that's
me.
what he's like. He's so good. You saw him in the video. He's so good."
Oh, please save it. Save
Yeah.
it. God, what a joke.
See, he was
What a
probably okay. He seems that there's 10 years difference, so maybe the mother was trying for another baby. Maybe she lost babies, right? Had miscarriages, and then he came along, and maybe he was spoiled. He's a boy,
Right.
and he came along, and maybe he was just like, know what their parenting was like, right? Maybe they were just
Right. Doted over him.
yeah, and just I don't know,
Maybe a lot more will come out, as time goes on.
yeah.
Maybe neighbors knew them a little bit, but now
Jimmy
that
said he
house.
saw something about high school, and people said, "Oh, he was such a nice guy. He smiled all the time."
So what? So did Ted Bundy. He smiled all the time.
I
He's very
know.
charismatic. That doesn't mean anything.
Do you think he had marks on him in the murder that he needed time to heal? I don't know, Elanders. They said he cleaned out his van in his parents' driveway.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Son of a gun.
Is their driveway? Their house is not private at all.
Mm-mm,
Driveway is
not at
right
all.
on the road.
Oh, yeah, those houses. I don't even think they have curbs. It just goes from grass to street.
The driveway is right there.
I just don't know how the parents can.
I wouldn't even want to stay in that house because I think there's a mob is going to assault them.
Yeah. They very possibly
Burn
might
their house down during the night. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because there's so much hate.
There is. But that one guy's doing a good job.
Where did you see that?
What?
Robin said, I saw a bunch of people saying he was a creepy, weird introvert in high school.
Oh, really?
Where'd you see it? Let me see.
Yeah, I always get a kick out of listening to Nancy Grace because she gets so mad.
What is she calling him? She usually has a name for these people.
If she did, I didn't hear it.
Oh, Van Life or something.
She was mad. I tried to go back to find that special, but I couldn't find it. But it's going to be all over. You know, it is. You know, after everything's said and done, they'll make a movie. There'll be all kinds of talk on it.
I don't see it. I don't know. Where did you see it? Is it just on a Reddit board? Because some people, then you don't even know if they really knew him.
That one guy was on all day today again. The one that we listened to last night. Remember when he was at one of the people's houses?
Oh, yeah.
From WFLA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tracked on the guy on Twitter that's coming on, but
that one.
He's been
was
quiet
on all day.
He's prematurely gray too.
Well, they were there. They said this morning they were there since 4 a.m, getting things set up.
Looks like Brian captured walking in Baker, Florida. So many people sending him pictures that one.
They're sending in pictures.
Yeah.
I hope they'll tell us something tomorrow. Did you even have time to eat dinner?
I just had a chicken sandwich. Like that was it for like. That was like lunch and dinner. That's why I'm having Triscuits now.
No.
I just wonder if he's not camping. I wonder, like, who are their other relatives, like, in the area? Can't believe no one doesn't know these people.
Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is just weird, the way it's all been handled. To me, anyway.
And what about that Stan, that text about Stan? And she said, she wouldn't say that about a grandfather. Help Stan.
Yes, that's right. That's the mother said she would never call him that.
Right. So, like, what was that about? Help Stan.
Well, he was probably pretending he was her.
I know, but I mean, he wouldn't know not to call your grandfather Stan.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not that smart.
In a few days. You'll find it, Robin? Okay.
Can you imagine what those police are thinking? The ones that pulled them over?
Yeah, I know. But I think whoever relayed that 911 call, I mean...
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be questioned more about that, for sure.
Some heads are going to roll.
Yep. Especially that one that was giving him the ride and couldn't stop talking. Never seen such a talkative guy. Jeez.
And I wonder who saw him at that hotel and everything. Somebody,
I know.
and somebody had to see them camping at some point besides just what, or in that Moonflower Cafe, she said they were fighting all day. There's got to be more people coming forward.
Oh, I bet you there will be. Especially if this goes to trial. They're going to summons everybody they can.
I did know. What about this story? His parents going to pick up his Mustang. Yeah, I know. And then the note, everybody's going on about the note, but apparently the note was a tow notice from the police.
Oh,
But still, who saw this? Didn't any cameras capture that?
think.
But I mean,
You'd think.
even the neighbors, didn't any of them have a Ring camera that, I don't know.
I don't know. It just, everything seemed so, the way it was handled to me was, you don't just let, like they said, we know where he is. And, you know, he's,
Yeah, what about the storage units and all of that? What about the guy? How did they act then when they were taking the stuff out of the storage units? And are those storage units empty
mm-hmm.
and not rented anymore? You know, I mean, there's so many things.
Again, all of this will come out if there's a trial, if he doesn't do himself in. But even if he doesn't, I just don't see, I mean, he may, but I'd be very surprised if he did end up spilling the truth. I mean, you saw him in action with the cops.
Yeah, and then he ran like a coward.
Yeah, he was as fake as they come.
And his parents had to know. You come home without your fiance,
Come on.
right?
Of
Where
course.
the heck is she? And then her parents are calling. Nobody knows where she is. Nobody. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying any of it.
Neck brace Karen is here.
I know. Oh, good. Neck brace.
I
I did that one on purpose.
know that Scooter did that yesterday.
There she is, Dimples.
I have to say, like 8
What?
hours, 8 hours of that. Holy
Oh.
cow!
That reading,
Yeah.
I could never do that again. I could never read. If somebody said for $1 million, would you read that again right now? No, I can't. I can't.
Really?
And Luke would
think
go,
that's a
for $1
record
million
for you.
you would. And I go, I can't. Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable. That was like reading a book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a record. That's for you,
Yeah,
right?
that's like that has to be the biggest arrest affidavit ever. Usually they're like 4 pages, 5 maybe.
Oh my gosh.
100.
I don't want to keep you on long. I know.
Well, no, it's
You must
okay.
be
I've got it. I'm gonna boil a cup of tea I'm gonna have a sleepy time tea for my throat, so I coat my throat so I can talk tomorrow. I'm
I
right here,
know.
but I'm just putting on water. I'm right here. I can hear you. I'm right here.
Yeah, and then I don't want to keep you on. I just wanted to.
No, I'm just
tell
gonna
you
have
how
my.
great
You can
that
talk while I
was.
have my sleepy time tea. I'll have my
That was
sleepy time.
great.
Did you
I
know?
was, what?
Did you know that sleepy time tea? Have you ever had it?
My friend just gave me this.
Does yours have? What is it? Nighty Calm?
Nightly Calm.
What is that called? Nightly Calm?
Yeah,
Is
it's
there a melon? What did you say was in it? No, Davita, you thought
Oh,
it was.
valerian root.
Yeah, see, mine doesn't have valerian root.
I don't know what's in this. She just gave me one. Because she didn't have that many left. But I think it has chamomile in it.
Yeah, that's what my sleepy time has. Davita's has I
Valerian
forgot to
root.
look at about. I was going to get the other one in the
You like yours, Davita?
No, I hate the smell of it.
Wow. But do you drink it anyway? Dude, there's something
I
gross in
do,
this.
but what I'm
Look
gonna
at this.
take
This is what
right-
happens when you do construction. You get construction materials in your It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
I'm
What'd you
gonna
say?
take the melatonin right now.
Melatonin works.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that. It's a chewable one,
Yeah, me
5
too.
milligrams.
I got the Costco one. We used to take the Ollie ones,
Mm-hmm.
but they're kind of expensive
Yeah.
because my son and I both use them. So
Are you doing construction today?
no, he's giving me the day off.
Oh, it's giving me, okay, another one, okay.
Yeah.
What did she just say about her son?
No, Gary, Big Gary's giving me the day off.
He's taking you to dinner?
No, he's giving me the day off.
Oh,
No, we're
Miracle.
going upstate. We're going upstate because my father was having a valve replacement today.
when are you going?
Today?
You going today?
Yeah.
You and Gary?
Yeah.
And then, what would you do if your son came back from a cross-country trip with his girlfriend and he didn't have his girlfriend?
Carol.
Would you
know,
say
I was
anything?
I was thinking about that. Because, sorry, my eczema is bothering me these days because I've been out in the heat. I've been giving that a lot of thought because, your instinct is to protect your kid, But, like, if your kid's innocent, right? The choice would be easy, right? And if the kid is guilty, his life is ruined anyway. I hate to say it like that, but you're not going to be able to protect him no matter what.
Yeah.
And you would have to make a choice. But making that choice would be hard, but you would have to understand that, like, his life would be over anyway, and there would be no life to save. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's nothing you're going to be able to do to save his life because it's already over. Because what are you going to do to save it?
Right.
And actually, by doing what they're doing, if he takes his own life, they're pushing him toward that.
Yeah.
Right.
So they might end up losing him in the worst possible way. Although I don't know what the worst possible way could really be, right?
Yeah.
Is there a worst possible way? I don't know. There isn't, probably. But I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
a
he
sad
did it,
situation.
if he killed the girl, his life's over anyway. So
And the parents
You're
are
not gonna
so
be able to
hated
protect
now. The parents are
What?
so hated. The parents are so hated
right,
in their own neighborhood. Like this.
they're pariahs now.
Yeah, the people
Yes.
don't even want them living
Yep.
there because they didn't cooperate.
And they're all pariahs now.
Yep.
Yeah. That was so
And they're still doing the wrong thing. Even now, after they found her body and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
they're still not doing the right thing, right?
No, they're not.
And it's like, that surprises me. That even now, after all this, they're still not doing anything to facilitate anything. I think they know where he is. He's not in
I
the
do
woods,
too.
I don't think.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was really in that house for long.
Uh-uh.
Because I think he came and went out of that house fast.
Yes.
And everybody just thought he was in that house, but he wasn't in there very long. And I think I was talking to my dad about it, who was, very shrewd about criminal behavior because he was in law enforcement for many years.
Right,
And
right.
he said there's people helping him probably, not just his parents,
Right.
but probably other family members. Maybe, unless he is in the woods. But the other thing he said was, even though they were like living this life of having the van and everything, they did spend considerable amount of times in hotels.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't pure survivalists. Like,
Right.
that van wasn't equipped as a survival vehicle. It was pretty.
Mm-hmm.
It was set up to, it had a little bed in there. It was,
Right.
the people that took a picture of the van on the side of the road, they're traveling in a gigantic vehicle, equipped for survival. That little van, I don't know how well it was really equipped to be in those elements really for prolonged periods of time. And I think the kids knew that. And I don't think they were really survivalists, really. I think they led more sheltered lives. They were Long Island kids that grew up in Blue Point.
Yeah, my friend grew up in Blue Point.
I mean, it's not like they lived in like, I don't know, you know what I mean? They're just young kids.
Yeah.
Did they take survivalist courses or,
I don't know. He didn't. He was like a little like he wouldn't even take.
was he in the military or?
No,
right?
no.
Was he an Eagle
I
Scout?
don't even know what he did. Like for a living. They never asked him. They asked her.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
They didn't.
Yeah, right. And even that guy in the court and say, "Hey, what do you do for a living?"
Right.
Nothing.
So I don't think they really, and I don't know if they were, I was saying it to my parents too tonight, we were talking about it, and I said, did they fully comprehend that if you were out in those elements for even a short period of time, you were gonna die? Like, you couldn't just like say, like the way Gary left me in Aruba, with the donkey,
No.
that
Yeah.
you left, if you leave a person there, even for a short period of time without water, like say they had a fight and he just got when he said I like to distance myself, and she said he wouldn't let me back in the van. Remember she said that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What if even just that happened and they weren't like bright enough, not her, him, to realize like you leave somebody out in 120 degrees for even a short period of time and they die right away. And maybe he did that and went back and looked for her and he couldn't even find her. And he was too dumb to call the police. Well, wanted to protect himself too much. That's
Right.
best case scenario that he just was stupid.
Exactly. And we ran through that one too, that scenario.
Right.
If he just left her, if he was mad. Well,
Right.
a few miles down the road, aren't you gonna feel like, oh my God, and you're gonna go back or you're gonna tell
Yeah,
someone or
yeah.
something,
Right.
knowing
Right.
what's gonna happen to her if he
But in
doesn't.
that area, there's not very many landmarks, like you could get disoriented. Even though that's a campground, it's a very dispersed, like it's not a real campground where there's like
Right.
probably many markers to orient yourself. Maybe you might have left her there and then could not find her. And then
Yeah.
was like, didn't want to tell the police or something that he left her there.
No, you know what's a red flag?
I don't
though?
know.
I
don't
got
know.
a red flag though because he says he keeps saying in there
I can't
like she
see
was
the
going to
phone.
leave him without the van, but maybe it was because he was treating her so bad.
Yes.
And she was saying, look, this is my van. If you don't
Right.
stop this, I'm going to take the van and go. Maybe that,
Could be.
and because he was like, so like, really, if you're out there with somebody you really love, you know that they're not going to leave you there
No.
stranded, and you're not going to leave
No.
them there stranded, and you're not going
Right.
to really be worried about that. But he seemed to really be worried about it.
The other thing that I thought was really naive of him too, the cops offered them water. They had no water. And he's like, no, we're going to get water ourselves. You're in the desert.
Oh, he
Yes,
said he
take
wouldn't drink
water.
out of plastic. That's why
Yeah.
he wouldn't take it.
He
He
didn't
wouldn't
want
drink out of
plastic.
plastic.
That's what
He
I'm
didn't believe
saying.
in
Very
it. He
naive.
didn't believe in
Very
plastic. She drank it. She had 2 bottles.
yes.
And a Gatorade.
But
Poor little thing.
you're in a position like you're in the desert and you have no water. You go, oh no, I'm not gonna have it. No thanks. Take water.
Yeah.
You could die.
Yeah.
You don't take a chance like that.
That
Not
died because he didn't want to take it.
what?
He's probably the kind that would go to his death like that, not taking the plastic.
Just no. To me, like he strikes me as just somebody just has no common sense.
Yeah.
At best, no common sense. But we found out later on with the 911, he's also got a temper and he hits her, and he's got a possessive nature,
Oh,
which
very much so.
is bad. And she should have never gone away with him knowing he was that possessive, because she trained him to have only her.
But they
Yep.
already went cross country in a small.
I know. I would have wrapped it up and said, hey, that's enough for me with him.
Yeah, just the way he acted with the cops. I mean, it was just so, to me, it was so obvious. And that's what I just didn't get. And there was one woman cop there, and I was thinking,
Yeah.
could she maybe see through it? Could she see through what was going on? I mean, I know she didn't talk to him much, but just watching her, it was, you could see she was scared.
And then they put him in the hotel, keep her in the van.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, you can go get a $5 shower somewhere. That's nice.
I don't. Carolyn, were you the one that spotted the flip flops?
Well, I saw them, and then, but they're probably his. Now that I look at his feet, they had very similar flip flops.
They did. Did I
So
cut you
me-
off, Davida?
No,
Okay.
Maybe he wore his boot. If he did like bury her, whatever. Maybe he wore his boots in there, or maybe he
But
went
what if
barefoot.
they?
Oh, he
But
probably
what if they
went.
weren't? What if they weren't? What if they were her flip flops?
Yeah, I don't know why they would be out there.
Why
but,
were they outside of the van?
But did he go in bare feet? Then that he would make footprints. If he went in his hiking boots, then he would have footprints. But I don't know. So crazy. What could be?
But
there.
if those people didn't see that van, they probably would have never found her, because that place is so big.
yeah.
I know. I
was
would have went
thankful
home
for that.
Danielle,
Honey,
I
I
said
forgot
the
my
same
honey.
thing. I would have got on that phone first thing right after that and called my
But she
parents
was on
and
the
said,
phone with her mom.
I'm
Remember
flying
in the
home.
car.
I'm flying home.
She was on the phone with her mother in the car.
Oh, really? At the time they got pulled over?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would love to know that conversation. If
Yeah,
that
She
was
must have
my
been
daughter,
telling my
I'd
daughter
say,
to come home.
you better believe it. I would too.
I'm telling you, she
And I
must have been
told-
saying, get home.
Yeah, and I told Carolyn, I said,
She
as
would have.
soon as they knew that he got home and she wasn't there, I would have gotten on a plane and I would have gone to that house without them knowing it, so they wouldn't have time to do anything and demand to know where she was.
You should have heard what my son said. I don't know if I should repeat it.
What?
Go ahead.
Why aren't, I don't want to say it.
We can spell it.
Just a little Italian family justice.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
It's the way it's sort of like Italian waterboarding.
Mhm.
Well, I would have gone down there. I
To
would have
get the
knocked.
information out of them.
I would have knocked on the door if they, if I found out he was down there, and he's just not going to talk to me when you call him and tell him. I would have gone down. I would have knocked on the door and then.
Yep.
And I've been like,
My son said the same. He's like, why aren't they right at that door? Why aren't they right at that door and in his face?
Yeah,
Because
no,
in this
heart-
family, there would have been a posse of the men in this.
Oh, there would be in my family too. I mean, it
Yeah.
would have been just nuts.
And the thing is, you do it fast. You do it
Yeah.
it's like a
You don't wait
walk
around.
thing. Right. But then the police tell you, don't prejudice the case.
Mm-hmm.
Don't,
But look at where we are now. You know?
Yes. Yeah. But to me, you mop it up later.
Yeah.
Clean it up later on.
Yep.
But the mother, like, I mean, just not to say
Yeah,
anything.
her stepfather went to Wyoming, right?
No, the father went to, because both parents were married again, and the step parents have really good relationships with her because I guess they
They're
got
great.
married.
Yeah, they're great.
They got
They're
married
great
early on,
family.
so she was a part. I think she was the oldest, and then they were all boys, I believe.
Yeah, there's 6 kids all together. What a nice blended family
And
it seems to be.
yeah, but it's really sad. Yeah,
But I heard that Gabby's dad went.
Gabby's
Right?
dad. Yeah, Gabby's dad is in Wyoming, but I think the stepfather was in Florida.
No, the stepdad went to Wyoming and the dad went to Florida. I heard.
No, Petito was in Wyoming.
I thought Schmidt was in Wyoming. Well, it doesn't matter, but they all teamed up and they all did.
Yeah,
They were terrific. I was talking about something a little bit less civilized, but they did the right thing, really. They did. They did the right thing.
We all would have probably done what your son was saying.
Yeah, but they did do
Yeah.
like they did what they really should do, like by
Yeah.
law.
the stepfather went to Wyoming. No,
Like I don't mean to criticize because they really did do the right thing. We would have done the wrong thing, but that is the right thing to do.
But we probably would have got some answers.
And the parents, like, I don't really get it.
the mother and father, they just look. I don't know. They remind me of. I don't know.
I didn't see any video of the parents.
Just like they're like emotionless. Like I don't know. They just look.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, like.
Yeah. Yep.
We went through
Like I
that
have a
with-
neighbor. I have like a lady
my
that lives down the
brother-in-law.
road, and she's like that. The husband's really personable, and he kind of looks like Jimmy. And they always tease him that is Jimmy's twin, but the wife, I just don't know whether she's shy or she's just really freaking rude. And it's not just to me. It's just that's how she is. And even if you pass her in the street and she gives you like a hello and stuff, it's not like somebody. It's like. What the hell is wrong? You feel like, what the hell is wrong with you? I just feel like saying that to her sometimes.
There are people like that, right?
Yeah,
They
like,
kinda
like, what the hell is wrong with you? You ever put a smile on your face? You always
I
walk
know
around.
there are people like that, right?
Like, I mean, you always walk around like the sky is falling. Like, it's, I don't know. She's always got like a puss on her face. And I don't know how the guy is with her because he's like a really
They don't
personable
match.
guy. And she's just like,
No.
the most
I know.
unfriendly. I even said because the people, I actually thought they were their cousins when they moved in, and I'm like, what's with her? Like, why is she always like that? She just doesn't say hi. Like she just,
I know.
she looks mad all the time. She's like it to everybody. Like you never even hear her on her deck like laughing or anything. Like she just mad.
And
at the
people are
world.
just like that. I find that so weird too. I don't know. I don't get people.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil interviewed Gabby's father. I did see that.
Did you?
A brief.
Okay.
Yeah, just a short interview, Sad. It's so sad. You just know, like, the police had her in their hands. So, just heartbreaking. Do you think that he's really in those woods?
No.
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 I don't believe he is either. I think he's hiding out somewhere with somebody.
I don't even
Yes.
believe his car was over there. Like I don't even believe any
I
of
don't
that.
either. I think the parents set that whole
Like who
thing
saw
up.
that? Who saw that?
I thought that was a total decoy. I thought that was a total, like a diversion. What are you
Yeah.
looking at? Mira? What are you looking at? What do you see?
I don't
I
know.
think, he sees him walk in the window. Total diversion, I think. That's rotten, isn't it?
Yeah, and even when they were going back that day, like, why wouldn't they say anything? Like, even if he had an attorney, I would say to the attorney, look, just go answer their question, like, whatever, go down
But you
there.
know, that happened with my brother-in-law when he got killed, the girl that hit him and stuff. Like, the lawyers told her to not say anything, like, or anything, like, just, she acted so cold and uncaring, but the lawyers tell the families not to do anything.
Yeah, but that wasn't his girlfriend, right? That hit him?
No.
No. I mean, and this is like he came home without her. Well, like, where is she?
Right, you're right. That's true.
Where the
They
frick
lived-
is she?
She lived in their house.
And then he wouldn't even
Yeah.
tell her where
Yes,
her
for 2 years.
Her
Oh, for
belongings
2
were.
years?
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Carol?
He wouldn't even tell her. The mother said he won't even tell me where her stuff is, and that's her van. And he would. She
Yeah,
wouldn't.
that's
even,
why they confiscated it because
Yeah.
it was her.
But he wouldn't
And
even
he
tell
had
her
to
where her
drive
stuff is.
40 hours to get home alone with a girl that he
Think about
he either
that.
left
See,
behind.
and somebody said that he
Or
traveled
killed.
with 2 people to get home. See, but that I can only find somewhere. Like there's so many things that we don't know. It's so crazy.
I don't think he asked those people for a ride, but
No, I don't think so. No, not $200. He's not going to give them $200.
I don't think he had $200 cash
Why
on
would
him.
he?
Kids
Why
don't
would he even
use
do
money.
that?
Like,
Why would he
they
even
don't
need
use
their
cash.
car if he's got a van? What the hell would he even need that for?
Yep.
If he and it's not that he didn't have gas because if he had
Unless-
$200, come on.
unless he first decided that he was going to ditch the van and see if he could get home without it first, and then figured out that he couldn't and went back and got it. But that's a long shot.
Yeah, I don't.
Because maybe that's why they saw the van that looked abandoned at first, that he tried to leave without it first.
Yeah, Brian's being
But-
hidden and he loves.
But
Yeah,
I don't think that's true.
no,
Who knows,
Yeah.
unless they could prove it.
I don't believe it though. I just don't. I think there's too many
No.
red flags. Like you're not gonna have Jimmy's like you're not gonna have $200. You're not gonna give somebody $200 if you're hitchhiking.
To go 10 miles?
Yeah,
No.
that is crazy. You're not gonna do it.
No way.
You better go, because you just.
No, I'm not drinking my tea. I gotta finish my tea.
Oh, all right, because I don't want to keep you on for too
I gotta
long.
finish my tea because I want to have my tea. I put some
I
honey
gotta
in my,
finish my tea so
I
I
put
can
honey
pack.
in my
I didn't
tea
even pack.
for my throat because I've been talking all night.
My God, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
We finished the whole front of the house, you know.
You did?
Yeah, I showed Davida some pictures
Beautiful.
before,
Really?
like early, like last night.
And
It looks like it should be in a movie.
does he get off on a ladder, up on a ladder and stuff? Big ladder?
Yeah, well, he just put up a scaffolding on this side to do this side, but the front, he was on a ladder. You know that first peak?
Yeah.
He had a ladder on the top. Want to see a picture?
Yeah.
That's not bad to show somebody a picture of your house,
No,
is
how
it?
No.
Am I
we should-
doxing myself?
Address
Yeah.
on it.
How did Davida see it?
I sent it to her through Facebook Messenger.
Oh.
Messenger.
Messenger
I flew
text.
over there for a few minutes.
She flew over. I'm not really that. I don't think that. You want to see a really good shot? Should I email it to you or just hold it up?
You can hold it up or you can email it, whatever.
Yeah, hold it up. This is one of my favorite ones. This was like a week ago. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see us? Could you see us at the top? I'll email it to
You're
you.
both up there?
Yeah. What do you think I do? Sit on my butt?
It's probably when I get one. Heart Made Wise is telling you need to keep an eye on from when Walgreens.
So I'll show you this picture and I'll show you it done. The front. It not the whole thing isn't done, but
Are you emailing it?
yeah, I just emailed it. You want to see a little video?
Yeah.
I have a good video of us up there. That it's not really that high. Let's see. You kind of get used to it.
How did your barn come along?
The insulation, did I show you that already?
No.
You didn't see it insulated?
No.
So exciting. I love it. So happy. Show you. I could take you out there if you want to see. Oh, I lose connectivity, I think, out there, don't
Connectivity. Good night, Danielle.
Danielle was leaving.
I think so.
Yeah, I just sent you a short little video, and then I'll show you what it looks like now. It's only the front is done. But it looks nice.
I'm using your mug, Skipper.
Is that peanuts?
No, it says, sometimes you forget you're awesome, so this is your reminder.
Huge.
Oh, the video I sent is just, I think, from the other day when we were doing the front. I was holding up a beach umbrella to keep the shade on us because it was brutally hot. We were dying.
Oh, I can imagine. Oh,
Because it's just, you're standing in one spot.
yeah.
So it just makes you crazy because it's just, it's just too hot to handle, you know?
Well, even touching that stuff to put up.
It just, because when you're in the sun, and usually outside you're moving around, but when you're there, it's hitting you and you're not moving.
Well, I know what I want to do too. I don't want to open one.
Well, I sent you a video and two pictures.
All right, let me see where the.
I think 2 pictures. I don't know, I'm not really fully awake.
All right, let me see. Okay. All right.
What time are you leaving, Lisa, for your
Around 6.
father-in-law?
Around 6.
In the morning?
Yeah, which means I have to get ready soon, but I'll hang out with you guys till the last minute.
All right, let me see here. Okay, I think I have to download
I'll send you the umbrella video too.
all right, here's the picture, one picture first. And I have to zoom it in to see you guys.
Oh yeah, that's from far away.
Yeah.
Gary took that one of us, the boy.
Oh, wow. You're way up there.
And we were up there like 2 days.
How did you get up? You didn't climb on that wait. You didn't climb that ladder that's on there, did you?
I didn't climb the ladder, he did. I'll show you a picture of him on that ladder.
See, Jimmy would do something crazy.
You know how
Jimmy
you
would
get
do
out
something
there?
even crazier. And
We climb out, what?
Jimmy would do something even crazier.
We climbed, I'm gonna send you a really good shot of him putting up the last piece on the top, which is one of my favorite pictures. But we always, to get out there, you just go through Gina's window. Gina's
Oh,
bedroom
you just
window.
went through Gina's one? Yes, we have that too on the top of our porch, yeah.
Yeah, you just go out the window.
Yeah. I used to go out there and just sit out there on the porch.
And it's
I think I
not,
did
it's
sit
the
out there.
incline isn't bad, so.
Yeah, no, either is our porch, yeah, on the roof.
So you're not like sliding like you're gonna fall off
Yeah.
and break your neck, you know?
Pretty sure I sat up there when I was much. I haven't done that much. All right, let me see.
Nunu got out that window once and was sitting up there for hours. We didn't even know he was sitting out on the roof. It was so funny. So I sent you a couple of pictures. I got a good one of Gary on top of the ladder, putting up the last piece on the top. Because we wanted to do the hardest part first. Hi, baby.
Like Gary's shorts.
They're all reunion shirts he wears.
No, his shorts. He just looks like
his shorts.
He looks like he was wearing jeans at one time and they got cold and he just ripped them
He
right
did.
off. He did.
They're all cut offs.
I know, but they're not even cut-offs. They're like rip-offs.
I know they are now. They're
Yeah.
like- I said to him, they're disintegrating now. They're just falling apart into a million pieces. So funny.
Good old Gary.
Okay, let's see.
Really nice work.
He's a perfectionist, and so am I, so we get along well.
Oh,
I'm like,
good.
there's a ripple in that piece, gotta loosen it.
So now
Loosen those screws.
So now you've got to
'Cause
do
it's-
that side. Which side?
Because it expands from the heat.
How many sides do you have left?
We have to do this side, and the back. And the small side is done.
Oh, looks
So-
good. Looks good.
You like the color?
Yeah.
Love it.
Most people my neighbors like the color, so I keep getting some positive feedback and stuff. Davita likes the color.
Mm-hmm.
I like when-
the movie.
I'm getting another movie here.
Thank you, sweetheart. Let's see what the chat says, see if everybody's gonna like it.
And I like the way that the American flags are there.
Right. Yeah, we're very patriotic, so we like that stuff.
Sun moves faster than
And your lawn is so nice.
than you think it is.
You'll hear, the video is we're playing some music on there. They're very short videos, but
How many days
The
did
last-
it take you to do that?
what?
How many days did it take you to do that?
The front and the two little sides,
Mm-hmm.
I guess like all together, probably around a week, like 7 days maybe, because the framework especially the intricate details on the front windows, the
Mhm.
prefabrications take a long time to do that. Because we put those together in the barn, we assemble all those, glue them and screw them together and carry them out and put them up, but it has to be so exact.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we like the challenge of it, it's fun.
Really looks
The last time he sided this house was 25 years ago.
Really?
He sided it before, first time. Oh, you like the color, Lisa H? Annie B likes the color, yay. Oh, he's coming. Did you put him up yet, Carolyn?
Yeah, I put them all up.
Oh,
You
I
didn't
didn't
see
see them. Oh, wait, hold on. No. I'm such a loser. I never get it right. Gary, people like the color of the house.
Yep.
He's up, yeah, he's all dressed. They're always dressed on time. I don't have to see the pictures.
Jerry, it looks so good.
Did you like the videos? I didn't see them, but did
Yeah.
everybody like it? I'm
Okay.
glad. I really do like to get the feedback because with like such a change in the color and everything, it's such a big change. You know,
Yeah.
it's like so dramatic.
What color are you gonna?
I like
What
it.
color are you doing the front door? Red.
Well, right now it's white. We're just leaving it white, but I thought about changing the color. The only problem is we get full sun and that door turns red hot. And one time we did it, we had when the house was beige, we had a dark green front door and the paint melted off of it.
Really?
So we've always kept it white because it's the least amount. It absorbs the heat the least, so we might have to leave it white, even though it's boring. Because it just gets too, even in the winter it
Because
gets
I was
hot.
going to do my other house before I built this one. Or even when I was thinking, I always wanted a red front door, and I said, well, if I had
Me
dark
too.
blue, I was going to do dark blue, and I was going to do a bright red front door, like like a Nantucket style, which is that
Right,
bright red front door.
I love that.
Yeah, but then when I came here, then I ended up using white instead of that blue. So then the red door didn't go, and so yeah, so.
I didn't show you a picture of the front door, right? Did I?
Mm-mm.
I'll just show it from this angle. I'll just show you.
Oh, I like it.
See, it's white.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
I didn't show the house from that angle. So, it looks really pretty, like with the white, but we were talking about making the door red. But see the screen door is like down like a
Yeah.
few inches?
Yeah.
We have to actually vent that door, the sliding glass door.
Mhm.
The glass has to be opened a little
Right.
to relieve the heat
Right.
because it builds up in there so much that it just becomes so hot. You can't even touch the handle when you're going in the house because it's just so, so incredibly hot. So, I would love to put a red door on the house, but I might have to just leave it white because unless I got maybe a wooden door, that doesn't conduct the heat, but the door is metal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but you guys didn't see the insulated, the barn insulated? I didn't go out there and show you that.
No.
We didn't see it.
I show you pictures of that too, and then I guess I'll go. Gary, I showed them some videos of you on of everything too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I showed you guys right before the insulation people came.
Mm-hmm, right.
So I could send you these really fast. All right, here's just 3 pictures of it. When you go in there now, it feels like solid, like there's no echoing or anything.
Warm too. It's crazy.
Okay. Come and say hi to everybody. Notice how guys can get ready in 5 minutes and they look good.
Oh, except Jimmy. Jimmy, I'm always ahead of Jimmy. Forget it. He's always.
Really?
He's
He's
always-
ready in 5 minutes and he looks good.
Gary. Hi,
Hey.
Gary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It looks so good, Gary.
Thank you.
Good job, Gary.
And then when we get home, I can't wait to start on this side. Although he has a couple of rows done on this side,
Mm-hmm.
but this is gonna be,
Well, no, I know.
I thought you had a few rows over here, don't you? No?
I'm still taking off.
Oh, taken off, that's right. That's gonna go pretty fast, I think. Well, no, we have to prefab the windows first.
I'm working during summer.
Oh, that side is the hottest side of the
Yeah.
house. Oh my God.
It's gonna get cooler.
Oh,
We keep saying it's gonna get cooler out, it's gonna get cooler out. It's not getting cooler out.
Yeah,
We
I don't
are.
want it to.
Not when you're in full sun like that.
uh-uh.
House just takes a beating.
I love it.
Thanks. That means a lot coming from you guys. All my friends here, and everybody's, I love having the feedback from all you guys. So I listened to the beginning of the affidavit, and then I
you
listened
could probably
to
hear that affidavit all the way to where you're going and back.
But I didn't sleep that much last night. I only slept like 2 hours. I
No, I'm
couldn't sleep.
serious. If anybody, I said that's like a road trip affidavit.
It is.
I'm not. I don't even. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is incredible. I can't even believe how long that freaking took.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking? We're gonna have the when we have the barn done, we could have people come to visit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, weren't there a couple of people that wanted to come to New York to go
Yep.
see the city and stuff? Right?
Yes.
Aren't you lucky? You could have some ramblers come visit.
Yeah.
Gary's thinking.
Thanks,
Wow.
Nana Patty. Well, I guess I should go because I
Yeah,
have to
I'm
leave
gonna
in
go
1
too.
hour.
Yeah, I can't
Little
believe
Gary
it.
will be here.
I can't believe it's
Well,
5 in the
God.
morning. I can't. Oh my gosh, I feel like
You did some job. She did 8 hours of reading of the affidavit.
freaking affidavit, arrest affidavit. It was.
But you
nuts.
know what worries me a little bit about Barry? He might do a photo stulo.
Yeah, I know, and
But
that's
he
when
seems a little bit too dumb to do that.
the way he was asking for the guns, though. He wanted
Yeah,
the
that
guns
is
so
true.
bad. He wants those guns.
Yeah, that is true. But I was worried about him doing a photo stulos.
Yeah, because he's been in
All
there,
along.
so he that's what
Yes.
the Photos Doulos did. He was in there for a little bit too, and
Exactly.
Gary's been in there for
I don't
a
know
lot.
if they should necessarily release these people. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what the heck is up with that.
But you've done a really good job following the Petito case too. You're right
Yes.
on top of it. And I think that they should really be following up on that whole thing, like what those flip-flops might mean that they were outside of that van. They should have like really grabbed onto that when you put that out there. Because that could mean something.
I think everybody has seen that, and then, but I think they're his. I think we don't know if they're his or hers. Hopefully, they've seen all that, but if there's footprints, like
Could
did
be
he
his
wear his
too,
bare
right?
feet or boots or what?
Right. And we don't know if she was buried or not.
Yeah, we don't
Right.
know. Mm-mm. Maybe tomorrow we'll know more about what
Yeah,
happened.
turned up, yeah.
No,
Today.
he hasn't turned up yet.
You know what I mean?
But thanks for doing such a great job for us. That was real dedication, Carol.
Yes.
When
I
I
didn't think
woke up
I didn't think it
and
was going
saw
to be
you
that
still
long.
reading,
I
couldn't
can't even
it.
believe how long that
And
was.
the way you did it with that accent, I
Oh, I love
woke
it.
up laughing. I
It
only
just it
slept
always
2
goes
hours,
into
but
like that New Yorkie kind of accent though. Like
you
the-
always do, but it's so funny. So funny.
That was funny.
Oh my gosh.
Because
but
like it's not a funny topic, and it adds a little bit of comic relief.
Mm-hmm.
you need it,
so it
but,
helps
you
a
know, if
little.
you're doing some
Yeah.
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 But
So
all right.
thank
Well,
you
it was
so
good
much.
to see you, and you guys have a safe
Yeah.
trip. Have a safe
We'll
trip.
be
I've
praying
been
for your
catching you a
dad.
lot lately.
Yeah, and prayers for your dad.
Thanks. We'll take good care of him. Gina's been over there. She's been giving him some TLC and stuff.
Oh, she's up there?
Yeah, she went because she didn't move into her new place yet.
Yeah.
So she went over there to help, use the time to take good, give
Yeah.
him some TLC and stuff. So she's been
Right.
over there.
All right.
The bunny's been fussing over him too.
Oh, the bunny's up there. Okay.
Yeah, the bunny's up there. Thanks everyone.
All right.
Let us
so-
know how he's doing when you get
Yeah,
I
back.
sure will.
All right, and
I
thanks to
will.
the
All right, love you
moderators. God
guys.
bless. Thank you, everybody,
you all
for the
very
super chats
much.
and memberships. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye everyone.
Bye, guys.
Mwah.
Bye. Bye. Let me
Bye.
see.
Drive careful.
Bye.